when one considers the percolator and the time involved. It was over the colonial period, Rodney explains, that consumption of tea, coffee, and cocoa first took place, and among the poorer income groups. He suggests a slight change in the sentence objected to by Nguyen's, in which the discussion of coffee takes place. With remarkable grace and ease he deals with the other points Nguyen's raises. 1. The question of the Zulu and the Boers. He explains that the Boers were essentially pre-capitalist. In the early 19th century, both had certain spheres of influence in southern Africa, and it was the British not the Boers who crushed Zulu power late in that century. The Boer victories, Rodney corrects his interlocutor, were achieved over hunting and gathering societies that had long been in existence before the epoch of Shaka. On the issue of relative stages of development and where on the feudal mode of production both continents resided at the start of the slave trade, Rodney explains that he agrees entirely with Nguyen's. While Nguyen's asks if there were not indications of a further stage, perhaps mercantilism as a transitional period from feudalism to capitalism while Africa was influenced by the previous stage of communalism, Rodney again agrees and accepts that his own description in the book might have understated the gap that Nguyen's talks about. He explains that these processes before they could be felt in people's lives took centuries to be realized. To ensure clarity on these questions of emphasis, Rodney argues for maximum response and discussion, a process he thanks his Belgian interlocutor for starting. Point 18. As we have seen, it is only through Rodney's correspondence that one can truly grasp his rigor, fraternal approach to scholarship, and openness to criticism. Chapter 8. Class, Race, and Politics in Tanzania. Throughout the writing of How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, Walter had taught, designed new courses with his colleagues on the Hill, and, once more, become a father, with the birth of Asha in 1971. It was his extraordinary focus that gave him the time to complete this enormous historical undertaking. Patricia describes how he would work on the manuscript of Heua while Asha slept on his lap, reflecting both his characteristic focus and care for his children. Still, there were great distractions. One noisy dispute, which has continued to hang in the air for the last 50 years, was on the question of race. Rodney was not simply an adherent of the radical movement for black power but also someone who had helped shape its expression and politics in the Caribbean. He had earned this role, not least with his expulsion from Jamaica over his involvement in a mass program of education, out of which his extraordinary groundings with my brothers emerged. He was a leading intellectual at the university in Dar es Salaam, and more widely lecturing and speaking to activist groups throughout East Africa. Rodney was acutely aware of his role in Tanzania. He was a guest. He was clear that his position as a socialist was to intervene, and to participate in debates, but that this involvement had to acknowledge his place in the country. Tanzania's political transformation, its own project of socialism, was ultimately a matter for communities in the country and region itself. As Rodney expressed in 1974, "I can make my contribution here, but I will never be able ever to grasp the idiom of the people. I will not be able to connect easily." 1. Unlike other visiting comrades, Rodney understood that he needed to be extremely sensitive when it came to how he operated at the university. Eventually, Rodney would leave, with his family, and so would most of the other comrades. In the end, Tanzanians would be left to continue the debates and struggles in the country. It would also be, at a basic level, Tanzanians who had to fill the posts at the university, in the civil service, in government departments, and in schools and technical colleges. Europeans, whatever their political allegiance and commitments, would have to go. The various political complexions of the visiting left, their motivations and idiosyncrasies, were labyrinthine. They did not come from a single tradition, share a unified political perspective, or agree on how to intervene in Tanzania's transformation. Peter Lawrence, for one, recalls the conditions in the country upon his arrival in 1968, including the complexity of the left among the various expatriates, their involvement in Ujamaa, and their relationship to Tanzanian comrades and colleagues. There wasn't a distinct left grouping, though I remember that Giovanni Arrighi, John Saul, Lionel Cliff, and other like-minded people tended to have coffee and tea at around the same times of the day. I can remember an American, Bill Luttrell, who was married to a Tanzanian and who together with a Tanzanian, Simon Bilinyi, started an Ujamaa Shamba cultivated plot of ground on some land given by the university and tried to get other academics involved. It didn't last long, partly because non-Tanzanian academics were not much good at agriculture in practice, and also that no one was prepared to live on the shamba to protect it against wild animals that lived in the outer campus. So the left comprised many who were enthused by Ujamaa, especially non-Tanzanians, and the Marxist left, some who took the view that this was Tanzanian business and they were there to do a job that would have been the Communist Party line, and those, like Saul, Cliff and others, who thought in terms of more active political solidarity and were critical of those for whom being there and doing a job was solidarity enough. Then there were the left critics of Nyerere and the idealism of Ujamaa, and those who saw the unreality of socialism in one poor country in the age of imperialism. I think people like Lionel, who had already been in East Africa for 8 years by then, saw political solidarity as supporting the Tanzanian left, while Saul saw this as actively leading if necessary, rather than listening. I took that line too, which got both him and me into trouble over faculty reorganization. And Rodney took a critical view of this because we hadn't taken enough Tanzanians with us. Lionel, who was on his way out at the time, having been replaced by a Tanzanian, also took that view. He was closer to Walter, although the Sauls and Rodneys were neighbors on the campus and had been good friends. Point 2. There were only a few Communist Party members from the UK, but there were quite a few East Europeans whom, according to Lawrence, then also a British Communist Party member, could best be characterized as enjoying their time away from their state socialisms. He records that politically, they were hopeless except for Thomas Zins, of course. As Lawrence argues, Rodney with others understood the role he had as a lecturer at the university had to, in large part, be about creating the conditions for this replacement. When, in 1974, Issa Shivji asked Rodney to stay in the country, he refused. Tanzania could never be his home, not completely. Rodney worked toward these objectives in a number of ways. Firstly, as an intellectual, he threw himself into the work of redrafting the country's high school history curriculum. Tanzanians had to have a good and clear sense of their history and the history of the continent. Ultimately, this would prove the overriding intellectual commitment in his life. This project of rewriting the history curriculum had taken up a considerable amount of his time while he was in DAR, and then after his return to Guyana. Point 3. For a young generation, Rodney was preparing the ground for a sustainable, just, and thorough understanding of the country's independence, its position in the world order, and the continent's historic tasks for the future. The second groundwork took place at the university, which, he argued, also needed to be transformed. Indeed, this was a central question with which faculty members and students were engaged: how could an essentially colonial institution be built to service the needs of a new nation? Race and politics on the hill. Surrounded by trees and flowers, a central road winds its way through the university on the hill, or Mlimani, the mountain in Kiswahili. Smaller roads and cul-de-sacs lead to large bungalows, built in the 1960s, with gardens that circle the houses. Set back from the main road are the faculties, lecture halls, dining rooms, and student accommodations. Between the different departments, most of them long, two-story buildings, with offices on both floors, are a series of pathways that meander through the lush green hills of the campus. Today, the university has a population of more than 20,000 students, and the infrastructure staggers under the impact of years of restructuring and underfunding. However, during Rodney's days at the university, the notion of the hill expressed not just the verdant hilly beauty of the campus still visible today, despite decades of austerity and sweeping budget cuts, but also its isolation and privilege from the hardships faced in the city and country. The air on campus was rarefied, its debate seemed distant and obscure to the struggles going on in the country and continent below. This could not be more clearly illustrated than in a debate that took place in a meeting of the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences on November 24, 1971. A faculty committee had been set up to investigate changes to the curriculum, and its recommendations included a new direction in undergraduate teaching. Committee member John Saul, a prominent Canadian socialist at the university who remained a vital and radical critic of devastating neoliberal reforms that ripped across the continent in the 1980s and 1990s, saw resistance to progressive changes from less radical expatriate colleagues, now joined by returning Tanzanian academics. The latter had no enthusiasm for changes in the curriculum that could be perceived as undermining their expertise. Point 4. Saul has since argued that the debate over the report, which was in the end rejected, pitched those who wanted to challenge and reform the academic infrastructure, work that had been started with the Common Course, against resistance from within the professionate. According to Saul, the defeat in the highly divisive and angry faculty meeting was a turning point, confirming that radical efforts at reform in the university, and perhaps elsewhere, had crashed on the rocks of Philistinism. Tanzania's grand adventure at radical reforms was being extinguished. It was now to be only a matter of weeks before a number of us, Tanzanian and expatriate, black and white alike, were sacked and more or less forced to leave the country. 5. Saul's account, still fresh with the anger of the meeting itself, is partial, and the nature of the dispute complex. Given the lofty claims made for this fork in the road, it is worth examining the issues behind it in some detail. Sitting in the large council chamber was the entire teaching staff, including Saul, Peter Lawrence, John Loxley, Walter Rodney, Simon Bilinyi, Archie Mofch, and Abdallah Bajera. Some were white North Americans and Europeans, while others were Tanzanian colleagues or from countries on the continent. The meeting was charged with discussing and considering the recommendations on faculty reorganization programs for second and third years, drawn by a faculty committee. The minutes to the meeting are short and include no details of what actually happened, apart from a tantalizing comment in Any Other Business, that edited with regret the manner in which some members of staff reacted to criticism during the early part of the board proceedings and expressed concern at that kind of behavior during board proceedings. The meeting was lengthy. It opened at 2:15 p.m. and concluded at 6:40 p.m. 6. On one side of the dispute was Saul, who had drawn up the report with Peter Lawrence, Archie Mofch, and others. On the other side were some of their Tanzanian colleagues supported by Walter Rodney, the so-called professionate. Kayama Malima, a lecturer in the economics department, wrote to the dean the following day to explain that he was profoundly horrified by the way the meeting was conducted. Faculty Board Paper 12.1 was rejected by the board, not on the grounds of its merit but on grounds of race. 7. Malima clarified that the committee that had drawn up the report was white except for one member, who was considered in the meeting almost as a traitor. Despite these accusations, the chief academic officer and the dean were silent. Why did they not speak up, Malima asks, at a moment when your leadership was desperately needed? Earlier in the month, the faculty board had elected the committee, on which, Malima recalled, 6 Tanzanians including yourself were asked to serve in the committee and they refused. How seriously then could such racial criticism be made, only weeks later, when the report was being submitted? Opposition to the report challenging the integrity of disciplines and recommending serious changes to the curriculum across the faculty was impassioned, with a variety of voices being raised. At some point, Walter expressed his support of the Tanzanian colleagues who were objecting to the report. According to Saul, he made a very opportunist and highly rhetorical brand of black nationalist racism directed at several leading members of the committee. In turn, Malima criticized him for his racialist and anti-socialist remarks. The result of these heated exchanges and accusations, in which Rodney reacted powerfully to what he perceived as a rejection of criticism being made about the reorganization by Tanzanian colleagues, was a walkout by members of the committee. Other members of the faculty, in the meantime, endorsed Rodney's objections, including Abdullah Bajera and Anthony Ruayamamua. The debate was, then, Peter Lawrence argued in a letter to the dean on November 29, structured on racist lines. Resigning from his position on the faculty board, Along with John Loxley, Lawrence argued that the dean failed to rule Rodney out of order for blatant racialism, yet he had ruled me out of order for trying to tell the faculty board that it had been deceived, manipulated, and fed false information. 8. What was fundamental, Lawrence argues, was that racial intimidation was carefully used by those in the faculty who have always opposed reorganization, in order to suppress any rational discussion of a program which might affect their departmental self-interests. The racial factor was used against expatriates, Lawrence argues, while the struggle for progressive reforms is always a political and not a racial one. Days later, the fury from the faculty meeting was still raging, and it would last much longer. Saul refused to resign. In a letter dated November 29, he explained, "I have decided not to yield to Dr. Rodney's racialist intimidation, explicitly sanctioned as it was by Mr. Leshoi, Dr. Ruiamamu and Dr. Bajera, and tacitly sanctioned by yourself and the chief academic officer, among others." Saul was furious. "Unlike Dr. Rodney, I do not patronize Tanzanians by assuming them to be incapable of engaging as equals in rational debate with others of any race, nor do I see any need that they be protected from such debate by demagoguery and deceit. Were I a Tanzanian, I do not know which of Dr. Rodney's premises would offend me more, his racialism or his paternalism. I choose not to assume that any Tanzanian who finds himself in agreement with an expatriate, black or white, is somehow a tool or puppet of that expatriate. The real position," Saul argued, "that should be taken was ideological, and in this Rodney had failed. For example," Saul writes, "on the political question of reorganization, Malema found himself in agreement with Loxley, Lawrence, and Saul, and Rodney with Ruiamamu. In a valedictory statement, he concludes, that for more than 6 years I have given the very best that is in me to that effort of which the President speaks, and, if I may be forgiven this personal note, I find myself more committed to the future of the Tanzanian socialist experiment than to that of any other system of which I have experience. Ultimately," he argues, "it is Tanzanians, outside and inside this institution, who are deciding the direction of the movement. In the long run Rodney, Saul, and the rest, effectively powerless and rightly so, represent merely some minor footnote to the struggle for Tanzania's future." 9. These letters were copied to all the relevant parties, each member of the faculty, as well as senior management at the university, and inevitably news of the meeting spread quickly across the hill. Rodney, who had been promoted to senior lecturer at the start of 1971, read the denunciations of his behavior at the meeting, carefully filing the documents in his personal archive, and responded to the Dean J.F. Ruiamamu on November 30. Rodney condemned the accusation, writing, "Curiously enough, the open letters which charge me with having made racist utterances at no point repeat what was supposedly racist." Rodney was not backing down. He notes that the minutes provide no references to the statement and explains that a few Europeans, who would describe themselves as leftists and progressives, have been acting in an arrogant, manipulative, and hegemonistic manner in refusing to consider or contribute to what the majority of Tanzanians think is correct. Things had changed, Rodney argues, and it was incumbent on the university, and its leftist staff, to see these changes. 4 or 5 years before, he writes, it might have been permissible and inevitable that an issue such as faculty reorganization should be settled by a predominantly European committee. Today, that is untenable. Whatever the circumstances, and whether the proposed curriculum reorganization and faculty changes were progressive or not, Rodney was arguing that a decision to make fundamental reforms should not be decided by a white and expatriate committee. This was at the heart of Rodney's frustration and, it seems, the reason for his outburst during the meeting. Rodney was acutely aware of the fact that there could not be racial neutrality when some voices were silenced by arguments about progressive versus conservative politics. Race was a sharp dividing line, of urgent and pressing political relevance, to every decision. He was approaching the issue from the point of view of historical injustice, which was still in the early 1970s being played out powerfully in socialist Tanzania. He writes, "The full implications behind what I said go much further, relating to the centuries-old domination of black people by white. This was not a racial argument but a historical and political fact. The legacy of this history, the deep sense of inferiority still felt by black people, operated in the world at large, in the microenvironments of faculty meetings, and in university organization. It mattered who was making the arguments. It was not that Rodney imposed a black power narrative from the Caribbean and North America on Tanzania. Rather, he was a historian on the verge of publishing HEUA, and he knew the deeply felt crisis of black identity after centuries of enslavement, imperial and colonial occupation, and oppression. His colleagues showed an egregious lack of racial awareness. However, Rodney was prepared, as he stated in the letter, to pursue in a meaningful and constructive manner our disagreements in the faculty board meeting 10. The incident exposes much that was difficult, contradictory, and problematic about the DAR years and how utterly distinct the experience was for black and white expatriates. To Rodney, the white expatriates, from whom he mostly kept his distance, were backslapping, beery, and boastful left-wing, maybe, but all the rest of the baggage was there too. How deeply were they actually embedded in African local politics, and who were the black people that they remembered within their magic circle? Rodney was an astute observer of the racially stratified social setup, which clearly vitiated the radical and revolutionary tenor of DAR and Tanzania under President Nyerere. He was, as we have seen, furious at what he saw and at the insensitivity to racial issues, so often falsely juxtaposed with real political or ideological positions. These issues exploded across the table, blowing apart even the normally generous limits to dispute in academic meetings at the university. Accusations and counter-accusations were made. To tell a Marxist that they were behaving like colonialists would have cut deeply, yet this is what happened, Lawrence recalls. Decades later, Lawrence concedes the dispute to Rodney. In retrospect, we played it badly because we looked like a left version of colonialism. 11. The dispute involved not only a falling out among faculty members but also among comrades and friends. 12. Their struggles, after all, were meant to be the same, their aims, hopes, and ambitions for Tanzania and Africa identical. To have Rodney's eloquence, his intellect, and arguments aimed at a fellow traveler must have hurt. Indeed, to be told that their behavior was colonial, imbued with white superiority, privilege, and entitlement, would be hard to forget. That Saul remembered the incident so well is probably a symptom of this. Lawrence seems particularly sensitive to these issues and to what Rodney was attempting to explain to the visiting white comrades in Dar es Salaam. As he recalls, "I think Walter was trying to tell us that we need to listen and understand where the Tanzanians are. He always thought Saul should have understood the politics better than he did. But it wasn't our place to tell Tanzanians what to do, even if we were echoing Nyerere. Race was, and still is, a big issue, and because we haven't been on the receiving end of white racism, we are less likely to understand what it does." Rodney understood perhaps better than any other expatriate comrade in DAR at the time what race really meant. It was not simply an invented category, clouding analysis and somehow getting in the way of class analysis, but a living and breathing reality, born of a dreadful and long history. Rodney knew that the experience in Africa and the Caribbean of being on the receiving end of white racism was a fundamental and defining one. If you were a European, white Marxist, no matter how impeccable your analysis, it meant that in certain circumstance one had to either understand what was being said, or shut up and stand down. In a word, he demanded that they listen, something that the radical left has never been very good at. 13. Today, these issues continue to be of critical importance. How can we be racially aware as white radicals and also operate as Marxists, sensitive to the realities of exploitation and class and racial determinations? This is the central question, one that was not asked by those expatriate comrades in the meeting in DAR in late 1971 of themselves, or by generations of others today. As Peter Lawrence observes 50 years later, "I think we thought we knew the answer, ignore the racial issue because we were color blind, weren't we, and act as though we were fervent Tanzanian followers of Ujamaa." 14. One of Rodney's most startling contributions, what scholar and activist Jesse Benjamin has referred to as a Marxism in which black power is central, was how, as a black man, to be racially militant and racially conscious, and also simultaneously and fully sensitive to the parallel and complementary realities of exploitation and social class. This synthesis is what makes Rodney's work distinct and brilliant. His life and writings remain vital to a generation of black people whose lives are still destroyed by racism and violence, and who are still attempting to topple this system. He managed to bring together the necessity of racial awareness in the charged settings of the newly independent Caribbean and Africa with a Marxist analysis of the development of capitalism in the Third World. Though Rodney's work and life were subject to shifts and turns, on this issue his role was transparent. Torn by this dichotomy essentially, how to integrate a militant racial consciousness and also function as a Marxist sensitive to exploitation and class analysis, Rodney achieved a remarkable synthesis. Navigating liberation. Tanzania, and Dar es Salaam, in particular, was the base for Africa's second wave of liberation movements. It is impossible to understand the period and Rodney's involvement outside this context. The continent's most pressing debates, its factional divides, and its vital political organizations and activists were all at one time or other, and often at the same time, on Rodney's doorstep in Dar. No serious scholar-activist could function in the capital without some involvement in the furious arguments of Africa's liberation, which were being fought, won, and lost in the country. However, as we have seen, it would be an illusion to view late 1960s Tanzania as some sort of socialist nirvana. As Rodney described the country in his Hamburg lectures in 1978, Tanzania was a desperately poor and underdeveloped country. 15 Many of those in Dar, at the university, were perfectly conservative and viewed the world without the radical lens of the left. In fact, many of the battles at the university pitted the left against the right, or at least those opposed to the radical left. In this sense, there was much opposition to any Marxist approach to education. To circumnavigate these institutional blockages, courses were run including development studies and East African society and environment. While all students had to attend this course, for many it was not regarded as a proper academic course. Lawrence explains the dynamic at work: insofar as a Marxist approach fulfilled a nationalist purpose, then it was okay, but the idea that it should support Tanzanian socialism was not universally approved of. Some of these intellectual initiatives were driven by non-Tanzanians, which became a source of resentment for the Tanzanian staff members. Lawrence goes on. Rodney's position was one of identifying first with Tanzanians and only second with socialists. Rodney saw the issue of race much more centrally than we white foreign lefties did. We thought we were doing what Nyerere wanted, but maybe the local academics and others had a different agenda and a different politics, and we didn't understand that. Added to this mix were radical students who explicitly questioned the presence of expatriates. Walter Bgoya, for example, also argued that Frantz Fanon's last book, The Wretched of the Earth, which dealt with the question of liberation and the struggle against racial oppression and colonial control, and first appeared in Tanzania in 1965, played a part in these debates. Widening the context, Bgoya argues that these debates were also reflected in the liberation movements based in Dar and how these organizations were aligned. He argues that South Africa's Pan-African Congress, PAC, founded in 1959 as a radical Africanist group critical of the African National Congress, ANC, attracted the support of many Tanzanians. This support, at least from certain groups of Tanzanians, Bgoya argues, was due to the presence of white comrades in the ANC, and to the propaganda that the ANC was infiltrated by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. In addition, he argues, many Tanzanians had doubts about whether white people should be allowed to participate in the various nationalist movements, including the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola, MPLA, and the Mozambique Liberation Front, FRELIMO. The PAC had many active representatives in Tanzania, who could press their arguments powerfully. Bgoya remembers a few, in particular, including David Sibeko, a member of the PAC's Presidential Council and responsible for foreign affairs, who was murdered in 1979 in Dar. He was a loud and charming man, heavy-set, with an impressive presence. 16 There was also Gora Ibrahim. 17 These figures were very present and active in Tanzania's political scene, and Goya, who was close to them, could see their influence. When POC chairman Robert Sobukwe died in South Africa in 1976, power shifted decisively to its organization in exile. President Nyerere was generous to these liberation movements, refusing to take sides. The division between the groups was acrimonious and sometimes violent, occasionally spilling over into the street. Nyerere's position, Goya explains, on the dispute between the ANC and POC was that it had to be resolved by South Africans themselves. As Goya describes the situation, it takes a long time to decide who was wrong and who was right, and sometimes it's not a question of who was right, but of who wins. Overall, Goya argues, there was a tendency to regard the presence of white people in liberation movements as a negative. Did Walter Rodney have the same view? There is no clear answer to this highly speculative question. However, Goya believes, by the thrust of his arguments and his work on black history, one would tend to think that he would sympathize with some aspects of this opinion. Goya stresses that it was not just the presence of white people, it was also their leading role in certain liberation movements. 18. Walter never used the discourse of race without nuance, but nevertheless saw that it had real and lasting impact on the lives of black people. On July 26, 1972, Ray Tricomo, a graduate student in the United States with whom Walter had spoken during his trip to Michigan State University, wrote to him. The importance of the meeting is apparent in his letter. After your talk, I came up to, we were introduced. In our necessarily brief conversation, I first asked you whether or not a European even had a right to work in the United Republic of Tanzania. You countered my question with a question, what did I have to offer? This response, Tricomo explained, carried more hope than anything I have heard or seen before. 19. Speaking about the general atmosphere among the radical left at the time, Abdul Sharif, the Tanzanian historian and friend of Walter's, notes, his kind of pushiness, dismissing people with slogans, tended to fragment the left, which was already divided, along Trotskyist, Chinese socialist, Soviet communist lines. We were fighting each other. Quite often we didn't have problems with the right wing, it was with each other. It was this politics, Sharif argues, these intra-left divisions, that was problematic, and the expatriate colleagues had clear positions in these debates. 20. Black politics in Tanzania. Tanzania was not an island separated from wider political changes and arguments. Quite the contrary, as the radical capital, at that point, of the continent, it attracted the attention of militant black lecturers and students from North America. The Black Power movement, and the unique way Rodney intervened in it, resonated loudly in Tanzania. The Urban Center for Black Studies in Poughkeepsie, New York, part of Vassar College, contacted the head of history in DAR, copying in Walter Rodney, on November 23, 1970, about a group of black female students who were traveling from the United States in June 1971. The center had only just been formed, in a storm of publicity, after a student occupation demanding a Black Studies program in 1969. The explosion of Black studies across North America at this time came about from the movement for Black Power from the 1960s and the radicalization of that movement. In Jamaica, as we have seen, Rodney was a leading part of this movement. At each step along the way, every victory was hard-won. Even with the ascendancy of black politics and revolt, established institutions, universities, and research centers had to be dragged kicking and screaming to respond. The situation at Vassar College is a case in point. Claudia Lynn Thomas, one of the black women leaders of the revolt that led to the foundation of the Urban Center for Black Studies, recorded the experience of the black students' protest in her memoir. From October 30 to November 1, 1969, Vassar's main building was occupied by 34 black female students, demanding that the center be set up and become a fixed part of the college's curriculum, with core funding, along with a dramatic increase in black student admission. As Thomas recorded in 2006, one of their stipulations was the appointment of a nucleus of qualified full-time black studies faculty, that separate housing be open to black students coming to Vassar, that an African American cultural center exist, and that the Urban Center for Black Studies remain part of the Black Studies academic program. If I had harbored any lingering doubts about the validity of the takeover, they were now erased. No student involved in the occupation was arrested or expelled, and every demand made by the students was met. Thomas concludes, the Black Studies program at Vassar College became a model for colleges around the nation. Its faculty included prominent scholars, and Dr. Milfred C. Fierce directed the program with a style unique to his sincerity, candor, and expectations of students. As students of Black Studies, we researched our national and international history. 21. Under the leadership of Fierce, the new program organized a trip to Tanzania for a group of students including Taylor and numerous others who had been involved in the occupation at the end of 1969. He now wrote to the University of Dar es Salaam explaining, "We plan to be at the university for 3 weeks or so, and we would like to divide our program into 3 one-week phases: African history, contemporary African politics, and seminars on the liberation struggle in Southern Africa." 22. In the end, the group of 18, all women except for Fierce, made the trip, which lasted 6 weeks in all and concluded with visits to Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, and Ghana. The students were between 19 and 31 years of age. It was Rodney who put together the program on African history for the group, and he greeted the students when they arrived in DAR in the summer of 1971. On April 25, 1972, while Walter was lecturing and writing in the United States for a short period, he received a letter from Fred Brooks, the director of a radical nonprofit called Pan-African Skills, who wrote from the organization's office in DAR. Brooks mentions a film about famed black activist and scholar Angela Davis, which he says, "We have shown, around DAR." Davis was then making international headlines as she awaited trial for her alleged connection to an armed occupation of a courtroom in Marin County, California. Brooks, writing to inform Walter of developments in DAR, told him, "We have got to call a big rally because we want to plan something that will coincide with the conclusion of her trial." Newspapers in DAR, including the Nationalist and the Standard, had been, he reported, following the case very closely. 23. Similar demonstrations had taken place in Vietnam, China, and Cuba. However, in Tanzania's domestic political scene, the issue of Davis's trial, the plight of black people in America, was marginal. To miss this point is to misunderstand a central aspect of the period. Although events in the United States were peripheral to Tanzanian politics, black power resonated with Africans and the diaspora around the world. Public lectures, ideological classes, and comradeship. Issa Shivji recalls the exciting intellectual and activist environment in the early 1970s, which included visits by U.S. black power figures, as well as the former Guyanese Prime Minister and leader of the People's Progressive Party. Outside the lectures, we had public lectures organized. This is a time when C.L.R. James visited, organized by Walter. We were visited by Stokely Carmichael, by Chedi Jugun of Guyana, and the liberation leaders also used to come onto campus. These leaders always had their ears open, asking, "What is the university saying?" They paid particular attention to what was going on. 24. Nor was the university at this period a communist jamboree, with students marching in unison to public lectures singing the Internationale. Students and staff were divided by multiple issues and discussions within the left camp, and neither of the liberation movements camped out in the country nor the Tanganyika African National Union's militant-sounding declarations had their exclusive attention. As in the international left, there was dissension on the role of the Soviet Union, China's communist path, the historic role of Trotsky in the Russian Revolution, and the position of the peasantry and workers in the struggle against capitalism, to name a few. Apart from a minority of politicized students, there was also a great deal of apathy on campus, when it came to the question of revolutionary socialism. In his radical student days, Yoweri Museveni, now the widely hated president of Uganda, had looked to Tanzania as a paradise of struggle and was determined to study at DAR. His impressions on arriving, recorded in Czech in 1970, express his disappointment, giving a vivid picture of life on the campus. I arrived at the college in July 1967. I was, almost immediately, disappointed. I found the students lacking in militancy. Many were hostile to socialism, and some, even to the question of African liberation. There was no clear social commitment on the part of the broad sections of the student body. Most of our extracurricular time was taken up by frivolous activities, drinking, dancing and watching decadent Western films. I remember one occasion when I was really most unhappy. This was the time when Chief Albert Luthuli died. A service in his honor was organized at the Arnataglu Hall. Transport was provided to all the students who wished to attend the service. Alas! Only a handful of us turned up, the majority being students from southern Africa. Apathy towards, and ignorance of, many vital questions regarding the interests of the African people were the rule of the day. 25. Similarly, Shivji remembers when, in his words, we sabotaged Rag Day. Students would go into the streets dressed in dirty clothes for charity, so Yusuf, after discussing the whole question of charity in capitalist society, decided to sabotage it. To confront liberal tendencies among students and develop radical cadre, every Sunday there would be ideological classes frequently attended by 30 or 40 students and specifically organized on Sundays to counter the pressures to attend church services. These classes were administered and led by students. However, in the melting pot of the university at the time, faculty members would attend as well. Rodney, for one, was a constant presence. As Shivji explains, participating from the ground up was instinctive for him, although Rodney by then was a professor of history, well known and popular with students. He used to give lectures on the social and economic problems of East Africa with John Saul, Lionel Cliff, all of them were invited. In spite of his reputation, Rodney's relationship with the students was not a hierarchical one. You must understand, Shivji stressed, that he was a comrade giving lectures. The relationship of us with Rodney was one of comrade. We didn't talk to him or address him as a professor. Many students knew him simply as Walter. Shivji gives an impression of the university at the time as a crucible of intense debates, in which there were practical efforts to mold a critical and committed student body. Shivji remembers a trip to Somalia in 1973 organized by a progressive Somali student, in which Rodney participated. Somalia in the early 1970s, was in the midst of its reconstitution as a one-party Marxist-Leninist state under the presidency of Syed Barre, with the support of the Soviet Union. Traveling in a group of about 7, Shivji recalls arriving in Mogadishu. This was a time when Syed Barre had declared Marxism-Leninism. Where we were taken was very hot. There were revolutionary songs. Everywhere you went you would see the pictures of Marx, Lenin, Stalin. There were literacy programs, the adoption of the Latin script from Arabic. The group was given a tour of revolutionary Somalia, or at least a country that was now embarking on a program of progressive reforms. The small party of visitors exchanged information with Somalis about what was happening locally and in Tanzania. As a group of radical students and scholars, they also gave lectures. Though it was not an official visit, the group was treated like state guests. Shivji remembers. Walter was very impressed. I remember distinctly, toward the end of our trip, Syed Barre invited us to his palace. We had dinner there. After dinner, Syed Barre told his assistants to bring a big map. One of his themes was the idea of a greater Somalia that included Djibouti, the north frontier in Kenya. From what I remember, some of us were not exactly impressed and took Barre with a pinch of salt, as an army man. Though no disagreements were expressed in front of the new president, in the group differences of opinions began to emerge about his politics. For their part, the Somalis who were studying in DAR and had traveled with the group expressed a degree of skepticism at some of Barr's declarations. According to Shivji, the group was divided between those who tended to orient to the model of socialism exported from China, championed by Mao, and Rodney, on the other side, who saw the Soviet Union's rapid industrialization and state-led development as a model for the underdeveloped world. Syed was also pro-Soviet, and while he would break with the Kremlin almost a decade later, he was at that time unwavering in his support for Moscow. Shivji explains. Rodney was impressed by Syed, and I could understand why. Coming from the background that he did and seeing something like that, clearly, on the face of it, left transformation of the people, with the involvement of the people. So for someone coming from Afro-Caribbean, African-American background, from those heavily discriminatory societies, these kinds of developments in Africa obviously gave him hope that something was happening. 26. It would, however, be a mistake to see Rodney's attitude in revolutionary Mogadishu in 1972 as an indication of his uncritical support for Soviet-sponsored governments across Africa. No doubt he was making a judgment based on some of the positive reforms that he had seen for himself. Rodney was deeply engaged in some of the most serious criticisms of what was happening in Tanzania, not least of which was Shivji's penetrating study The Silent Class Struggle. Ultimately, Rodney was ill-suited to banging the party drum or at least to maintaining a regular beat. Though there were not abrupt turns in Rodney's positions, until 1973 he broadly supported the Tanzanian state as an instrument for developing socialism and saw the peasantry as its fundamental base. Though he never discarded the central idea of Marxism as the emancipation of the working poor, his emphasis was elsewhere. As Fanon had argued more than a decade before, the African and Tanzanian working class was too small and too narrowly spread across the country to lead a revolution. 27. Even while he was teaching in DAR, Rodney received invitations to teach courses in North America. From February to June 1972, for example, he served as a visiting professor at the Center for Afro-American and African Studies at the University of Michigan. His official role was Martin Luther King Writer-in-Residence at the College of Literature, Science, and the Arts, where he was based with his entire family. He was paid $7,500.28 even though it was an official visit. Rodney and the family had aroused sufficient suspicion from the authorities for their travel documents to have been taken into custody when they arrived from Tanzania on February 17.29. The family seemed to have been forced to stay in the country until August, even though Walter had requested a return of the documents so they could leave on June 26. The discomfort of U.S. authorities upon receiving such a well-known radical on their shores was palpable. Patricia remembers, I was in the U.S. several months before Walter and the children and Mashaka, who lived with us in DAR and who traveled with us, arrived. Walter was not allowed to travel outside of the U.S. during this period, so I attended his good friend Ewart Thomas's wedding in Toronto, Canada, by myself. 30. The 6th Pan-African Congress. The dizzying array of activities in which Rodney was involved is exhausting even to read. As an activist, he wrote and published constantly. As a visiting lecturer, he spoke regularly to student groups, while developing new courses for master's students at universities in East Africa and the United States, as well as maintaining an impressive level of correspondence. Promoted to senior lecturer at the University of Dar es Salaam in 1971, by March 16, 1973, he received notification of his further promotion to associate professor in the history department. 31 His colleague and friend, the historian of Nigeria Elizabeth Aloy wrote to him on June 13, 1973, with congratulations on becoming a professor. Okwedabanoli was passing through recently and told us about it. It is a very well-deserved promotion. 32. In 1974, an important event took place that required all of Rodney's political authority and reputation and intellectual might. The 6th Pan-African Congress, the first to be held on the African continent, was to be hosted by Tanzania from June 19 to 27. The radical call of the Congress was framed clearly in the language of Black Power. The 20th century is the century of Black Power. It has already been marked by two dynamics. First, a unified conception of all peoples who have been colonized. They are known by friends and enemies as members of the Third World. And the most significant members of the Third World are those who strive for power to the people and Black power to the Black people. On the other hand, White power, which ruled unchallenged for so long during this very century, is marked by unparalleled degeneration, first by two savage and global wars such as the world had never before seen. The same mentality prepares for a third war. Its barbarism unpurged, European power strives at all costs to maintain that domination from which the formerly colonial peoples are breaking. That is the world white power seeks to maintain at a time when the colonial peoples have begun one of the greatest movements toward human freedom that the world has ever known. The Sixth Pan-African Congress is part of that movement. 33. This was language that would have been familiar to Rodney and that could almost have come from his own pen. However, before the Congress was even held, it was riven with disputes. One of these concerned the inclusion of Caribbean opposition groups and parties. It was a question of central importance. In the Pan-African world, many new states had become independent over the previous 2 decades, including large parts of the Caribbean and most of the African continent. Yet these new governments were in many cases heavily criticized as failing to deliver real independence or presenting a sham socialism. The call stated, upon this policy which Africans are carrying out with arms in hand, the Sixth Pan-African Congress must draw a line of steel against those, Africans included, who hide behind the slogan and paraphernalia of national independence while allowing finance capital to dominate and direct their economic and social life. C.L.R. James was heavily involved in drafting the call, and in a letter to My Dear Walter on May 18, 1974, he explained, "I had a large share, in fact, a substantial share in its preparation. Whatever its deficiencies, it offers a base." 34. Invitations went out to leaders of these states but not to every opposition group. Before long, there were resignations from the organizing committee, including James, a close friend and mentor to Walter. The objective of the conference was to help further deepen the liberation of Southern Africa, end economic exploitation and dependency, and fulfill political independence. Perhaps the last of these objectives was the most important and controversial. Despite these noble intentions, the Congress, as June 1974 approached, saw a real and acute divergence. On the one side were those who wanted to include government delegations and states from the Pan-African world, on the other were those, Walter prominent among them, who strongly rejected this approach and saw the Congress as a forum for opposition groups and radical political movements, and thus as a resolutely non-governmental activist event. In the name of Black Power, liberation movements in Southern Africa and elsewhere had to be defended, anything else was meaningless. The Congress was eventually, as historian Hakeem Adi writes, transformed into one dominated by governments, and ruling parties of black states were invited, whilst their opponents were barred from attending. 35. James and Rodney withdrew their support. Indeed, what else could they do? Black power was not, for them, black states, it needed to intersect with class and internationalism to have any future. Was this not the lesson of the collapse of Portugal's dictatorship in April of that year, which had seen the liberation struggles in Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau cripple the decaying Portuguese state, with a militant working-class movement taking to the streets? Political and class forces had to be united. In the paper prepared ahead of the Congress in April 1974 and circulated to comrades and friends in Africa and the Caribbean, Rodney argued that Pan-Africanism was a weapon in the struggle against imperialism. He lamented the continent's colonial borders, arguing that if Africa remained fragmented, it would continue to be vulnerable to Western companies keen to plunder its wealth and imperialist states ready to invade. He argued powerfully that Pan-Africanism of the petty bourgeois states became a sterile formulation, incapable of challenging capitalism and imperialism. 36. Rodney's paper was an astonishing and thorough class analysis of African independence and the nature of class struggle on the continent from which liberation and Pan-Africanism was missing, 15 years after formal independence. Walter's friend and comrade the historian Robert Hill described it well. Walter brought to bear a class analysis that was unrivaled for its clarity and its uncompromising nature. 37 What was emerging in the plans for the Congress was a state-led jamboree, and one that need to be resisted. The realities of state power, Rodney writes, have predetermined that when the 6th Pan-African Congress meets in Dar es Salaam in June 1974 it will be attended mainly by spokesmen of African and Caribbean states which in so many ways represent the negation of Pan-Africanism. Rodney posed the dilemmas sharply. In the light of the above considerations, any African committed to freedom, socialism, and development would need to look long and hard at the political implications of participation in the 6th Pan-African Congress. If these militant Pan-African movements were to participate, then the recapture of the revolutionary initiative should clearly be one of the foremost tasks of the 6th Pan-African Congress. 38. In the end, 600 participants were present at the Congress, including representatives of 26 African states. Underlying the tensions was the simple fact that because it was hosted in Tanzania, the state, even a nominally progressive one, would opt for continental and international diplomacy, alliances, and governmental delegations. If President Nyerere had condemned Rodney in 1969 for using his base in DAR to issue statements of revolutionary hot air against neo-colonial regimes on the continent, he was now even more adamant. The state was the last word and no fundamental criticism could be broached. Goya explains some of the disputes. Here was a big issue about who comes to the conference. The Tanzanian government wanted a Congress with the representatives of governments, while the hardcore Pan-Africanists wanted a People's Pan-African Congress, with as little government as possible and more popular participation. 39 These were issues for the continent and also for the Caribbean, and most of these hardcore Pan-Africanists were opposition parties. For the ruling TANU party, there were divisions. The party wanted an all-inclusive Congress, but also did not want to appear to be bringing in radical oppositionists intent on overthrowing the governments and their representatives present in DAR. Rodney was precisely the type of person they did not want to attend. Recalling several years later, the Nigerian poet and novelist Wole Soyinka, who was present at the Congress, wrote about Rodney, "If my memory serves me correctly, more than one Caribbean government had, through their representatives, indicated that their delegations would quit the Congress if Walter Rodney participated in any capacity." Rodney's absence was not due to illness, as many have since contended. He had long since recovered, Soyinka argued, from a bout of malaria. Rodney knew he would not be permitted to attend but nevertheless would join James in boycotting the event. Yet, Soyinka argued, the progressive government of Tanzania had succumbed to the blackmail of reactionary Caribbean governments to keep out this radical scholar from such a gathering. 40. However, an important addendum needs to be made to this account. The records show that it was not so much Rodney following James's lead and joining the boycott, but rather the opposite. Rodney had penned the above-cited condemnation of the Congress before it had taken place, and it was in fact this move that forced the hand of others including his senior comrade James. On May 19, Robert Hill, or Bobby, as Walter called his collaborator, wrote that the document he received from Walter was immediately copied and circulated. The Institute, presumably the Institute of the Black World in Atlanta, Hill reported, was planning to print and circulate 5,000 copies to its mailing list. In addition, a sister in Louisiana has already begun circulating 100 stenciled copies in her area. Some brothers in New York are also printing it up to circulate on the East Coast. Apart from anything else, this was an impressive distribution network. Hill was enthusiastic about the document, writing, "You did not pull too many punches about our Generalissimo friends." Then he explained that he had mailed the document to strategic people, including James. "I expect that he will be squarely sandwiched between your position and the official position. My best sense is that it will be your position that will chiefly divide the forces at the Congress, and that should be as it is." He explained that Guyanese President Forbes Burnham had already extracted a promise from Nyerere that he would not allow the Congress to become a platform for anti-Burnham protests. James had apparently patched it up and ensured there was the assurance needed from the Tanzanian ambassador to the United Nations. But the point remains, Rodney provided a radical left critique of the Congress, from the perspective of class and class struggle, that drove a wedge between the official position held by Nyerere and a militant and principled one. James was compelled to break with the Congress, which he had spent years organizing, because of the position Rodney had taken, stated, and published. James was thus challenged by his former student to break from the compromises he was seeking to build in the run-up to the Congress, trying somehow to bridge the divide between militant anti-government delegates and official government ones. Robert Hill was clear: the activists were looking to Rodney to carry a strong revolutionary line against the official Fandangle 41. What was left of the Congress without the Black Power Marxists was hollow, futile even. Delegates were treated to long-winded speeches, some of which were not even delivered in person. Ahmed C. Kauturi, Guinea's once lauded anti-colonialist, had, according to Soyinka, recorded a 3-hour speech that was played to the hall. Nyerere delivered his own long speech, with sycophantic delegates declaring that both speeches should be considered the basis for discussion at the Congress. Tedium prevailed. As Soyinka records, the takeover, the victory of governments was complete. Anti-apartheid and anti-colonial movements survived the purge, but those opposing Joseph Mobutu and Hastings Bunda, the presidents of the Congo and Malawi, respectively, were simply dispatched with. Even Soyinka was instructed after a message had been sent by the Nigerian government not to speak. This was post-colonial power on graphic display in a single toothless, state-led Congress. 42. Socialism from above. Julius Nyerere had put a great deal of effort into cultivating his image as a people's president who took solitary walks on campus and who debated openly and democratically with his critics. Even his security detail was small, with a motorcade of one. In reality, however, Nyerere's politics was a far cry from such romantic visions. He was a deeply contractionary figure who always defended the interests of the ruling TANU and opposed any genuine struggles from below, which were seen as a threat to the integrity of the state. In his memoir, John Saul reports on Nyerere's high-handed assistance to Sam Nujoma in Namibia. Nujoma, who would become the first leader of the independent state of Namibia in 1990, was then under fire from critics in his own movement, which was seeking independence from South Africa. Nyerere, Saul reports, protected Nujoma from criticism by conniving in the arbitrary jailing of democratic claimants in SWAPO in exile. 43 SWAPO, the Southwest Africa People's Organization, is the synonym for the Namibian Liberation Organization founded in 1960. Worse criticisms were to come, including Nyerere's smashing of strikes at Mount Carmel rubber factory, or when the Tanzanian government made an important policy statement in 1973 called Mwongozo, a charter of workers' rights reviving the radical aspect of the government's ujamaa and socialist policy. When workers themselves attempted to implement rights that were supposedly safeguarded by Mwongozo, their actions generated fear and repression by the government. Other examples abound, including the ruling party's suppression of the Ruvuma Development Association, RDA, which created 17 self-governing villages from 1963 to 1969, but whose autonomy and success became a threat to politicians who banned the RDA and sought to bring the initiative under party control. 44 The shine was coming off Tanzania's people's president and the state's championing of ujamaa. Many also rubbed up against Nyerere's rough side. Rodney himself had seen his host's limits when he spoke of Fanon's theory of revolutionary change in late 1969, and later when he had seen how the TANU wanted to choreograph the 6th Pan-African Congress into a state-led jamboree of post-independence leaders, bullies, and murderers. Earlier, Rodney witnessed the invasion of the campus by the Field Force Unit in 1970 when the student leader, Simon Akivaga, originally from Kenya, was, in Saul's words, dragged at gunpoint down the cement stairs of the central administrative building, then tossed like a sack of old clothes into an army vehicle and sped away to expulsion from the university and from the country. 45 Another example was the savage beatings of student protesters in 1978, long after Saul and Rodney had both left. When a prominent university historian, Arnold Timu, had the courage to speak up and criticize the government's response, he too was dismissed, sacked from his job and told to leave the country, forced to forge a precarious career outside Tanzania. When he met Saul in 2001 in Dar es Salaam, he explained to his interlocutor that he had sworn to himself not to return to live in Tanzania as long as Nyerere was alive. Saul writes that he thus offered a perspective on Mwalimu and his democratic sensibility. 46 Across Tanzania, Nyerere's former loyal allies, fellow travelers, and comrades were still drawing the lessons. It had, after all, taken some years for the true nature of regime to reveal itself. Each of these acts exposed the shallowness of Nyerere's democratic and socialist declarations, let alone any claim to be empowering the poor in the struggle against their exploiters. Saul explains that this was because he took the potential challenges of nation building much more seriously than he ever took the imperatives of class struggle and socialist construction in Tanzania. 47 Saul is both right and wrong. Surely a deeper criticism would see the impossibility of building socialism in Tanzania alone, or anywhere else, in the context of the pressures of global capitalism. When there were genuine efforts to transform society from below in Tanzania, these were systematically broken. Make change by all means, the ruling party seemed to say, but it must be directed and limited by state authority. The sort of socialist transformation that Rodney and Saul both wanted could not come from Nyerere's Tanzania, and, in different ways, they both left the country with the same lesson. But what did they propose in its place? Many, if not the overwhelming majority of Rodney's comrades and interlocutors, saw in Mozambique, which in 1974 was close to independence, a popular and radical alternative to the revolution that had run aground in Tanzania. Could the national liberation movement in Mozambique, Frelimo, be trusted as a vanguard party to serve the interests of the popular classes, or would the better path be for the working classes to power popular transformations in their own name? Many radicals leapt from liberation movement to new government, in a game of leapfrog, hoping to find a state that would somehow resolve the challenge of social transformation. For many, including Saul, Mozambique was the next stop. However, the new state was invariably confronted with the old problem. At the Third Congress of Frelimo in 1977, when the party officially swung behind Marxism/Leninism, many threw themselves with great gusto behind the project of socialist change from above being declared in the capital of Maputo. Ruth First, the exiled South African revolutionary, was hard-nosed about the failures of independence in the 1960s and 1970s. Writing in 1970, she argued that decolonization had been little more than a bargaining process with cooperative African elites. 48 But she remained an enthusiastic advocate of some of these projects on the continent. In 1975, she wrote to her husband, Joe Slovo, "I must say I'm thrilled to bits. Tanzania is one thing, but Mozambique. Wow." 49 As critical as she was of efforts at transformation from above, 2 years later she moved to Maputo to contribute to exactly this project. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, Rodney's attitude toward Tanzania's socialist experiment was broadly favorable, always critical, but supportive. Karim Herji, a student and friend of Rodney's, explained that Walter leaned towards the hope tendency, and that progressive forces in the country had to enhance the work against the reactionary ones, but within the current political setup. The struggle at this time, 1970, Rodney argued, was against the bureaucracy who opposed and obstructed the initiatives and projects of Nyerere's Ujamaa. His student comrades Shivji, Herji, and Henry Mapalo, for example, were more critical and had started to craft a thoroughgoing critique of the state and Nyerere's apparent socialism. 50. In 1972, in a classic statement of his support for Ujamaa and Nyerere's projects in Tanzania, Rodney published the article Tanzanian Ujamaa and Scientific Socialism in African Review. Like all of Rodney's writing and work at the time on Tanzanian socialism, it is a serious and considered endorsement. Rodney does two interesting things in the article. Firstly, he draws a clear line between the African socialism celebrated by Senegalese President Leopold Senghor and others, and Ujamaa. However, they had similar elements prior to 1967, and Rodney argues that from the Arusha Declaration to Mwongoza, there was a real commitment to rural, socialist transformation. The second interesting feature of the article is Rodney's impressive effort to connect scientific socialism to Ujamaa, through a historical account of the development of Marx's work in pre-revolutionary Russia. Although Rodney's position would later shift, there is still much that warrants study. For one, his support crafted in careful study for Nyerere's Tanzania is clear. Rodney writes, Tanzanian Ujamaa has begun to make the decisive break with capitalism. The evidence lies in the Arusha Declaration, in the Mwongoza, in the Tanzam Railway, in the nationalization of certain buildings and in virtually every act of Tanzanian foreign policy. Tanzania Ujamaa, limited as it is in actual achievement, can substantiate the claim to be the ideology of the majority of Tanzanian producers in the countryside and the towns. 51. Even then, however, Rodney was beginning to shift his position, gradually and surely. Indeed, in his response to Shivji's far-reaching and powerful analysis on class and capitalism in Tanzania, Rodney was increasingly favorable. Just 2 years later, in 1974, Hergy recalls that Rodney was close to turning his back on the Tanzanian project. In Hergy's words, H's views on socialism in Tanzania retained a modicum of hope. But now he accepted that a reactionary bureaucracy was wresting control of key institutions of the state. 52. In a lecture Rodney delivered in 1975 at Chicago's Northwestern University, called Class Contradictions in Tanzania, he discusses the tensions in the country after the implementation of the Mwongoza guidelines. Rodney's modicum of hope was still present, and he had not yet made the decisive shift away from the projects in Tanzania. As he explained in his conclusion, it would be difficult at this time to make a prognosis about the immediate resolution of the said contradictions, whether progressive tendencies or more reactionary tendencies will win out. I have a certain confidence, perhaps, a confidence tinged with hope, that the trend will in fact lead, even in the short run, towards the resolution of these contradictions in favor of the progressive elements among the working peoples. 53. It is worth contrasting Rodney's sure and full shift in position on Tanzania's socialism with that of his teacher and comrade C.L.R. James. Hergy describes James's lectures and talks in DAR in the late 1960s and 1970s as brilliant but largely static with regard to Tanzania's projects. For a time, James and Rodney shared a favorable position on Tanzania's trajectory, but there was a crucial difference between the two men. Hergy writes, Unlike his erstwhile mentor, Walter's stand was a dynamic one. He learned from practice. He paid attention to the facts, the life of the common person and the views of other comrades. James, by contrast, had not paid enough attention to the shifting facts of Tanzania. 54. Though Rodney had been positive, full of hope and energy for Tanzania's transformation, he changed his position, and had the courage to do so. Hergy is absolutely correct when he explains that in Tanzania, he started off with much hope, came to realize the primacy of popular struggles, and went on to implement that in practice in his place of birth. 55. Walter Rodney, with his own brilliant and distinct arguments, faced a profound predicament of agency and revolutionary change. Who exactly would power the socialist transformation that he wanted to see? Indeed, it was one that he would not resolve so long as he remained in Dar es Salaam. Leaving DAR. By summer 1974, Walter felt he had reached the end of the road in Tanzania. Moreover, he and Patricia both wanted their children to experience life and childhood in Guyana, and Georgetown in particular, where they had not only friends but family. There were other factors that pushed them hard to leave. Walter was quickly arriving at the conclusion that Nyerere's path to socialism had been exhausted. His criticism of the state's efforts to reform the country and find an appropriate Tanzanian path to socialist change, which Rodney had started to develop himself, was an important element in the decision. Issa Shivji's demolition of Tanzania's early post-Arusha efforts had influenced many who had previously been sympathetic to Nyerere and the ruling Tanganyika African National Union. Many who had been associated with the University Students' African Revolutionary Front were beginning to break with any hope that Nyerere's TUNU could be reformed. Yusuf was forced to shut down by the government on November 9, 1970. Even if the vision of Marxism it celebrated contained its own limitations and omissions, it had rejected nationalism, believing that socialism was only a viable project on the international plane while providing a thorough challenge to Nyerere's hopelessly compromised Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism, in Rodney's view, should present a socialist vision for the continent, not only an anti-colonial one, and a government-led one at that, as Rodney argued in 1974. Interestingly, when Yusuf was banned, it was criticized as promoting foreign ideologies, namely Russian, and their publication, Chech, was criticized for being named after Vladimir Lenin's Iskra. However, even for Yusuf and many of those associated with it, more radical versions of national liberation fell within a perspective that did not vary fundamentally from Tanzania. On this dimension, Frelimo, the liberation organization leading the fight against the Portuguese in Mozambique, which shares a long border with the southern edge of Tanzania, was the preferred organization for many Yusuf activists. Liberation, in their view, could only take place by guerrilla struggle, led by an armed organization from the countryside. Frelimo was friendly to Yusuf comrades and shared the analysis produced in Chech and later Maji Maji. Activists from the university and Yusuf went on quasi-military field trips to liberated spaces in Mozambique, producing a pamphlet to challenge reactionary propaganda against Frelimo in Tanzania of '56. There simply was not, even among the left-wing critics of Nyerere, a perspective that criticized the armed struggle. In fact, it was frequently presented as the sole way to fight for real liberation, whether that was simply anti-colonial or socialist in nature. For them, the only real road to freedom required an armed movement. Penning his document about the 6th Pan-African Congress in early 1974, Rodney already knew that DAR could not become his permanent home, nor could it continue to serve as a guide to political action. In his last months in DAR, he thought seriously about the years he had spent in Tanzania and reached the same conclusion as Tanzanian scholar Chris Peter and politician Sengondo Mvungi in 1986. Who argued that the death of Yusuf at the end of 1970 nipped in the bud the growth of a real revolutionary left in Tanzania of '57. The signs were already there, for those who cared to see them. The country was on the verge of a rapid descent into authoritarianism, which would escalate through the 1970s, leading to the widespread suppression of workers' struggles. During that time, Rodney would become a vocal critic of the regime in DAR. In 1971, the Mwongozo Guidelines, issued by TUNU to encourage popular involvement in Ujamaa, led to a response by workers with occupations and strikes in state and private businesses and factories. However, these efforts at popular control were broken by the state. The post-Mwongozo wave of workers' struggles, and the state's response, was the subject of extensive analysis by Shivji scholarship, on which Rodney would draw in one of his final courses, taught in Hamburg in 1978.58. By 1974, the family had become deeply embedded in Tanzanian society and culture. All three of their children spoke Swahili. Though the family was tempted to stay, and professionally speaking, it would have been easy, since Walter was a popular and respected colleague and comrade. Ultimately, Walter and Patricia could never consider the country home. Walter had to consider carefully where he could position himself to make a political difference, where he could help shape struggles taking place that might empower another world. For Walter and Patricia, this could only be Guyana. In 1975, Walter reflected, "I could have become a Tanzanian citizen," and indeed thought about it seriously. The question is, what does that really mean? You change your legal status, you become a new national and, therefore, hopefully you open both to the advantages and disadvantages of being a national of that country. But beyond their legal status, which could easily be revoked, as Rodney reflected, there were other more significant obstacles and challenges. It is much more than a legal definition that makes one effective, he explains. One must have a series of responses and reflexes that come from having lived a given experience. Walter spoke, for instance, of visiting a marketplace for food and supplies and his inability to bargain in the Swahili manner without being perceived as an outsider. 59. Yet, he goes on, to do this requires a proficiency in Swahili that is a lifetime task to be truly embedded in the language, beyond the niceties of greetings. This deeper understanding is essential, Walter explains, to master the higher level of perception which normally goes into a culture. And I didn't believe that I could afford that. The world from which he came drew him back with incredible force. His home, as a revolutionary and a man, would always be the Caribbean. Chapter 9. Returning home. Soon after the 6th Pan-African Congress, Rodney left the country. Patricia and the children had already departed in May. Walter Bgoya, who had grown close to the family, was sad to see them go. Nevertheless, through the publishing community and occasional personal messages, he would remain connected to them. In London, Rodney would regularly visit the office of Bogalelovicha, where he would hear updates on his friends in Guyana. Walter and Patricia's departure from Tanzania was one they had planned for a long time, even if it became mired in uncertainty. When Walter had taken up his initial appointment in Tanzania in July 1966, these plans were, as we have seen, upended, and the family had returned to Tanzania after Rodney's expulsion from Jamaica. On October 31, 1972, Walter wrote to Mr. Karam, the registrar at the University of Guyana, explaining, "I have been advised to forward my curriculum vitae directly to you." He had been told that the head of the history department had indicated that there was no vacancy but that there was a post available as Director of Caribbean Studies, a position Rodney asked to be considered for, while also hoping to apply for an appointment as Professor of History. He writes that though he is contractually obliged to be present at the University of Dar es Salaam for some of 1973, he could leave in December 1. It seems Rodney did not receive a response, though, like many academic positions, it is often contacts within the university who provide information about positions or inform colleagues and friends about vacancies. On May 14, 1974, Rodney wrote once more to the university, this time to Mr. Peter Ramkissoon, the assistant registrar. He stated, "It appears from your letter of January 2, 1974 that I am required to reapply for any given post, in spite of my standing application of October 31 and your own reply of December 29, 1972, which stated that my application was on file and would be considered when there was a suitable opening." Rodney had been informed that an advertisement had appeared in the Daily Chronicle, a Georgetown newspaper, in April, for the post of Professor of History. He wrote, "I am formally responding to this advertisement." In a strange and dismissive response sent to him in DAR on a standard stenciled form, he heard back on August 20, stating, "I wish to advise you that you have not been selected to." Rodney's hope of an appointment had been clarified in a personal letter, dated May 22, 1973, from his friend Clive Thomas, an academic at the University of Guyana. In a conversation Thomas had with the Vice-Chancellor, he was assured that Rodney would be offered a job at the university. "I asked him to review the correspondence so far and write to you as clearly as he can indicating the position. He has promised to do so, and I will give him a reminder." The Vice-Chancellor apparently also absolutely assured me, "The politicians have not been involved at all, nor does he expect that they would, as there can be no question of your coming back." However, apparently there were forces within the university and the Department of History who were working against Rodney's appointment. Presumably, Robert Bobby Moore was one of these. He had taught Walter history years before, and now when Thomas spoke to Bobby about your application, he claimed he never knew that you had applied for a job. Thomas explained, trying to get to the bottom of what was going on, that I am avoiding him whilst I get a feel of who, if anyone other than Bobby is lying to me. Rodney, for his part, was determined to return, whatever the forces arrayed against him. 3. Guyana was going to be the family's home. Shaka, Kananai and Asha were discovering it properly for the first time. The capital baptized Georgetown by the British in 1812, in honor of King George III, was the administrative center of the port and colony, and had about 12,000 inhabitants. In the half-century since the Rodneys' return, the city has grown rapidly and today has a population of about 235,000, roughly one-third of the population of the country. Though the city was marketed as the Garden City of the Caribbean, it was, and remains, a place of poverty and squalor for thousands. Open sewers, rubbish strewn in boggy canals, and informal, basic housing for the poor, stand in contrast to a number of elegant colonial buildings downtown. One contemporary observer of the city noted, in 2018, that despite these striking contrasts, the city maintains nevertheless a particular charm due to its street life, the commercial streets and the very young and mixed Indian, African, Amerindians, Venezuelan, and Brazilian population. 4. Upon the family's arrival in this poor yet vibrant city, there was little time to adjust to the move from Tanzania before Rodney was thrust into the limelight. Almost immediately, Walter became the source of national controversy. The situation was alarming, and even though there were many offers of work, as we will see, doubt overshadowed their prospects for properly settling in Georgetown. It remained unclear where Walter would work and how they would establish stability. Yet there was hope and expectation among Guyana's activist community, and more widely. The longtime Pan-Africanist militant Yosi Kwayana describes the mood ahead of Rodney's return home. The whole country was looking forward to Dr. Walter Rodney, even before he set foot in Guyana. From the time he was banned from Jamaica and came to the notice of the public as a son abroad, he was a very popular figure in the imagination and hearts of the Guyanese people. 5. In spite of the uncertainties of work, the family returned. By the time Walter arrived, the children were already in school, and Patricia was working with the Georgetown City Council. She was hired as the matron of a daycare center in East Ruimveldt, not far from where the Rodneys lived for the next 6 years. By September 1974, Walter's cold shouldering had become known as the Rodney Affair. On September 18, he issued a public statement. "It is with considerable reluctance," he writes, "that I am addressing myself to the news media at this point in time regarding a government-created problem." He explains in the statement that it is now well known that my appointment was approved through the regular academic channels and that it was disallowed for supposedly political reasons. Absent from the country for 14 years, he writes, he had played no active role in national political life. It was now time for the government to explain itself. Rodney made clear his commitment to return and teach in Guyana. "My professional training was carried out at the expense of the people of Guyana and the British Caribbean. To be denied the opportunity to pursue my profession at home is tantamount to being condemned to exile and hence to be cut off from direct access to the community which was my sponsor." Even in this determined political statement, commenting on what had become an international issue, his commitment to Guyana and the Caribbean resounds. He concludes, "I shall not be intimidated. But once more it is necessary to emphasize that it is not a matter of mere personal predicament or personal resolve." 6. With their intervention to prevent the appointment of Rodney, the government had generated a storm of international protest. From the UK he received a letter from Miss Duncan, who had been an adoptive mother to the couple when they lived in London from 1963. She wrote to Walter from Tufnell Park, North London, on September 4, telling him, "Regarding your affairs, arrangements have been made for the next meeting at Conway Hall and we intend to do some picketing at the last meeting." Expressing concern for Pat and the children, she writes, "As I close this letter, I am asking God's blessing be with you always." 7. Arrival and reactions. With support from Walter's and Patricia's parents and other relatives, the family began to acclimatize to their new life in Guyana. The children, however, missed Mashaka, their caregiver in Dar, their friends, and the freedom they had known in Tanzania. The children found it strange that people did not normally greet each other in Georgetown, and they were sometimes teased in school because of their names. The job situation forced on Rodney by the regime in Guyana meant that he was obliged to take up international offers of employment. The family of 5 lived, for a time, on Patricia's income and Walter's overseas teaching and research contracts. In 1979, Patricia returned from studying in Jamaica and was denied her former job. She was informed that she was overqualified for that position. Now both of them were unemployed. She had interviewed and was offered several other positions, but those offers were quickly withdrawn. In May 1980, she began work as a research assistant at the University of Guyana. In spite of the deliberate attempts by the government to continually harass and intimidate them, the family was attempting to build a healthy and safe environment for their children. Walter was in almost constant motion, moving between continents, accepting temporary teaching positions, applying for grants, and sending his CV to colleagues or high schools, and even if there was not a vacancy, requesting that it be filed for a possible future post. On one of these trips to the United States in 1979, he met with the Kenyan student Jem Wakalu, whom he had met briefly in Tanzania in 1972, a former student leader at the University of Nairobi. On July 22, Wakalu wrote to Walter, who had returned to Atlanta, his frequent base when in the States. After pleasantries, he wrote, "Now down to serious discussion. It struck me deeply then to learn you had no job. It is disappointing. It is nevertheless part of the struggle to disarm progressives and divert their attention from profound social crisis. By holding you down to the search for bread and other basic means for survival, it is hoped, I presume, to frustrate you and slash or break your will. I know they are mistaken. Please let me know how and where you are. I'd like, with others, to send you something to buy bread with. My friends are students too and children concerned about Kenya, Africa, and oppressed peoples worldwide. 8. This is an astonishing letter. It was both a fairly accurate analysis of Rodney's situation and an expression of deep solidarity and concern with a practical offer to help. By preventing Rodney from working at the university, Forbes Burnham had hoped to exile an unruly subject. While he failed, the toll on the family was immense. In the months after the position at the university had been rescinded, there was a constant tide of concern from comrades, colleagues, and friends, each inquiring after the family's well-being. On February 10, 1975, months after the Rodneys had arrived in Georgetown, Patricia and Walter received a letter from Edward Alpers, who they had known in London. Ned had also studied for his PhD at the School of Oriental and African Studies under Richard Gray, in the same years as Walter, and then worked for 2 years in Dar. He wrote, "I was profoundly disturbed to hear of the circumstances in which the government moved against you, Walter, although I was not particularly surprised that they did." Alpers, who was then teaching at the University of California in Los Angeles, explained, "The Committee of Concerned West Indians has been circulating its flyer about your case here, as elsewhere, but I don't expect that Burnham will be any more moved by international protest than were the rather more anonymous French authorities who caused the termination of Chouret Canale's post in Paris. 9. In a warm and familiar tone, Alpers asked, "What are your plans then? I heard recently that you are devoting yourself full-time to politics. Presumably, if you get this and reply, it has been decided to give you a certain amount of leeway, although safely away from the university and a normal means of support. Are you working, Pat? How are the children?" The letter is intimate and kind, recalling their children playing together in Dar Shaka and Joel and photos taken in 1973 of the two boys, and how Joel still lingers over them. He gives news of Abdul Sharif, a mutual friend from Dar, who had recently visited. 10. Concern for the Rodneys came from comrades internationally, but it was also provided practically by local groups. In late 1974, Navin Chandarpal, the president of the University of Guyana Students' Society, UGSS, wrote to Walter expressing complete disgust with the actions of the Board of Governors on the question of your appointment. 11 Walter was then invited to run a 10-lecture series for UGSS on aspects of capitalist and socialist development, which included lectures on the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, and the Cuban and Chinese revolutions. A UGSS magazine, The Student, from January 1975, advertises the support fund for victimized members of the university, focused also on Mohammed Insanali. A prominent opponent of the regime and a lecturer at the university, Insanali was a leading figure in the Guyana National Liberation Front. In July 1973, the university's Board of Governors decided not to renew his contract. He was in effect fired. The two men, Rodney and Insanali, were now in a similar position. The Student reported that on Friday, January 24, 1975, the UGSS held an impressive ceremony to mark the commencement of lectures by Dr. Walter Rodney and Mohammed Insanali. The president of the UGSS, Navin Chandarpal, brought the audience up to date with the incidents relating to the refusal of the Board of Governors to employ both Dr. Rodney and Mr. Insanali. He said that this was a calculated attempt by the present regime to prevent progressive elements to lecture at the university. However, the UGSS has decided to have both lecturers at UG, in keeping with the resolution which was adopted by students at the beginning of the academic year. This was a bold and courageous act by an organized student body, and an open and daring snub to the government and the Board of Governors, who had effectively declared Rodney persona non grata at the university. The students declared that a course would be run by excluded professors who would teach them the radical history that the regime wanted to keep out of the university. The article reports, the last speaker was Dr. Rodney. He pointed out that what is termed the Rodney affair is an issue which goes far beyond his appointments. Burnham's statement, reported in a Caribbean press, that the government did not deny him employment is one of patent absurdity and insult to the Guyanese people. How can this be so when the board comprises higher government and party officials? He made it clear that he would not use the university as a political forum. His course, however, will be taking a definite ideological trend. Point 12. Rodney was enthusiastic, though the university would not, he stated, be used as a political forum. He saw these lectures as an important opportunity for a radical riposte. He would not be silenced. In a letter to Chandarpal on January 6, he confirmed his availability to speak and expressed his desire that the lectures would be open to all students and possibly to the public. 13. Within a very short time, letters and invitations started to arrive, both as acts of solidarity and opportunities to pull in a rare and radical voice to their universities and colleges. In October, James Turner from the Africana Studies and Research Center at Cornell University wrote acknowledging a letter and proposal he had received from Walter. We would like to extend to you an invitation to join us as a research fellow, the purpose of which would be to prepare the data you have collected in Tanzania into a publishable monograph to be printed as part of our monograph series. In addition to this unpaid position, Turner also invited Rodney to accept a position as a visiting associate professor for the spring semester. We are prepared to offer you a salary of $5,000. For this, the equivalent of about $24,000 today. They expected that he would be with them for 6 weeks to 2 months to conduct a seminar. 14. The offer was clearly intended to provide Walter an opportunity to earn an income and continue his research. A month earlier, Walter had received a letter from James Millett at the Department of History at the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine, Trinidad. News of Walter's situation had traveled fast. Millett wrote, "Would you be willing to consider seriously a position at St. Augustine, or do you particularly want to be in Guyana? I suspect you want to be there, and there alone, but I want to know. If you are agreeable, I shall then open up the question of bringing you here. There is a post at the senior lecturer level in the field of Caribbean studies. I propose that we fill it and appoint you to it, if you agree." 15. Millett's instinct was, however, correct. Patricia and Walter's decision to return to Guyana was definitive. It was their home. Even if Walter had not been prevented from taking up a post at the University of Guyana, and was forced to pitch for work, short lectureships, and visiting research positions, as a scholar, he would have traveled to some degree. Now, however, travel had become essential to his continued employment. Despite the travel and work, Rodney remained a family man, intently focused on his children and partner. Patricia recalls how every Friday evening he would have a family meeting with his children to review their homework and ask them questions about their progress at school and what the week had been like for them. In their family, there was no rigid wall of adulthood separating the lives of parents and children. Rodney involved his children in his work, taking them to the archives with him and, as Patricia recorded in 2016, whenever possible he even took his children on international, regional, and local trips. Often, he would take them to Linden, the center of the country's local bauxite mining industry, and an important area of political organizing. 16. Black Studies and Rodney. As a noted Pan-Africanist, scholar, and activist who had helped to breathe political and historical life into Black power in Jamaica, Rodney was an obvious choice to anyone who wanted to develop academic programs in Black studies or politics. Robert Chrisman, the editor of The Black Scholar, one of the first journals of Black political thought in the United States, wrote to Rodney on February 4, 1975, about a retreat in San Francisco Bay Area in March. The aim of the retreat, called the Pan-African Movement, What is to be Done, was to focus on the prospects of the Pan-African movement and, in Chrisman's words, the significance for liberation struggles in Africa, the United States and the international Third World community. Promising to pay for travel and costs, Chrisman urged Rodney to attend. A few months later, he wrote again to Walter explaining that we were all tickled to get your letter of May 26. We enjoyed your participation in our retreat very much and felt that you made a profound contribution to our understanding of race and class, nationalism, and Marxism. The letter and Rodney's paper, which he had enclosed for publication in the Black Scholar, had, Chrisman reported, brightened our day. 17. As we have seen, one of Rodney's principal bases in the United States was Atlanta, and specifically the Institute of the Black World, IBW, which officially opened on January 17, 1970. The history of Black and Africana studies, the study of people, politics, and culture of Africa, and the African diaspora, in the United States is worth a minor detour, since Rodney played a part in the development of these fields. From the late 1960s, across the U.S., Black student groups began to insist that universities and colleges set up Black studies programs. As we saw in the example of Vassar College, it was frequently through the militant activism of Black students that new courses and centers were established. In a major study of the period, Winston A. Grady Willis explains that these centers, courses, and programs were one of the most tangible and significant manifestations of the Black Power phase of the larger human rights struggle. 18. Across the United States, it was directly as a consequence of student and community action that Black studies started to gain ground. Frequently, demands were made not only for a transformed curriculum but also for the provision of separate residence, targeted financial support, and widening access for Black students. For instance, Grady Willis records, at Cornell University an armed contingent of the Student Afro-American Society occupied the school's administration building in 1969, an action that led to the establishment of the Africana Studies and Research Center. 19 Atlanta, where Rodney was a prominent and regular visitor, was part of the same wave of action. In April 1969 a group of students at the Atlanta University Center attempted to raise their concerns to the Board of Trustees. When this effort failed, they locked themselves in with the board members. Grady Willis notes that 29 hours and an informal agreement later, student activists unchained the doors and released their dazed hostages. 20 Within a remarkably short period, embryonic programs were established, and approval for a Black Studies program was conceded. New Black faculty members were appointed to head these programs, and wider recruitment of students was promised. Perhaps the most prominent of the centers that emerged from this ferment was the IBW, which was first envisaged in 1969, and formally opened in 1970. According to its statement of purpose, the institute had at its heart a project aimed at the convergence of black intellectuals who are convinced that the gifts of their minds are meant to be fully used in the service of the black community. It is, therefore, an experiment with scholarship in the context of struggle. 21 Though explicitly focused on the whole African world, there was an initial stress on America. The statement of purpose was accompanied by a program that sought to lay out the objectives of the Institute. It included developing new materials for teaching black children, forming creative linkages with other concerned activists and scholars in the global African world, sponsoring seminars, workshops, and conferences, and launching a publishing program. The program concluded with a commitment to creating a new cadre of men and women trained in the scholarship of the black experience and wedded to the struggles of the black world. 22. Each of these objectives were shared by Rodney. Indeed, both the Institute's influence on his own work and his imprint on the Institute itself were clear. The IBW set itself apart from mainstream academia, in that it was not just a center of Black or Africana studies, but a place where the dominant perspectives about the world could be challenged and alternatives built. One of Walter's close friends and comrades, William Strickland, saw the IBW as a place where certain Marxist notions could be challenged, specifically the tendency on the radical left to downplay the role of race in the United States. The approach of the Institute was irreverent toward both mainstream thinking and popular conceptions of radical theory and practice. As an intellectual environment, it was creative at the same time that it was subversive. In the summer of 1969, prior to the IBW's formal establishment, Atlanta activists and scholars organized a workshop for students with a conference on Black studies. The atmosphere was electric. The world was being reshaped by activism, and new areas of study were blossoming. As Grady Willis explains, the period was marked by the eclectic cultural and political movement of Black Power. 23 Rodney, we must recall, was not simply a brilliant though peripheral visiting scholar to these gatherings, he was an intimate part of the movement's flesh and bones. As we have seen, his groundings with My Brothers marked his extraordinary contribution to Black Power in Jamaica in 1968, and was an original, if not a founding, statement of the formation of radical Africana or Black studies in the region. The book became required reading in training sessions and community programs. The conference program included talks by C.L.R. James, Robert Hill, and Rodney, who had arrived via Uganda dreadfully ill with malaria. Its fusion of activism with scholarship meant the environment at the IBW spoke to the urgency of the period and was unlike other academic hubs. Joyce Ladner, who would become a close friend of Patricia and Walter, was a senior research fellow at the Martin Luther King Center for Nonviolent Social Change in Atlanta and spent a year at the Institute from 1969. She noted that it was the single most productive year of my academic career. I wrote more. I taught. I had this incredible energy personally, and yet it was such a collaborative environment. 24 From the start, however, there were severe problems related to funding, as Vincent Harding, the first director, lamented. There were fantasies about the millions of dollars of American guilt money pouring in. It never happened, and there was, for the entire life of the Institute, a constant and ferocious struggle for funds. The political environment was ripe not just because of the astonishing struggles taking place in the United States with the Black Power movement, but also on account of the extent of political upheaval in the Caribbean, Southeast Asia, and Africa. There were several popular lodestars, the Cuban Revolution and the mass demonstrations against the American war in Vietnam, but also the gathering battle for independence and socialism in Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, and Angola. Amilcar Cabral was an immensely popular figure. As a leader of nationalist forces in Guinea-Bissau, he sought to apply Marxist theory to the African Revolution, refusing easy formulations. He too was drawn into this extraordinary political awakening. Activism informed the spirit of the IBW, ensuring it remained infused with the energy of the time. As Grady Willis explains, propelled by grassroots activism in poor and working-class black neighborhoods in Atlanta and throughout the United States, a core group of college students and intellectuals in the city took it upon themselves to transform the Academy, the IBW, a movement-centered think tank located in the house that Webb Du Bois had occupied decades earlier. There, an engaged black intellectual life and discourse began to flourish in international dimensions. 25. One of several initiatives of the IBW in which Rodney was deeply involved had been its second ever summer research symposium, held in 1974. Organized under the theme Black People and the International Crisis, Where Do We Go From Here?, the symposium included lectures on the struggles of black people in the United States and abroad, and the history and political economy of the international crisis. Over a 6-week period in public lecture forums, recordings were made of each session, which were then made available, distributed for classroom, workshop, community, and religious group study on C90 cassette tapes. The technology was relatively new, having only been used in the United States from 1964, thus, the distribution of these cassette courses by the IBW was highly original. One of these cassette tapes included Rodney speaking on the politics of the African ruling class where, the program notes, Rodney sketches a general picture of the present state of affairs on the African continent, concentrating on the ruling class, which although a minority, determines the destiny of millions of people. In exchange for his role in the summer school, Rodney received a check for $448.16, about $2,000 today. In July 1976, the director of the IBW, Vincent Harding, wrote to Rodney asking him if he would serve on the Institute's board of directors, which meant overseeing the programs of the IBW and establishing goals, objectives, priorities, and strategies. On the brink of the 21st century, Harding explains, we are trying to raise the right questions, to put forward the best possible analyses of the black condition and American and world society, and to do whatever we can to press our people and this entire society towards fundamental transformation for all humankind. Rodney had been nominated to serve on the board because of the respect and admiration of the black community here and abroad, which would bring credibility and legitimacy to the IBW. Harding explained that the entire staff hoped that he would agree to serve the Institute. Walter readily agreed to join the board, which would meet once a year. Funding had been precarious from the start, and one of the challenges to which board members had to put their minds was the IBW's immediate financial problems. Rodney, engaged in his own long struggles to keep mind and body together, and to support his family, was asked in a letter on October 27, 1976, if you know of any sources where we might get small emergency grants, $1,000 to $5,000, or if members could, 1. contribute whatever he/she can during this period. $100 to $250 had been pledged by several board members, and 2. write to 5 to 10 of their friends and associates asking them to make a tax-deductible contribution before the end of the year. Considering Walter's circumstances, this was probably not the most appropriate letter to send, yet it expresses well the perilous state of finances of black studies, which had led Harding to end his July 29 letter with the words, "If we can make it through the rest of the summer." 26. Travel, income and political work. Rodney's astonishingly varied activities required almost continual travel, both for work, in the narrow sense of earning an income, and for open political work. However, the two were inevitably linked. Wherever he went, he talked about the struggle in Guyana and spoke to solidarity groups, Guyanese exiles, students, and workers. Invariably controversial, Walter's talks frequently appeared in the papers. Early in February 1975, the radical Trinidad-Tobago newspaper Tapia published a report by Sil Lohar on a lecture delivered by Rodney called Socialism, Pan-Africanism and the Caribbean in Trinidad. Rodney's visit, Lohar explains, was long overdue. For long the brothers and sisters had studied his groundings, looked forward to welcoming him in their midst. Someone observed how ironic it was that this former UWI lecturer, now hustling, scrunting freedom fighter, would have to speak from a lectern in the Trojan horse, the gift which the Americans gave to the country when the 1941 Chaguaramas base lease was renegotiated. As usual, Rodney spoke without compromise. On this occasion, Lohar wrote, he was lavish in his attack on the pseudo-socialists who are to be found everywhere in the Third World. Even Tanzania's president was not exempt. He branded Nyerire's African socialism as petty bourgeois nationalism that was neither African nor socialist. Everyone is now a socialist, he said. That everyone felt the need to identify with that ideology was the clearest recognition of its validity. The attack on the so-called pseudo-socialists in the Caribbean was intentional and would have hit close to home, given that the islands of Trinidad and Tobago are less than 7 miles off the coast of Venezuela and about 375 miles from Georgetown. Rodney targeted an entire class that he saw as holding back progressive change in the region, and across the Third World, while serving the interests of U.S. power. Lohar continued in his account of the lecture. Rodney argued that all these pseudo-socialists have the ideology of self. For them, socialism is a stepping stone to gain. Rodney saw them as so much debris, as obstacles in the path of the development of genuine socialism. To the surprise of those in attendance, Rodney identified himself with the petty bourgeoisie. Yet, he noted, they could exempt themselves from this stigma by serving the interests of the working class. He was challenged on this point by a young Indian graduate, who pointed out that only the workers can lead a socialist revolution. Intellectuals like Rodney can only betray it. 27. Later in 1975, in November, Rodney was speaking as a guest of the Student Federation at the University of Waterloo in Ontario, Canada, where he spoke about the Third World. He explained that in the last decade, the volume of Marxist literature has increased and so have the number of intellectuals willing to acknowledge themselves as Marxists. However, Rodney argued, there is still much argument that Marxism is a 19th-century philosophy in a 20th-century world. People are discovering that the political questions of today are being asked by Marxists. The question of multinational corporations controlling the Third World economies were first asked by Marxists. 28. In 1976, on November 11, the Stanford Daily reported on a talk Rodney gave at the university that analyzed the situation in southern Africa. The analysis, he argued, was not simple, since every contradiction is represented. When one grasps the contradictions as a totality, he observed, Southern Africa is automatically a revolutionary situation. Each conflict is sufficient cause for revolution, but together they are explosive. The reports explained that Rodney compared the situation to just before the overthrow of Tsarist Russia. Discussing U.S. involvement on the continent, Rodney claims that the U.S. stepped into Africa as a neo-colonist police force, ensuring the continuation of colonialism when European imperialists were unable to do so. Then, according to the report, Rodney turned his attention to the Soviet Union and how the nationalistic Pan-Africans want to keep both the US and the USSR out of Africa and let the Africans do it themselves. Meanwhile, the internationalist Marxists fear both capitalistic and Soviet imperialism and believe the latter is the greater threat. Rodney disagreed with both views. The US is already entrenched in Africa and can only be removed with the aid of non-capitalistic countries and their arms. 29. The article was accompanied with a photograph of Rodney speaking, mid-sentence, in a leather jacket and smart, high-collared shirt. Light from the auditorium reflects in his glasses, his face is relaxed and calm. If Rodney's life of an activist was already difficult, now he was being pulled simultaneously in different directions, constantly pitching for research funding and traveling for seminars, conferences, and workshops, while also participating in almost nightly meetings and informal talks to groups of workers and comrades. Through all of this, it would have been easier to take permanent work outside Guyana, but this was never something he and Patricia seriously considered. Indeed, as we have seen, they both felt a deep emotional and political connection to their home and felt it was their responsibility to bring their children up in Guyana and to join in efforts to transform the country and the lives of the poor. As part of this effort, on November 13, 1975, Walter wrote to Sister Hazel Campaign, headmistress of St. Rose's High School in Georgetown. He explains, "This letter is a follow-up of our recent conversation in your office, during which I inquired about the possibility of part-time employment at St. Rose's High School. As a university undergraduate and subsequently, I studied courses which qualify me to teach to the equivalent of A level the following subjects: 1. History, 2. Economics, 3. Economic Geography. My A-level qualifications include English literature and Spanish, and I would hold myself available to teach these two subjects. I understand that there are at the moment no vacancies, but this formal application would be placed on record and could be considered if the need arises. 30. Teaching in a high school would probably have been regarded by Walter as important, even vital work. After all, he had spent time helping to develop the high school curriculum in Tanzania, work that he had brought back with him from Dar es Salaam to complete. At the same time, he was under increasing pressure to look for other avenues of work and income. In the end, the need for his services did not arise at the school, and Walter continued to work on short contracts overseas. The Rodneys continued to resist efforts to draw them out of Guyana. In May 1976, Walter was offered a position teaching African history at Addis Ababa University in Ethiopia, recently reopened after the country's revolutionary struggles. Muradwolda Ariga, chairman of the history department, wrote, "All members have recommended that I approach and try to interest you in coming to Addis Ababa. You are fairly well known to Ethiopian students. You know their revolutionary fervor." Of all the offers that Rodney received after 1974, this would have been one of the most attractive. In 1974 the regime of Emperor Haile Selassie was overthrown in a revolution, events which Rodney would have followed with interest. Ariga urged Rodney, "If you cannot absent yourself from your present post for long, the department will be prepared to make any arrangements that may satisfy you." In August, Rodney was offered a visiting professorship for the following year at the Ahmadu Bello University in Nigeria. As the head of history explained, "Many of us here have read your books and articles and feel that you can contribute towards the type of teaching and research orientation we want established in the department." Rodney responded promptly that he was not available, because of political responsibilities in Guyana. 31. Letters of support and solidarity continued to arrive from comrades and friends. Congolese activist and scholar Ernest Wamba Diawamba responded to a letter of Rodney's in an intimate reply on July 31, 1976, "I am also glad to hear that your domestic situation is in good shape. The primacy of internal contradictions commands that our domestic situation be the starting point and the ending point with the whole world in between, singularity generality singularity. If this point is shaky then we have difficulty trying to focus." 32. Indeed, Rodney's domestic situation was foundational to his life's work. In July 1976, Pierre Y. Paradis from the Canada-based International Development Research Centre informed him that his application to the centre had been successful, and that he was being granted a Research Associate Award. The plan was to conduct research on the colonial political economy of British Guyana, from 1884 to 1934, research that eventually became a history of the Guyanese working people, 1881 to 1905. Rodney submitted a proposal, in July 1977, suggesting a start date of September in 1977, and an affiliation with the Institute of Commonwealth Studies in London, where he would be based with his family. The award, confirmed in a letter on August 18, would total $27,100, around $86,000 today. The amount might seem generous, but certain things had to be accounted for. The entire family was traveling, the return to London, where the colonial archives he needed to consult were based, for the party of 5 cost almost $10,600, and the duration of the research period was long, from April to September 1977. Typical of research grants, every penny had to be reported, and Rodney kept scrupulous records. Upon their arrival, Rodney's schedule of travel to archives and universities across the UK was ambitious: regular trips to the newspaper archive in Colindale, and travel to the Lancashire Record Office, the Essex County Record Office, libraries in Oxford, the Liverpool Record Office, and public and university libraries in Glasgow and Edinburgh, as well as the Scottish Record Office. It was a period of intense and painstaking work, travelling, frequently alone, across the UK to spend time in archives by himself, the peculiar solitary work of a historian, which in Walter contrasted with the dramatically social and public work of a revolutionary activist. The official statement of proposed work submitted to the Canadian Research Fund the previous year did not reflect his real objectives. Rodney sought to present a historical account of the emergence of working-class unity between black and Indian workers in Guyana. Activism was once more at the heart of his historical work. The family returned to Georgetown, and Rodney was once again writing to former colleagues in search of other opportunities to speak and teach. The archival collection in Atlanta shows Rodney's meticulous budgeting for the research trip to the UK, a stipulation of the Canadian grant but also consistent with his own penchant for careful organization and planning. There was not a category for discretionary expenditure, or family costs, so the hunt would have been on for work as soon as he touched down in Georgetown. Writing to George Jackson, who Walter believed to be the dean of the Essex Community College, on September 23, 1976, he explains, "I am functioning as an independent researcher and I lecture from time to time in North America. I wondered whether it would be possible to get a paid speaking engagement at Essex Community College, during the first week of November." Rodney suggests that he speak on the situation in southern Africa but understands that in recent times, budgetary constraints have become all-powerful, so that if you cannot act it will not be too surprising. 33. Within a few weeks he received a response. Writing from Howard University and the School of Social Work, George Jackson clarified, "I am aware of some of your problems but am glad to see that you are still a black scholar. Unfortunately, I am no longer the dean at Essex. Black scholars are not welcome there." Instead, he forwarded Rodney's request to a colleague, Judith Miller, then director of Black Studies at Seton Hall University, in the hope that they might be able to use your services. Jackson expressed pleasure that Rodney was still a black scholar. Yet, remaining so was never a choice for Rodney, it was an identity tied inextricably to his political and revolutionary activity, for he knew that history, in the right hands, was an indispensable tool to craft activism that could change the world. History and research were the air he breathed, and he could no more surrender them than hand over his heart and lungs. 34. It is important to state that upon the Rodneys' return to Guyana, they did not find themselves in a period of desperate foraging for work. Of course, Rodney had wanted a permanent position at the university, which was snatched from him as he arrived home from Tanzania. Perhaps the best account of the period is provided by his wife, Patricia. "We were never desperate for money. Walter wanted to work, that was his right, and he also raised funds during his trips for the Working People's Alliance. But I had a job until I returned from the University of the West Indies with a Bachelor of Science degree in 1979. Every other position I applied for after that was blocked by Burnham." 35. The family coped and coped well. When speaking in the Caribbean, he was often forced to be circumspect, which was certainly the case when it came to his planned lecture at a conference called Contemporary Ideologies and the Christian Faith, hosted by Trinidad St. Andrew's Theological College. As Idris Hamid, director of the college, explained in a December 18, 1976, letter, the conference would seek to provide an opportunity for study of the contemporary ideologies such as socialism, capitalism, Marxism, and their socio-political manifestations. Rodney was asked to deliver 4 lectures, starting with a survey of Marxist philosophy. This was clearly more than delivering a research paper at an academic conference, the usual format for such conferences. Instead, Walter was required to teach and then stay on for the entire duration as a resource person. All costs and a modest honorarium would be provided. However, Rodney was advised by Hamid on January 22 that to avoid any problem on arrival he should indicate to immigration that you are here to attend a seminar and not to give any lectures. The speaking permit required would delay or prevent Rodney's participation. Interestingly, on the program of the conference there is no mention of Rodney's name. Indeed, its inclusion might have set off fireworks in Trinidad and alerted the authorities to his presence. After the conference, on April 12, Idris Hamid wrote to Rodney once more, this time addressing the letter simply Dear Walter. He enthusiastically offers his thanks, on behalf of the Caribbean Ecumenical Program and the participants of our seminar, we wish to thank you most sincerely. Your lectures were very stimulating and informative and were appreciated by all. We were also happy to have your wife with us. As we have seen, Patricia was not an extra on the Rodney show, but participated actively in the world of activism and academic conferences. This small indication that Patricia traveled with him to Trinidad for the duration of the conference between February 15 to 18, in addition to the far longer period she and the children spent in London in 1977, shows how deeply integrated they were in his activities. 36. Living, working, and surviving as an independent scholar required diligent organization. Visiting lectureships and conferences and research fieldwork had to be organized months, and occasionally years, in advance. The Rodney's trip to London in 1977 had to be set up in September of the previous year to tie in with the Canadian-funded research he was planning to conduct over this period. W. H. Morris Jones, director of the Institute of Commonwealth Studies, wrote to confirm that you will be arriving in April. I am arranging that your 3 meetings should take place on 17 and May 31 and June 14 at 5:00 p.m. The Institute of Latin American Studies will be combining with us on this operation, as well as the Center of African Studies at SOAS. 37. In a sense, this would have marked Walter's return to Bloomsbury and the University of London, where he had studied for his PhD years before. During his period in London, Walter ensured that he also spoke to activist groups. Indeed, this was among the most important of his engagements. On June 25, he received an invitation from Ikenemho Okumalo of the Pan-African Association of Writers and Journalists in Britain to speak for 30 minutes on the subject of the black writer in a white racist society. As you may know, Okumalo writes, we are a poor and newly formed organization and the maximum fee we could offer you would be £10. An enthusiastic thank you for the most interesting talk was sent in July. 38. In early 1978, Walter was once again organizing his year of work, travel, and teaching. This time he was headed, as a visiting professor, to Hamburg, where, as we will see, he was to deliver a path-breaking lecture course on modern African history and political economy. Plans for the course had already been put in place the previous year. On February 18, Rainer Tetzlaff, a radical German scholar and activist who was coordinating Walter's visit, wrote to provide certain administrative details, including monthly pay to the amount of DM 3,500, approximately $27,000 today, a high monthly figure. Nevertheless, it was, once again, one that had to include all expenses, not least the extortionate airfares from Guyana to Hamburg. In addition, this was the only significant salary that year for the family. Every penny had to be carefully budgeted. On March 6, Tetzlaff wrote to Rodney with details of flights with British Airways, leaving Georgetown on April 5 and arriving in the afternoon the next day in Hamburg. The cost was an astronomical 1,487 Deutsche Marks, equivalent to $12,000 today, one way, to be deducted from his monthly salary. Although the era of international air travel had arrived, it was still almost entirely the domain of rich. If one were funding their own travel, either they did not travel far or they took a boat. The only way Rodney was able to travel was if he was funded by a university, and his hefty $27,000 salary was quickly diminished. 39. When news spread that Rodney was in Hamburg, he received invitations to speak from other universities and scholars. On May 11, Wilfred Roerich, a political scientist at Kiel University, invited him to present a seminar to students on African problems. A student would collect Rodney, and he would be invited for a drink to a nice place in Kiel with my tutors and some of my students after the course. Rodney accepted. Rare were his refusals. In June, he also presented seminars at the Free University in Berlin. 40. Even while Rodney was in Hamburg, he was fielding requests and invitations sent to Guyana. The celebrated economist and historian Emanuel Wallerstein wrote on May 25 to ask if Walter would be interested to become an adjunct professor for 6 weeks to teach and work at the State University of New York in Binghamton. He would be joining other Marxists, including Perry Anderson, Giovanni Arrighi, and Ramkrishna Mukherjee. This position would run for 3 years, and he would receive a stipend of $5,000 and round-trip airfare, about $20,000 today. There would be about 9 hours of graduate and undergraduate teaching a week, with supervision of students. Many thousands of miles away, the message was conveyed to Walter perhaps by Patricia, and he called, as Wallerstein suggested, on reverse charges. Wallerstein in turn wrote to him again to suggest dates for his visiting position in either October and November that year, or January and February the following year. Wallerstein suggested the former dates. When the weather was better, he would teach Africa in world system perspective and the historical sociology of the plantation system. Wallerstein signed off, "I'm delighted that you will be coming." Confirming in August, he wrote again, suggesting, "Frankly, why don't you start from scratch and compose your own reading list?" The official, bureaucratic letter from Binghamton was sent on September 6, with full confirmation of the 3-year position as adjunct professor of sociology effective from September 1 and ending August 31.41. So started a fruitful, though truncated, collaboration, though it was only a matter of months before it would be tragically cut short. Chapter 10. Building the Party. There was no wall of steel separating the teaching and research trips Walter made to the United States or Europe from the political work he undertook in Guyana. After all, the center of his world was the liberation of Guyana. Each time he visited Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Los Angeles, New York, Hamburg, or London, he lobbied, organized, and fundraised for the Working People's Alliance, WPA, of which he was one of the leaders. While founded in Guyana, the left-wing organization's work was international in scope. In July 1976, one comrade, Josh McClendon, who was based at Howard University in the mid-1970s, reported to Rodney on the group's aim to inundate the Guyanese and West Indian communities in Washington, New York, and, hopefully, in California with the political educational materials from the WPA, thus widening our constituency. The case for scientific socialism must be taken over, built and be advanced by the WPA as it goes through its party-building programs. This will be a means of staking out a distinct proletarian identity at home and abroad. Indeed, communicating with party comrades at home and abroad was an important part of the WPA's and Rodney's work. Through his enforced travel, he had the opportunity to promote the party's programs, build support for WPA groups internationally, and, crucially, raise funds. In this sense, the pain and separation forced on the family by his regular travels, often for very long periods, had also become indispensable political work for the WPA. McClendon, a WPA activist in the United States, gave his opinions, reporting on this party work of support groups and new members in a letter to Rodney in 1976. Consolidating the structures of a vanguard party, of course, entails even more than those efforts marginally performed at present, he wrote. Apart from fundraising, we are planning to launch, soon, a Caribbean Liberation Support Committee which might better, organizationally at least, promote the programs of WPA. Josh explained that some books, the Lenin volumes, were being sent to the party in Georgetown by boat, to save money, and that they would likely arrive at the end of July. The rest of the letter describes the activities of a committed exiled party worker, collecting money, organizing reading groups, and raising awareness of the struggle in Guyana. McClendon continued. Our personnel are few, but in time we should be growing in numbers and intensifying our work. Our study group, the one formed after you left, is going fine with about 25 people. It is international but not yet organized for political work under one banner. We're taking time to groom and to set things up tidily. Meanwhile, a few of us are working with the Guyana National Association and are succeeding in politicizing the group, making it aware of the farcical PNC People's National Congress socialism and the need for scientific socialism. Signing off the letter, McClendon wrote, PNC is talking now of ultra-leftists and of saboteurs in the mining industry. Clearly, their ideological position is revealed in these attacks. Further, they're recognizing that the WPA is a force to be dealt with. Fight them. We're behind you all the way, comrades. 1. So commenced a period in Rodney's life of full-time political activism. In some respects, it was the practical consummation of everything he had been working toward in his adult life. He threw himself into political organizing as an activist who enthusiastically got his hands dirty in the daily nitty-gritty of building WPA branches in working-class areas and speaking to bauxite, sugar, and rice workers. He popularized political material as a necessary and urgent task of party building, a difficult and undervalued skill, retelling vital lessons from Guyana and Africa's past, explaining that the unity of Indian and black workers had existed in the past and could again. Rodney thus brought his understated brilliance to the work of revolutionary organizing in Guyana. The political stalemate. To understand the political world to which Rodney was returning, it is necessary to survey what had happened in the years he had been away. Though he had been following events in the country through correspondence, conversations, newspapers, and books, he had to be in Guyana to get a real sense of what was happening and how he could intervene. Walter had already left for his studies in Kingston when the People's Progressive Party, PPP, for whom he had campaigned as a boy, won the election in 1961 with a small margin. Despite the fact that the party had gained almost double the number of seats of the People's National Congress, the aftermath of the elections had seen terrible racial violence, with mass demonstrations headed by the PNC, and a general strike. After a few weeks, British authorities stationed in the country intervened, with the governor announcing a state of emergency. In the racial divide of the country, the PNC garnered the support of the Afro-Guyanese population, about a third of the country's population at the time. Though the PPP was officially multiracial, its electoral constituency came from the Indian population, who then made up almost approximately 40% of the population. The PPP leader and then premier of the country, Chetty Jugun, received the hostile and paranoid attention of the Kennedy government from Washington, who labeled him a communist. The Central Intelligence Agency compelled the UK to assist in a program of political sabotage inside the country in the early 1960s, using, among other means, Forbes Burnham and members of the PNC to destabilize the country. Burnham had split from the PPP and formed the PNC in 1958. He was a smart, though brutal, political operator who spoke about the radical empowerment of Guyana's black population and socialism while receiving funding from the CIA. Chetty Jugun was born in Guyana in 1918 to parents who had come from India. His father was a bus driver, a career for which he would have been regarded as a lowly member of the Indian middle class. Despite few spare resources, the family sent their son to Queen's College in Georgetown, the same elite school where Rodney would be educated a generation later. An exceptionally able and bright student, Jugun attended college in the United States at Northwestern University. After graduating in 1942, he returned to Guyana the following year with his future wife, Janet Rosenberg, who Chetty had met when he was studying dentistry. The American was a student nurse at Cook County Hospital, a public hospital in Chicago. The couple married on August 5, 1943, and moved to Guyana in December of that year. 10 years after the coup led by the British colonial administration against the first PPP administration, Similar processes were again at work. Elected in 1961, the British were nervous about granting the country independence with a radical leader and party in government. 2 years later, the British, under pressure from the United States, carried out a constitutional coup that ensured that Jugun's PPP would not be elected. The British were mindful of U.S. interests and recognized that British Guyana, as Guyana was known before independence in 1966, fell under the U.S. sphere of interest, no matter Britain's hefty commercial interests in the sugar industry estimated at $400 to $500 million, approximately $4 billion today. Point 2. In astonishingly candid communiques between Washington and London in 1962, U.S. Secretary of State Dean Rusk explained to the UK Foreign Secretary Sir Alec Douglas Home, "I have reached the conclusion that it is not possible for us to put up with an independent British Guyana under Jugun. The continuation of Jugun in power is leading us to disaster in terms of the colony itself, strains on Anglo-American relations and difficulties for the inter-American system. I hope we can agree that Jugun should not accede to power again." However, this was going too far, proving too crude even for the British government. The response from Douglas Home asked, "How would you suggest that this can be done in a democracy?" 3. Fear that another Cuba was about to break out on the United States doorstep was too much to countenance in Washington. Despite such initial reluctance, the British knew what side their bread was buttered on. It was not long before they accepted the U.S. edicts. The plan was multi-pronged, involving a carefully orchestrated program of destabilization and changes to the electoral system. Historian Mark Curtis explains, "The CIA helped to organize and fund anti-Jugun protests in February 1962, which resulted in strikes and riots, and during which, in fact, the British sent troops to restore order. But the centerpiece of the CIA's cover operation was funding the general strike that began in April 1963 and lasted for 80 days. Using $1 million allocated for the purpose, CIA agents gave advice to local union leaders on how to organize and sustain the strike and provided funds and food to keep the strikers going. This strike was publicly cited by British officials as evidence that Jugun could not run the country. Point 4. At the same time these activities were taking place, the US and UK governments were hatching other plans. In March of that year, the US Consul General in Georgetown, Everett Melby, confirmed an agreement between the US and UK governments, a shift to a proportional representation (PR) system for the colony, it was decided, would be the best way to unseat Jugun, replacing the PPP with a more democratic and reliable government. 5. We can be fairly confident that this more democratic language was merely a disguise for what was really taking place, a barefaced electoral scam to make it more difficult for the PPP to win elections. Later in 1962, the US President and UK Prime Minister were in direct communication. Kennedy approved the plan hatched by the British and expressed his gratitude. His problem, he remarked, is one in which you have shown a most helpful understanding of my special concern. 6. The plan involved bringing the political leaders of British Guyana to London to force a solution to the political instability, rioting, and strikes and to set up a new electoral system based on PR, which would, in their estimation, work as a ballast to racialism. For a colonial government who had spent decades fostering such racialism, this was a hideous joke. The actual coup took place in October 1963 at a seemingly benign constitutional conference. Elections, the attending delegates determined, would be held under a new system of proportional representation, with the promise that the country's population of about 500,000, including both its large Indian community and smaller African community, would receive their just and proportional share of political power. Though Jugun and the PPP rightly complained at this open attempt to drive the party from power, they held on to the illusions that an incoming Labour government in the UK would overturn the PR plan. These hopes, however, came to naught, and in October 1964, the new Labour administration in London would neither accelerate the plans for independence, nor replace the new electoral system. The coup was signed, sealed, and executed. Elections in Guyana were held in December 1964, and though the PPP won a larger share of the vote, and more seats, Forbes Burnham's PNC formed a government with the United Force, UF. The chicanery continued almost unabated after 1964. The Office of the Historian at the U.S. State Department released documents in 2005 that detailed clearly the extent of the continued intervention in Guyana. In the words of the report, the U.S. government acted on a covert political plan to defeat Jugun by funneling secret financial support, campaign advice and expertise, and other assistance to the two main opposition parties. Though in the 1964 elections Jugun's PPP secured most seats, the PNC and the UF together won more seats and were thus invited to form a government. The UF was a conservative party led by Peter de Aguiar, a businessman who drew his support from the small Portuguese population, while attempting to build a constituency among the Amerindian population. Immediately after the elections, Jugun refused to step down, and he had to be removed by the governor. Seeing the PNC and Burnham as the most popular anti-Jugun party, the United States distributed films and publications blasting the PPP, slashed most aid to British Guyana, and rejected Jugun's requests for senior meetings with U.S. officials, in an effective effort to undermine him. Forbes Burnham, an avidly pro-American leader, took power at the end of 1964. Born in 1923 into a relatively prosperous Afro-Guyanese family, Burnham was the only son in a family of 3 children. His father was the headmaster of a Methodist primary school just outside Georgetown. Burnham did well in school and won a scholarship to study for a law degree at the London School of Economics, graduating in 1948, mixing with a generation of nationalist figures in London, including Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah. He was one of the founders of the PPP in 1950, becoming the party's chairman, with Jugun as the party's leader. Burnham split from the PPP in 1955, forming the PNC 3 years later. The United States continued to provide financial support to Burnham, his party, and his political allies in the UF party as well as the state in general, the police, and the unions. Declassified U.S. documents provide detailed evidence. As a key area of potential unity in Guyana's working class, the country's unions were targeted by the United States in its efforts to shore up Burnham's divisive power base and maintain the country's racially divided class structure. There was even a small management group formed to keep Jugun out of power, made up of the Presidential Special Assistant for National Security Affairs, the ambassador, and officers in the Department of State and the CIA. The U.S. encouraged an earlier date for independence using a combination of racial prejudice and cunning. A memorandum between members of the management group explained on July 14, 1964. With the British in British Guyana and the East Indian population growing, there is always the chance that the British will change the rules of the game, example coalition, a new election. In this regard, it is probably true that Jugun feels he still has a chance so long as the British are around. With the British gone, Jugun himself may decide to bug out. The chances for violence probably won't increase significantly with independence. Generally speaking, the East Indians are timid compared to the Africans and, without the British to protect them, they might be even more timid. Also, it is conceivable that a British military presence could be maintained even after independence. 8. Kedis's response to this is scathing. He writes, now that the acceptable leadership had taken office, Guyana could be granted independence, which proceeded in 1966. The Anglo-American constitutional coup to remove the nationalist threat had successfully countered the democratic voice of the unpeople of British Guyana. 9. After independence in May 1966, the country, henceforth known as Guyana, received U.S. support for road building and certain development projects, as well as food aid. Though the cynical coalition between Burnham and de Aguiar, leader of the UF, barely held together, the United States fought hard, until the end of 1968, to maintain this state of affairs. The loyal watchdog of U.S. interests in Guyana, Burnham met with President Lyndon B. Johnson on repeated occasions in 1966. Declassified documents also show that the U.S. approved funds to ensure that the Burnham-Diaguiar coalition won the December 1968 elections. The die had thus been cast since 1964. With ethnic violence and division overwhelming the country, and a pseudo-left, Black Power premier in Burnham, the country became a carnival of reaction, one that led many activists to leave independent Guyana in despair. WPA activist Rupert Roopnarine remembers the period. "I had become so disenchanted with what had happened in Guyana in the 1960s. When I left there in 1962, February, it happened. The burning of the city. PNC/Burnham led demonstrations against the government on February 16, 1962, led to dozens of businesses destroyed by fire and looting. When I left in 1962, I did not even wait for exam results to leave. I left even before the exam results came out. 10. It was a progressive and radical generation who left." The news that reached Roopnarine throughout his voluntary exile in the 1960s would have done nothing to reassure him. On the contrary, as he described in 2012, he felt that the way in which Guyana had developed in the 1960s, what had happened then, really removed any possibility of progressive politics that was non-racial. This was the politics of Apanjat na Boleba, which in Bhojpuri, a Hindi dialect spoken in Guyana, translated as "don't forget your kind," an idea that had become ingrained in Guyana by the mid-1960s. In the 1970s, Roopnarine studied in the United States, where he rekindled his earlier friendship with Walter. The two men had known each other as children in Georgetown. Their conversations convinced Roopnarine, in his words, that there was a real movement, a real possibility, that space was opening up. "Walter," he concludes, "persuaded me to come home, and I did." 11. Following independence and the PNC victory in the 1968 elections, with the United States ignoring to Burnham's use of fraudulent absentee ballots, the country became increasingly divided by race. This was in no way mitigated by Burnham's decision, in 1970, to declare Guyana as a republic committed to socialism and non-alignment. His pseudo-radicalism extended deep into activist circles, inside and outside the country. For example, unlike the government of Trinidad and Tobago, Burnham refused to ban the American-based advocate of Black Power, Stokely Carmichael. In fact, at a rally on December 12, 1968, the Prime Minister endorsed the Black Power movement, describing it as the consolidation and strengthening of the rule of the black man and the brown man over the resources and destinies of Guyana. 12. The PPP and its supporters, long bludgeoned by the ruling party, now extended limited support to the PNC on the basis of the adoption of a more radical-sounding politics. Efforts among different groups on the left that eventually came together to form the WPA in 1974 emerged, in part, from these frustrations and a determined effort to break from the sectarian past, the prolonged nightmare of the country's decolonization. The origins of the WPA. To meet these challenges of division and racial conflict, a new organization had to be built. Efforts at building unity between Guyana's main communities were taking place amid the country's worst racial strife many years before Rodney returned to Georgetown. One gathering of left-wing writers was the New World Group, which was an informal group of intellectuals, writers, and activists from the Anglophone Caribbean. Established in Guyana in 1963, as the country grappled with its legacy of racial division and underdevelopment, the group published its formative working notes towards the unification of Guyana. The list of members was impressive and pan-Caribbean, including many of the region's most acclaimed writers and activists, among them Norman Girvan, Sil Lohar, George Lamming, and Andy, formerly Sandra Williams. Committed to rethinking the region's politics, the group became a home for radical thought. Indeed, their orientation was to thought, not action. When Rodney was asked to join the group in Jamaica in 1968, he declined, saying, "This is interesting, but I'm not really into all of that. I am going to go into the ghettos. To ground with the Rastafarians, and this is what we need to do, learn from the masses." 13 In Guyana, The New World group focused in on the central weakness of the left, which they diagnosed as rooted in the racial divide between Indians and Africans, as well as in Burnham's propensity toward corruption and election rigging. The disillusionment extended to PPP, which members of New World regarded not as a socialist organization but, in the Guyanese scholar Nigel West Mawes's words, a curious amalgam of a labor and business base drawn from the Indian population. 14 If the New World did not see their role as organizing resistance to the country's racial polarization, they could clearly see the predicament faced by Guyana's poor. From 1966 to 1970, Burnham and the PNC's domestic and foreign policy almost exclusively followed the prescriptions of the West. Guyana's voting record at the United Nations, for example, in this period was identical to that of the United States. Though Burnham tacked left from the late 1960s, West Mawes notes, most astute observers saw the PNC's newly discovered radicalism as simply opportunistic, largely provoked by domestic issues. As racial violence and division continued to escalate through the 1960s, other groups were formed to challenge the state's politics of divide and rule. One of these, established on the campus of the recently founded University of Guyana, was an organization of radical students and faculty members called Ratuan. West Mawes writes that Ratuan, formed in 1969, mobilized a strident anti-imperial voice to condemn foreign penetration of the economy while providing support for labor struggles. Invited to speak by Ratuan, the Black Power leader Stokely Carmichael addressed an audience in 1970 at Queen's College, Rodney's alma mater, explaining that Black Power was only for people of African descent. 15 Clive Thomas, a Ratuan activist, had tried to convince members, especially Indo-Guyanese activists, that this was not the organization's position, but his efforts met with limited success, and most had walked out. Each of these groups represented efforts by activists, through groups, meetings, and publications, to press for unity, some of which were successful, and others were not. These early foundations of unity, the new politics, as West Mawes calls them, were assisted by joint, united action. The shooting of Ratuan member and university lecturer Joshua Ramsamy in October 1971 was another spur to action. Ramsamy was in his car outside the Guyana National Cooperative Bank when gunmen approached and fired several shots. He was rushed to the hospital where he underwent an emergency operation performed on him by his brother, a surgeon at the hospital. Ramsamy lived, but the attempted assassination provoked an enormous anti-government backlash. The Movement Against Oppression, MAO, was yet another organization established to challenge the PNC's political impunity and brutality. In the aftermath of the assassination attempt on Ramsamy, a united front of 24 organizations was formed, including PPP members and the MAO, to discuss an end to the terror. All of these efforts to combat the PNC government and break down racial divisions in the country took place before Rodney had come back to Guyana. However, his presence in the country would soon help to accelerate these moves toward class unity and opposition. The WPA, formally established in 1974 as an alliance of 4 distinct working-class organizations, from the start saw itself as a revolutionary coalition, rather than a reformist one. The WPA was founded by the African Society for Cultural Relations with Independent Africa, ASCRIA, the Indian People's Revolutionary Associates, IPRA, a small Maoist political party formed in 1969 called the Working People's Vanguard Party, WPVP, and Ratuan. One interesting document in the Atlanta archive is entitled The WPA and the Anti-Imperialist Socialist Revolution. Anti-imperialism was the oxygen to any socialist politics in a region controlled by the United States. The document, arranged from drafts during the 1974 discussions of the founding of the WPA at a conference in 1976, reads today like a party statement. It states boldly the WPA's revolutionary objectives, focused on organizing among the popular and working classes of Guyana, though it noted that other classes may play a role. The motive force of the revolution, it reads, is the struggle of the workers, towards socialist objectives and against pseudo-socialism. However, the document continues, the struggle of the popular forces has been overshadowed by ethnic and racial factors. Yet now, a proletarian internationalist outlook in these conditions, will offer the solution to this problem. This founding statement emphasizes, and we can almost hear Walter's sing-song voice, the importance of studying the people's struggles, teaching the danger of reformism in present-day Guyana, and promoting the revolutionary unity of the working people. 16. Later, in 1974, when Rodney had returned to Guyana, he was drawn into a solidarity campaign for Arnold Rampersad, a taxi driver accused of murdering a black police officer in a PPP area on July 18, 1973. That August, he was remanded to the prison in Georgetown on trumped-up charges. Rampersad was a PPP activist and a taxi driver, 35 years old and a father of 5 children. Together with Yosi Kweyama, the leader of Askraya, and Maurice Bishop, who became Prime Minister of Grenada in 1979, Rodney helped to lead the campaign for justice. It was at the end of his first trial in 1975 that a broad-based Arnold Rampersad Defense Committee was formed, and a worldwide campaign with considerable international support began to demand his freedom. The Defense Committee comprised members of opposition political parties, trade unions, and religious groups. They claimed that Rampersad was being persecuted for his political beliefs. The campaign, which involved public meetings, demonstrations, and picketing, inspired a widespread demand for a fresh trial. In December 1977, after 4 years in prison and 3 trials, Rampersad received a verdict of not guilty. The committee had clearly illustrated the power of unity as different groups and communities came together to demand justice for an Indo-Guyanese activist. At an open-air public meeting during the second Rampersad trial in 1976, Rodney declared, "No ordinary Afro-Guyanese, no ordinary Indo-Guyanese can today afford to be misled by the myth of race. Time and time again it has been our undoing." 17. By far the greatest inspiration of the new politics was a spike in working-class activism. Though co-opted and brutalized by the racialized politics of the PNC in the 1960s, in 1970 bauxite workers went on strike in Linden, the second largest city in Guyana, about an hour's drive from the capital. At that time, bauxite remained Guyana's most important revenue earner. In 1969, the industry had approximately 5,000 employers, with the ore having taken over sugar to become the largest export of the country, earning 60 million Guyanese dollars, then almost half of total exports, approximately $4 billion today. Though bauxite miners were previously loyal to the PNC, tensions were emerging. Supported by Askraya, the strike, in West Maz's words, terrified the PNC because strikes suggested losing workers to the other side. 18. The strike led to the rise of the Organization of Working People, OWP, which Rodney and the WPA acknowledged had taught them a great deal about workers' political culture, saving schemes, hardship funds, and so on. This worker-led, rank-and-file, bauxite-based organization would become a prominent element in the mass labor actions of the late 1970s. As a mass rank-and-file organization, the influence of the OWP on a period of great labor militancy in the 1970s cannot be exaggerated. One of the first OWP publications explained the group's position, much of it on questions of morality and comradely conduct. The OWP recognizes that in any genuine working-class movement the highest discipline of all workers must be demonstrated. No workers must seek to enrich himself. If any worker is found to be exploiting other workers, he or she must be expelled. Workers should treat the problem of a fellow worker as the concern of all. No worker who acts in the capacity of a workers' representative must accept management offer of supervisory position during the period of service to workers. He must first serve his full period as workers' representative. 19. Put simply, the OWP emerged as the voice of workers in bauxite mining in the 1970s. It was a formidable rank-and-file body, in a sector that had seen an astonishing level of militancy since the 1940s, always led by unorganized workers. The OWP was the latest in a line of grassroots worker organizations that by the mid-1970s had effectively replaced the Guyana Mine Workers Union, GMWU, a co-opted, corrupt, government-backed union. Much of this action was wildcat, a term adopted from the British trade union movement to describe unorganized, worker-led strike action. This wildcat action had become a staple feature of industrial life, with workers in the mining sector struggling hard against their own trade union representatives. The major union in the bauxite mining towns and communities was the Guyana Mine Workers Union, and it had, through the 1950s and 1960s, become increasingly remote from its members with headquarters in Georgetown, and prolonged rank-and-file efforts, many of these pre-independence, to bring corrupt officials to justice, or simply to open their books for an official audit. Odi Dakwamina, a former mine worker, wrote in 1987, "Wildcat, unofficial or illegal strikes had become the most popular forms of industrial action through which the workers expressed their grievances." He was not exaggerating. Official statistics record that between 1962 and 1970, there were 47 strikes in the bauxite industry, yet of these the GMWU had only called to the first in support of the trade union Congress's call for a national general strike in 1962 in opposition to the government's budget proposals, and the second, in 1963, against the Labor Relations Bill. 2145 of these were wildcat strikes, efforts by the government, and others, to co-opt the largely black workforce in the mines were, to put it mildly, pathetic. Further action took place in the countryside, encouraged by a generalized militancy. In late January 1973, a land rebellion on the sugar belt on the east coast of Demerara stimulated a new growth in cooperation among the different groups that would shape the WPA. Unity in action, it seemed, was more powerful than any bureaucratic efforts to forge a new politics. The action included the mass squatting on land in Demerara by a multiracial coalition and support base. Terrified, the state intervened violently to evict the squatters. Askraya, confirming its split from the PNC, even called for an insurrection of the landless across all races, which led to further radicalization and action against foreign and local employers and landowners. By 1974, the PNC announced so-called cooperative socialism, an action that only inflamed the rebellion of workers and the landless who deepened their resistance to the state. 22 The elements of unity across class and ethnicity, seen from the early 1970s, began to coalesce in a more organized and radical form. The left turn of the PNC state, ironically taking some of its socialist rhetoric from Nyerire's Tanzania, was a fake anti-imperialism, an effort to win over elements of the popular classes, while shoring up its support base. Indeed, the regime had long been trying to present itself as the true heir to socialism in the Caribbean. As early as 1966, Burnham's PNC had launched an international public relations campaign to present itself as revolutionary socialist, standing alongside the great struggles of the day in Vietnam, Angola, and Mozambique, and with the U.S. Black Power movement. This strategy had served the PNC well, for it had succeeded in silencing certain international voices. At its 1974 party conference, held at Sophia Plantation, the PNC announced what became known as the Sophia Declaration, which declared the paramountcy of the party. As Burnham explained at the conference, it was also decided that the party should assume unapologetically its paramountcy over the government, which is merely one of its executive arms. The entire operation of the state, its various departments and institutions, would now to much unapologetic fanfare fall under control of the party. The direction of travel was clear to anyone who cared to look. In 1973, Burnham had announced, "God says that before you were, I was. The party says to the government before you were, we were. The government has got to be in our system a subordinate agency to the party." These were not unusual political tendencies at the time, and the Sophia Declaration merely stated what was fashionable across many so-called left-ruling parties around the world, exported to a large extent from the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. 23. The 1971 nationalization of the bauxite industry did little to stem worker militancy. The Demerara Bauxite Company, DEMBA, Guyana's largest enterprise with 5,000 employees and sales of approximately $60 million per annum, was nationalized on July 15, 1971, and renamed the Guyana Bauxite Company, GuyBau. At the time, these were common developments in many parts of the Third World, with a majority stake taken by the state. However, little changed for the workers of these new parastatals. Quamina writes, the immediate post-nationalization years, 1972–76, were pregnant with various struggles for control and influence within the bauxite industry and its communities. 24. From 1972, various groups of the Guyanese left came together to discuss a common program for the country. This was work done before Rodney's return, but he followed the developments closely. The establishment of the Race Commission, an initiative of IPRA and Askraya, had visited African and Indian villages to discuss unity and livelihoods. It was from these combined actions among workers in their workplaces and through militant land occupations, campaigns, and support groups that the WPA was formed. As we have seen, the coalition was formally launched in 1974 from these strands of organizing and struggle. Initially, it was just what it said, an alliance of different organizations. However, in 1979 it would be established as a formal political party. One of the statements in the founding of the multiracial alliance was a commitment to create a Workers' and Farmers' Advisory Service to give workers assistance. 25. In its founding statement, the WPA announced that it stood for the revolutionary unity of all subject and liberated peoples and for an economy which will be controlled by the working people for their own benefit, in which every citizen has the right to work and in which exploitation and exploiting classes are abolished. Importantly, the WPA also stressed that it would address the historical exclusion of Amerindians from the political process. 26. If official independence in 1966 had been buried under a mass of racial violence and political terror, with U.S. funding and support, the 1974 birth of the WPA tantalized Guyana with the prospect of real liberation. Elections and revolution. Interestingly, participation in electoral politics was not the WPA's original motivation, rather, it sought education and social action. Due to the many different opinions and perspectives among members of the alliance, holding it together was a balancing act that was not always successful. Members occasionally pulled out, withdrawing their support. The electoral issue was less simple than it might seem, and the internal debate over this question went to the heart of what the WPA was. If the WPA was a revolutionary organization, then to many it seemed irrelevant for it to participate in elections to a rigged parliamentary system, in which real economic power was not part of the electoral contest. Indeed, a party might have influence among groups of workers in certain workplaces, plantations, and mines, but not necessarily in neighborhoods and communities. Among WPA membership, the question of elections was passionately discussed. These issues were fleshed out in a draft perspective paper on just this question, held in the Rodney archive. The paper is undated, though it was likely written late in 1979, ahead of a national poll scheduled for 1980, neatly typed with key phrases and words underlined. It is quite probable it was written by Rodney. It has his typical clarity, with little time wasted on rhetorical or stylistic flourishes, and a rigor of analysis characteristic of his pen. The whole document deals in a serious and thoughtful way with questions that most radical and revolutionary left organizations, at some point, must confront. The 7 long pages of closely typed analysis contain approximately 5,000 words and start with the assertion, "We state frankly that we are not an electoral party." 27. However, whether to stand in elections is a tactical decision, not one of principle. It is, the perspective document states, never absolutely predetermined one way of another. The task of the WPA is to study and analyze the social, political, and historical situation in Guyana. Across the Caribbean, the decision about standing in elections by the left has varied. the paper notes. As an example, it cites the decision which it supports of the New Jewel movement in Grenada and of the United Labour Front in Trinidad to contest elections. The WPA was established to generate the broadest possible grouping of forces of the socialist, progressive, and patriotic type while ensuring the active expression of the popular will of the revolutionary masses guided by their central organization. The WPA must respect, the report continues, the spontaneous struggle of the masses against the well-entrenched neo-colonial and bureaucratic state. The main field of struggle is among self-organized workers, of whom the paper lists a few examples: Linden mine workers, quarantine school teachers. A serious consideration is the involvement of foreign forces, imperialist interests that would work hard against any possibility in elections for a party to be elected that stands against the WPA's objectives. In the last 10 years, the paper continues, we have learned more and more about specific CIA intervention in Guyana in 1963 as well as their general technique of penetration in Latin America. Yet there is a tension in the document, one that no doubt reflects a real ambiguity that existed inside the WPA on the question of elections. On the one hand, elections were not and would never be where real power was decided. Recent experience in the country had demonstrated this clearly, in 1963, and a decade before in 1953. Yet, on the other hand, if the working class in Guyana were to step up activities, then it might be possible to ensure that the registration and the conduct of elections have at least that degree of neutrality necessary for reasonably fair elections. The PNC government had deeply eroded the possibility of open and democratic politics. The paper reports how in September and October 1977, public meetings had been disrupted by PNC thugs, as part of a far-reaching campaign against public displays of democracy. The government had used the Public Order Act, brought in by the colonial authorities in 1955, to counter the struggle against colonial rule. There was no fundamental space for democratic organizing, a condition that deepened the WPA's suspicion about the ability of elections to unseat the ruling regime. In 1976, Burnham had already urged the WPA and its fraternal organization the OWP to stand in elections and to match words with action. Yet the WPA focused instead on socialist education and worker mobilization, more effective, the report pointed out, than matching words in feudal parliamentary debate. The PNC would have preferred for the WPA to be filled with illusions about the parliamentary role, which would have diverted their energies from working-class mobilizations. Instead, the paper continues, WPA had set itself the task of scientific ideological education of the working class so that elements of this class would strengthen themselves for the leadership of the society. But the paper nevertheless asks, is there room to move into the arena of electoral politics? 28. Though the paper comes down firmly against standing in the country's national elections, there is an ambiguity on the question. We say that the electoral road at this stage of the development of our movement would represent not a broadening of our activities but a deflection from our original commitment. The cost would be too great in terms of neglect of basic aspects of working class education and mobilization. The Alliance's raison d'être was to deepen working class self-confidence and self-organization. Given the limited resources, comrades, time, and equipment, there was a need to focus exclusively on this objective. Indeed, education and mobilization were the central elements of party work. Finally, the paper argues that the WPA should not stand in the elections. Doing so would change the WPA's entire political culture and sow illusions and hopes in changes at a general election, rather than in building a participatory socialist democracy based on workers' contribution to production. The paper states that even in a functioning bourgeois democratic system, it leaves multi-class winners to look after the workers' interests and to emancipate them from above. This vision of democracy is nonsense, it explains, with the population only coming alive politically at the time of a general elections. There is no real democracy in this model of democratic practice. The forthright and passionate tone of the report is worth citing in full. Condemning bourgeois elections, it states, years of mass revolutionary work are sidestepped, abuses are tolerated, and all hopes are placed on those 5 minutes at the ballet box once every 5 years. Under any definition of real participation in decision-making, this is an eviscerated democracy, a bleak, hollowed-out democratic charade that plays out every few years in the United States, Britain, and Guyana. It is, the report argues, a repetitive electoral cycle that results in an endless circulation of the elite and those who serve them. Rodney, of course, rejected this model, arguing that it offered the working class and poor of Guyana nothing. 29. The document is scathing about the electoral pantomime, but there is a whiff of ambiguity. It states that the major electoral parties have in their turn proved insensitive while in power, leaving a trail of racial bitterness. Yet the WPA welcomes the recent statement of the PPP expressing interest in building a government of national unity comprising progressive elements. Does this mean there would be a government of national unity distinct from the bourgeois electoral system that the report has just roundly condemned? Since the WPA, in the words of the report, believe that the working people of Guyana can forge such unity independent of the electoral system, what role could there be for the alliance in such a government of national unity, which would presumably involve contesting elections? 30. In this sentence there seems to be no possibility of being part of a government of national unity, based on the existing electoral system, since the WPA is founded on the premise of developing a workers' democracy. Rodney's call for a government of national unity in his 1979 article People's Power, No Dictator, remains a slightly ambiguous demand. Indeed, it is one that has been criticized. 31 Still, the paper provided an illustration of the lively debate on the electoral strategy by the WPA in the late 1970s. By contrast, Jugun's PPP was an electoral party, a machine engineered to win elections. Though its militants were trained in the politics of the left, PPP members did not engage in popular political education. Even as a much younger man, Rodney felt that the PPP was not, and could not, lead the necessary radical pedagogical work among the poor. Its entire preoccupation was the electoral game. Rodney, in contrast, recognized that as an intellectual, for whom there was inherent danger of becoming alienated from the working class, he needed to redouble his efforts to listen to, and learn from, the concerns and realities of working class life. Rodney encouraged members of the WPA to, like him, travel regularly to villages to meet people, and to visit plantations and factories to discuss the conditions of work among workers. He went to learn, but also to teach, something he did across Guyana. His biographer Amzat Bakari Yabra explains, he gave history courses open to everyone outside his house. 32 The entire structure of political organization was in contrast to the PPP. Reflecting on the history of the WPA, in 1979 the document states, forks have emerged which can lead to genuine national liberation and genuine self-emancipation of the working people. 33 In the struggles that have taken place, African and Indian groups deepened their class consciousness, and exclusivism in racial terms has had to give way to serious political analysis and political work. The document continues with a list of activities in which the WPA was engaged since its founding. All activity took place away from the electoral cycle and was based on building from the bottom up. The historic recommendation by the sugar unions that 25% of the sugar levy should be placed into a fund for paying a cost of living allowance to all Guyanese workers whose weekly wages were below the minimum. The campaign, in defense of urban and rural housewives and workers in support of bauxite workers. WPA support for the quarantine teachers, the solidarity strike of the two sugar unions, GAWU and NASI, with the striking bauxite workers in December 1976, the solidarity march of the OWP with Arnold Rampersad during his second trial, the formation of the loose grouping of four unions, taking a class approach to the whole question of workers' democracy. These examples, the paper concludes, represent a significant development for true democracy. 34 With the growth and extension of these activities and movements, the working class could contribute in its own name to the development of the country. The document ends with a clarion appeal to another type of worker-based democracy, founded on the workplace, the mine, the plantation, and the factory, where true democracy can flourish. This is a model of democratic practice that runs exactly counter to the forms of decision-making offered in Guyana's elections. Rodney was especially innovative in his approach to organizing, both in ridiculing Burnham and in championing forms of struggle outside the narrow and limited constraints of the rigged Westminster model Guyana had inherited from its former political masters. Guyanese scholar Perry Mars, looking back on this time, explains that the WPA advocated people assemblies with popular participation at the center, schemes that were not exclusively Guyanese, but used in other parts of the Caribbean. Countering those who saw the future in free and fair elections, the WPA in this period had a far larger conception of democracy stemming from workers' participation from the bottom up. Workers' assemblies would ensure popular participation and be largely economic institutions organized where the working poor were based, in sugar, bauxite, and transport. In turn, these would be storehouses of workers' power. 35. Some commentators have questioned the WPA's model in one area in particular, women's rights. There was, in West Moz's words, little active consideration of women's rights inside and outside the organization. 36. Apparently, women were poorly represented in party structures, with little offered on women's liberation in the WPA publication Décline. Yet this is a problematic assessment, for women held many prominent positions in the organization, directing and leading the work across the country and internationally, alongside their male comrades. 37. It nevertheless remains open to question whether there was a major weakness on the question of women's rights. The WPA was not dogmatic. Indeed, their revolutionary positions were clear to anyone who paid attention, and they were open to progressive alliances. In 1977, for example, the PPP proposed a joint National Patriotic Front government. The WPA were suspicious, anxious that these were just further electoral games. Though they backed the proposals, they expressed a number of reservations and subsequently produced their own program for national reconstruction. The radical program advanced by the WPA insisted on not just the removal of the PNC but a period in which all democratic organization in society would be fully represented. As Lincoln Van Sluitman of the New York WPA Support Committee wrote in 1980, this period of self-organization, particularly of the working class, would best create the foundation in the Guyanese context, for the socialist transformation of the future. Toward realizing the program, the WPA has joined with the PPP and the Vanguard for Liberation and Democracy, a coalition of groups that span the political spectrum in the anti-dictatorial alliance. 38. By 1979, the WPA would become a formal political party, stepping up its challenge against the state. The WPA was an imaginative Marxist organization that formulated new approaches to doing politics, creating different methods to organizing that were culturally sensitive and historically appropriate. The genuine coalition of grassroots organizations that had given birth to the WPA in 1974 offered real solidarity and hope to the poor. Under Rodney's influence, it would be the working poor themselves who would struggle for and take control of a new society. Building the WPA. Rodney came alive in his political work among the poor, a fact noted by his closest comrades. His longtime comrade and friend Rupert Roopnarine, who had helped build the WPA with him, recalled a man whose very essence only really found expression when speaking to the working poor. Here was a person who really got nourished by the mass movement. I remember Walter saying to me that there was nothing that gave him more nourishment than the trips taken to teach the bauxite workers political economy. He always came back very energized with this contact with ordinary working people who were progressive and on a revolutionary path. This is what really energized him as an activist. 39. Exactly the same energy fueled Rodney's political work in Jamaica with the poor in 1968, these groundings were his true raison d'etre. The WPA in the hands of Roopnarine, Rodney, Clive Thomas, and other leading members was a revolutionary organization that saw its role as one of preparation. In the formulation of the documentary filmmaker and writer Claremont Chung, one prepares. One educates. One waits for an insurrection. 40 Rupnarain explains that they were attempting to equip ourselves, essentially ready ourselves, and ready the masses for an insurrectionary attack on the state. I make no excuse for that. 41. Runarain's personal trajectory followed many of the contours of Walter's. He had grown up in a political family, his parents were activists in the PPP. He too had been an activist, handing out leaflets and organizing as a boy and as a young man. He had left the country to study in Cambridge in 1962, disillusioned with the political struggle in Guyana. He decided when he left that he would not return. He was bright and highly educated, and a promising tenured academic career beckoned. In 1970, Rupnarain was a scholarship student studying for his master's and PhD in literature. Yet he had begun to question his life in exile, as he later called it, remote from the major revolutionary wave beginning to transform the world. One particular trip he took had a profound influence on him, sowing the seeds of doubt about his academic life. I had gone to Portugal on my study leave and had been on the streets of Lisbon during the time of the Portuguese Revolution of 1974. In the summer of that year they had the most progressive government of Portugal. 42 That government, led by Vasco Gonçalves, had ended all of the country's colonial wars, signing independence treaties with the rebel movements. It was supported by many of the mass movements of the revolution. Witnessing a country whose language and literature Rupnarain had studied in the midst of a revolutionary transformation was an intense experience. He also encountered Rodney's work, his high school friend from Georgetown in Lisbon. In that period, he explains, the Portuguese translation of Heua was in all the bookshops. It was the period when they were talking about the Africanization of the Portuguese Revolution. The Portuguese armies that went to Mozambique and Angola to fight against the African liberation fighters came back completely infected by the guerrilla movements. 43 It was amid this period that Rodney's book had its greatest exposure. Rupnarain left Portugal and returned to the United States, where he was completing a PhD, but something had broken in him. I can tell you, to leave revolutionary Lisbon and back to upstate New York was a bit of a culture shock. I began to get very edgy at Cornell and felt I had come to the end of my usefulness in the States. Really, I could not see myself becoming a tenured academic professor in an American university. 44. Inspired by the revolution in Portugal and its partner revolutions in Africa, Rupnarain considered going to Mozambique, having met activists in Lisbon. But he was more interested in pursuing possible work in Cuba. In 1975, when Rupnarain was still in New York, he met Walter, visiting from Guyana, who explained what was happening in Georgetown. For both Rupnarain and Rodney, the urge to return to Guyana and participate in revolutionary organizing there was guided by similar instincts. Rupnarain finally returned to the country in 1976 and was appointed to a teaching position at the university in 1977, a time when he became closer to the WPA. It was another friend who had discussed with Rodney the possibility of returning to Guyana. As a professor of economics, Clive Thomas had worked at the University of Dar es Salaam, on Walter's urging. Thomas claims that he was instrumental in persuading Rodney to return to Guyana, but when I was in Tanzania, he explains, I managed to convince Walter of one thing. I told him that there is a limit to which, if you are not a national of the territory, not born there, or not a full citizen, you can really participate in the social, economic, and political life of the country. I urged him to come back to Guyana. 45. Thomas was clear about the great possibilities of the time, when revolutionary change felt like it was within reach. He writes, we really were doing things that were different from what had happened previously, historically, and thought our generation would make a difference. So many people of our generation were motivated to do something toward the development of the West Indian people. 46. Thomas and Rodney had come fresh from the developments in Tanzania, and Rupnarain from Portugal, via New York. They were surrounded by the success of revolutionary movements and experiments, From Cuba to the Second Independence in Africa and the overturning of the dictatorship by a mass movement in Portugal, which had been inspired and directly influenced by the anti-colonial revolt in Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, and Angola. These great revolutions or revolutionary rehearsals, it seemed, were theirs for the taking, if activists simply reached out and grasped the opportunities. 47 A generation from a diverse range of left-wing positions was enlivened by the hope of political change. As Thomas puts it, their stance during the period was not only defensive, we had a more assertive, positive, proactive view that we could make a contribution to civilization. 48. The party was funded from members' contributions, not large donations from international donors and NGOs. This made fundraising a laborious but activist affair, involving campaigns for individual donations and newsletter subscriptions. The work was tiresome, but it allowed the group to implant itself deep in the soil of Guyana. Though the WPA, not formally a party until 1979, courted groups, and even governments, for funding, these often came to nothing. Thomas recalls, "We wanted finance, we wanted funding equipment, and we were still publishing with a cyclostat stencil copy machine. We never got a printery or a printing press. We were really, if you look at the mechanics, a party that was 90% financed by the contributions of the activist group. You're talking about tens of dollars and twenties. You're not taking about any $1 million effort." 49. The WPA looked for inspiration and a political model in other countries in the Caribbean and Africa, in Grenada, Cuba, and Zimbabwe, for example. However, they also had a keen desire to do things their way. Maurice Rupert Bishop was a revolutionary and the leader of the New Jewel movement in Grenada, a Marxist party that sought to transform Grenadian society and that came to power in 1979. Bishop's political trajectory was similar to a small and bright generation of Caribbean radicals, politicized by the Cuban Revolution in 1959 and educated on scholarships in the UK. As it had for Rodney, Cuba's revolution pressed itself deeply into the young man's consciousness. He recalled some time later, "In fact, for us it did not matter what we heard on the radio or read in the colonial press. For us, it comes down to the courage and legendary heroism of Fidel Castro, Che Guevara. Nothing could overshadow this aspect of the Cuban Revolution." 50. Similarly, the ideas of Fanon, and later Nyerere, became central to Bishop's political education. Yet, for all the noble politics and promises, these governments gave little away. When Bishop came to power, he made statements, but he never, in Thomas's words, sanctioned any support for the WPA once he was in power. 51. Nor did Fidel Castro or Robert Mugabe, when Rodney sought his support for the struggle in Guyana in 1980, during his undercover visit for the independence celebrations in Harare in April of that year. Bishop, for his part, would be removed from power and shot in 1983. Cuba also did nothing to support the WPA. Forbes Burnham knew how to play the game, and the game was cynical statecraft. He worked hard not to be isolated. He posed as the good, respectable socialist, keeping at bay the extremists. Thomas notes, on Cuba, that even they certainly never isolated him, and they were a big part of the scene because Russians were not very active in Guyana matters. Fidel, even though he was closely affiliated to the PPP because he belonged to the communist group, still did not break ranks in any significant way with Burnham. 52. It was the same story with Manley's so-called socialist government in Jamaica. Manley approached Burnham for help with his economic crisis in the 1970s, which eventually saw him call in the International Monetary Fund and World Bank for financial assistance. As the above examples show, support from these apparently fraternal and radical governments was not forthcoming to the WPA, however much they asked. Rodney would have already known the reality of these politics and how offers of support and solidarity were, in the words of the UK strike leader Jayvan Desai, like honey on the elbow. You can smell it, you can feel it, but you cannot taste it. 53. The revolution had to come from within, and the only true allies were the workers and poor themselves. Yet the alliance was still small and young and was not able to respond to every outbreak of political and industrial action. Thus, the WPA was unable to seriously build solidarity with sugar workers during their 135-day strike in 1978, which was ultimately defeated. In spite of its achievements, the influence of the WPA had not yet penetrated across the entire country beyond the capital, some towns, and certain mining regions. Notably, the WPA's politics of working-class unity arose during a period of violent sectarian violence and division. One account, by a young WPA activist named Abyssinian Cardo, provides a particularly vivid portrayal of the life of a party militant during the high point of political action, in 1979. Cardo had been involved in the movement against oppression, established to fight police brutality in the poor Georgetown neighborhood of Tiger Bay, where young black men were being targeted and killed by the police. The neighborhood was also the site of the headquarters of the party publication, Day Clean, edited by Moses Bugvon. However, the newspaper was printed in Trinidad by Tapia House, as there were no printers in Guyana prepared to risk the regime's wrath. 54 In a country whose racial divisions were being fueled by politicians and the ruling party, the priority for the left was to bring its movements and opposition together. Cardo explained in 2012 that Rodney was a central part in this effort. I think the multiracialness of the WPA allowed us to intervene in a very profound way. If the WPA was not present during that period of time, I do not know what direction the politics would have taken in Guyana. Cardo recalls how extensive the network of Burnham's intelligence system was, stretching deep into poor communities. He remembers, it would not be unusual for somebody who is a vendor, someone selling sweet mangoes, to be connected with them. Or someone just liming hanging around on the corner, or bridge, working as an informant looking at your movements, when you are coming out or going in and so on. As the decade reached its end, police repression and raids escalated. By that time, Cardo explains, the death squad had been formed as part of the police force. Though not acknowledged, activists knew that the special branch carried out political assassinations against so-called criminal elements on the fringes of society. In short, it was a brutal period, during which the stench of murder hung in the air. 55. The role of the WPA, and Rodney, was to organize and politicize. Political education was key, as it had been for Rodney's entire life. As we saw with the Groundings, he was a brilliant and fluent speaker who did not dazzle his listener with his wit and analysis but empowered them in their own capacities. To do this, to communicate, Rodney used the Caribbean art of ridicule. 56 He nicknamed Burnham King Kong to denote a man who desired to be king but was simply a raw beast. Another term he employed in his talks was the so-called Burnham touch, the opposite of the Midas touch by which everything Burnham touched turned to shit. Rodney employed mockery to devastating effect. 57. The bombing. Even if the Working People's Alliance did not contest elections, it was engaged in all of the major events of the day. In 1978, the national elections, which had been due in October, were in disarray after a rigged referendum in July had endorsed the creation of a so-called Constituent Assembly. In order to allow time to draft a new constitution, one which would give broad new powers to an executive president, elections were postponed until 1979. As the influence of WPA grew, so did the repression. A word needs to be said about the campaign against the Constitutional Amendment Bill, which was put forward in 1978. Where necessary, to gather maximum support against the PNC, the WPA formed strategic alliances with opposition groups and parties. As Yosi Kwayana, a leading WPA activist at the time, would later testify. This was another manifestation of the close working relationship, a united position of the PPP and the WPA in the struggle against the intentions of the then administration to carry out constitutional changes which were rejected in mass by the Guyanese people, and both parties were looking for the appropriate forum as part of their efforts to mobilize the population. We all joined hands together to oppose the referendum. The informal coalition against the referendum brought the leadership of the PPP and the WPA together in a cordial and strategic collaboration. 58. On Wednesday, July 11, 1979, at 3 a.m., a bomb destroyed the offices of the Ministry of National Development and the Guyana Sugar Corporation, an event that led to the arrest of Rodney and 3 other members of the WPA. Abyssinian Carto was nearby. He recalls, "I heard this loud explosion and then the skies lit up. It happened in the morning, after midnight. I went to look at it, as did many people. In Guyana, fires fascinate people and they came from all around. At about 6 a.m., police officers raided the homes of 8 political activists, all but 3 of them members of the WPA. Later in the day, Burnham announced that he suspected the WPA was behind the arson and that he had ordered the arrest of the 3 leading comrades, including Rodney and O'Mowell, along with 5 others, including Karen D'Souza and Bonita Harris. Supporters and activists of the WPA. 59 Rodney was detained at La Penitence Police Station, just outside the city, and the others at Eve Leary, the police headquarters in Georgetown. The party quickly mobilized a response, mounting vigils at each of the detention facilities where their comrades were being held, which lasted until midnight. The Bauxite Rank and File Group, the Organization of Working People, also met to condemn the arrests, as did the University of Guyana Staff Association. Rodney was head of the English department. If the state believed that the arrests would intimidate the movement, they were wrong. In fact, the opposite happened, as diverse groups mobilized, and politicization deepened. The next day, the WPA extended its resistance across Guyana's borders. Activists and comrades in the UK, Canada, the United States, and throughout the Caribbean started to petition Burnham's government. Telegrams were sent denouncing the detention of the 8, and activists began pickets outside the Guyanese embassy in New York and, the next day, the High Commission in London. The national radio broadcast remained silent on the arrests, but Radio Antilles based in Montserrat broadcast the news, which seeped into the country. 60. On Friday, July 13, the legal machine started to turn on. The state had begun to feel the heat of both internal mobilizations and international protest and condemnation. According to a November 1979 account, a combination of rising militants within Guyana, growing international protests and a possible court confrontation, forced the government to lay charges, however trumped up, and to release those not charged. By Saturday, July 14, Rodney, Rodney, and O'Mowell were in court, charged with arson. The other prisoners were charged with lesser crimes or released. Bail was granted for each of the accused, and they were ordered to appear again in court in August. The burning intensified pressure on the WPA, with the PNC leaning hard on the organization. Yet the court case against the WPA activists charged with arson became a rallying cry inside and outside Guyana. Though Carto did not attend himself, he remembers how there was always little crowds of people surrounding the court, watching, listening and talking politically about what was happening in the country, what the trial meant, what needed to be done. 61 On July 14, the men were freed on bail. Their supporters outside the court erupted in celebration. Primed for violence, the police took their revenge on the crowd. As Carto explains, walking down Brickdam with the crowd following behind, toward Brickdam police station, the thugs came out and started wading into the crowd and attacking, beating people. 62 Bernard Dark, a Jesuit priest who had been born in the UK and a photographer for the fiercely anti-government Catholic Standard, was stabbed to death by activists of the pro-government, Christian militia the House of Israel. Carto explains. That sudden explosion of violence when those thugs came out, these men were coming with sticks and one of them had a bayonet that killed Father Dark. It's like a slow-motion thing where you can see everything. You can see a blade of glass. Everything becomes so perfectly clear to you. That was the amazing thing about it. So, in the midst of people in different directions and trying to avoid being beaten and attacked, you see things unfolding. 63. The House of Israel was a curious militia. It was led by David Hill, or, as he called himself, Rabbi Washington, an African American who had settled in Guyana but was wanted by the FBI for criminal activities. He was one of a number of the gang leaders who had been given sanctuary by Burnham, granted facilities and finances to set up as a religious sect while working principally as a guard dog for the regime. The connections between the House of Israel and the Guyana Defense Force, GDF, were widely known. However, these links were irrefutably shown in a 2016 report. Documentation from June 24, 1979, shows that there was an appreciable quantity of arms and ammunition, including 19 G3 rifles, 19 G3 bayonets, 1,507.623 ammo, 10 Browning pistols and 509 mm long rounds, which were taken from the GDF, handed to the House of Israel, and chargeable to the PNC. .64. The bombing, the repression, and the trial took place against a background of growing militancy in the working class movement. A period of great radicalization was about to break out, what Roop Narain refers to as those heroic months of the revolt, a high point in the popular resistance that was underway in the country in August, September, October, and November 1979.65. The Great Revolt. In 1979, wildcat strikes and work stoppages continued to escalate. Such actions were launched by the WPA in what they referred to as a civil rebellion against the PNC's dictatorship. In August and September, unofficial action rippled through the mines in a powerful 34-day strike. The management complained afterward that it was not too difficult to calculate, in money terms, the actual revenue loss resulting from lost sales due to the strike. One such estimate puts the figures at approximately $15 million. What is difficult to calculate, however, is the amount of customer goodwill lost. 66. The strikes, led by the OWP and WPA, were incredibly political. In turn, workers were described by the PNC as anti-nationalists, anti-PNC. For workers who had historically rubbed along with the PNC, this was a sign of the times, and destabilizers who were striking for political and subversive reasons. Brutality and strike-breaking were the order of the day, with scabs receiving high praise and generous handouts for their part in nation-building later in the year. The president of the GMWU, who was also moonlighting as president of the Guyana Trades Union Congress, was even given an Arrow of Achievement for his services in 1979 by the government. Unlike the previous ones, these strikes were intensely political, coinciding with the organizing of other movements and coalescing in a broad wave of coordinated action. During a 3-month period beginning in July, there was a succession of actions, followed by state repression one after the other. The WPA opened its membership to hundreds of African and Indian youth who were eager to join. As a consequence of the new membership, the WPA created education study groups, called nuclei, where recruits studied radical literature, including Vladimir Lenin's What is to be Done and Amilcar Cabral's Party Principles and Political Practices. 67. According to Cardo, during these weeks and months, here was a really deep sense of this thing about struggle. It was more than a spiritual awakening for me, but it's more taking a religious path. It's a very profound transformation that happens to you. It's where that understanding of life and death becomes so clear. Particularly when dealing with a state as this one, where we can die or be killed. And you are dealing with a state that has already shown what it can do, its level of violence, its capacity to kill. I don't think it's because we were brave people. I believe we just reached that point in our lives where we said we are not taking this anymore. 68. There was a great sense of pride in being part of a collective movement that sought to transform society and, for a time, seemed to be winning. Although it was a period of terror, brutality, and murder, during which meetings were broken up and activists were hounded across the country, it also held out the possibility of a new future. Collective defiance through protests, illegal meetings, and the distribution and sale of the paper Décline immediately identified their participants as enemies of the state, but gave activists and supporters of the WPA an immense strength. Cardo did not describe himself as a particularly brave man, but was inspired with radical, even foolhardy courage. At one demonstration that year, he describes how he was arrested, dragged to a bus, thrown in, and threatened by an armed policeman. I told him to go on and shoot me. This is not because I wasn't afraid or being brave. It was just that I had reached that point where I said, if you want to kill me, go ahead and do it. And I told him, you must be sure that I am dead, because I will come and look for you. 69 About 25 had been arrested with him, and they were taken away, singing protest songs and shouting anti-Burnham slogans. The group of activists were taken to a field outside the city, where the police could beat them with impunity. However, they had organized themselves such that when they came off the bus, they quickly found pieces of wood and armed themselves. They were determined not to run. The police were faced with a group that not only included children but was now also armed, possessed of an iron determination. In the end, there was no confrontation, the police left, and the demonstrators made their way back to Georgetown. Throughout this period of heightened struggle and intense politicization, Rodney received invitations to speak around the country. On May 30, 1979, Seeram Timel, a sugar worker and militant of the National Association of Agricultural, Commercial, and Industrial Employees, NASI, wrote to Rodney with a request. He members of NASI at Ivlug branch are requesting that you pay them a visit to give an address at their general monthly meeting on Tuesday, June 19, 1979. The meeting will be kept at the Ivlug Junior Staff Club and will start at 4:15 p.m. Ivlug, a village situated on the west bank of the Demerara River, was named after Ignatius Ivlug, the owner of a giant sugar plantation during the Dutch colonial period of the 17th and 18th centuries. Timel explained to Rodney that the topic of address would be up to him, but it would be appreciated if you could speak about the current situation facing the Guyanese working class. The audience will comprise all categories of sugar workers from Ivlug estate. 70 In his speeches, Rodney addressed Indian sugar workers and African bauxite workers with the same message, and the same approach. Similar mass meetings were being held across Guyana, and when it came to organizing speeches, strikers and protesters would settle for no one but Rodney. As we have seen, he was a brilliant orator who left the listener with a sense of their own abilities, their thinking enlarged by a lesson or historical point. Rupnarain, for one, claimed in 2014 that Rodney preferred the smaller educational meetings, groups of 5 or 10 workers with whom he could discuss politics and history. 71 But these were the days of mass rallies, and mass oppression. On Tuesday, September 4, the WPA held a meeting at Vreed en Hoop, on the west bank of the Demerara. Within 4 minutes of the meeting starting, PNC thugs stormed the stage, smashing the public address system. Undeterred, Rodney clambered onto the back of a lorry and attempted to address the crowd. We do not know exactly what he said on the back of that lorry, but based on the content of the other speeches he gave between 1977 and 1980, we can assume it was a message of unity and history. The content might, for example, have resembled a speech he gave to the North American Congress on Latin America. Who benefits from the division of the working class? I was struck on one occasion reading an old book on the history of Guyana by a planter way back in slavery times, corresponding with friends in England. And they asked him, how come you manage to control so many slaves when you are just a handful even though you may have guns? If they were to rush you all at one time, they would overwhelm you. But the planter was quite confident in his response. Not to bother, he wrote, the trick is that we keep them divided. You see, exploitation is always carried out by the few over the many. And the only way that the few can maintain themselves over the many is, the many must be divided. If the working class is to realize that power which comes from the fact that they are the ones who produce, whether it be in the fields or in the factories, on the docks or on the buses, they will obviously have to strengthen the basis of their own organization. Classes take power to the extent that they are organized to do so. You don't just walk off the street and take political power or take power over your daily life. You have to organize. 72. Rodney did not get a chance to finish his speech. A Land Rover driven by a regional PNC bureaucrat reversed into the lorry. As the police and PNC militants continued to smash up the meeting, people scattered, chased by the police swinging their truncheons. Clearly the regime was targeting the executive of the party. Roopnaraine piled party members into this car and tried to escape. They were eventually forced to abandon the car and run, while the vehicle was looted of money and equipment and set on fire. 73. Rodney managed to escape on foot. Biographer Dwayne Wong, also known as O'Mowell, in a compelling account, though frustratingly without any dates, writes about a similar attack on a WPA rally in 1979. Once more, Rodney and other comrades were forced to run, stopping, hiding, assessing how far they were from the police, and whether they were still being followed. Eventually, they hid behind a house and played cards, waiting for the police to leave. Anthony Ferguson recalled that Rodney used the opportunity to deliver a lesson on African history. I think it was about Rastafari or Africa or something else, but he started talking, very simple, without pretension, just talking very loosely about some historical incidents in Africa. Of course, it was very profound and to us, and we were listening with a lot of interest. It was sort of unreal. Here we were simultaneously hiding from the police and getting a history lesson from Rodney. 74. The PNC state continued to bring down a hail of repression. In October 1979, Burnham spoke to leaders of his party, declaring, "The gauntlet has been thrown down. We have picked it up. The battle is joined. We ask no quarter, and we shall give none. We shall use every weapon at our disposal. Let there be no weeping or complaints." A formidable orator in his own right, the president was issuing a threat to a mass movement that challenged its very existence. Meanwhile, the party's authority was already tottering. The referendum on a new constitution the previous year had been openly rigged, with a reported turnout of 15%, while the PNC had claimed a 70% vote in favor. 75. There was layer upon layer of crisis, political, industrial, and economic. To many observers, the regime looked as if it would not survive. On the brink of bankruptcy in late June, the country had received a 3-year loan of $81 million from the International Monetary Fund. Economically, the problem had been sparked by the rise in oil prices and a precipitous drop in the world market price for sugar. Once more, the country's extreme vulnerability to price changes on the international markets was exposed. By late 1979, the opposition led by the WPA was seen even by the mainstream international press as the most significant force in the country. Joseph Treaster of the New York Times provided a compelling account. The New Working People's Alliance is seen by many as having achieved a breakthrough. For the first time, diplomats and some government officials say, a political party is drawing significant support from both blacks and East Indians. The party, which contends that it has no individual leader, but is run by an executive council of 19, has led the way in calling for the Prime Minister's ouster, and a loose coalition of older parties of traditionally limited appeal, as well as a number of prominent individuals, has come together in its wake. Through the summer the alliance has been drawing large crowds, sometimes numbering in the thousands, to rallies in the parks and on street corners. As the WPA reached its apogee of political action and leadership of the mass movement, the government targeted the party not only with the iron fist of repression but also in rhetoric. Hamilton Green, the Minister of Health, Labor, and Housing, described the WPA during the crisis as consisting of a small group of the lunatic fringe whose only objective is to disrupt and to destroy. These extraordinary months of mass action saw remarkable unity among Black and Indian workers, who stood together in both strike action and WPA-organized meetings and rallies. Cardo communicates a vivid sense of the excitement at the time. It was amazing to go to public meetings during this time and see Black people and Indian people standing up together. For the first time they were listening and looking at each other as brothers, comrades, that there was some common bond. We come from different religions and different races and stuff like that, but we really are not different. This unity, unusual and vital in post-independence Guyana, was one to which Rodney had made a noteworthy contribution as one of the WPA's main drivers of united working-class action. Cardo goes on to explain, when Walter was reasoning with them, he had a way of, when he spoke, talking to them, taking their lives personally and identifying with them and seeing, listening, asking, "What are your fears as an Indian about black people? What are your fears about black people as an Indian?" 76 We should stress that during this organizing, Rodney consistently talked and wrote about the role of women in meetings and one-to-one conversations with workers and with his comrades in the WPA. Throughout the late 1970s, the party's radicalization had spread like wildfire, embracing a creative divergence of thinkers and revolutionaries. At the advent of the 1980s, the WPA's program was inspired by the writings of the Russian revolutionary Leon Trotsky and advocated a revolution in each country as permanent. Thus, the WPA embraced the idea that an authentic revolution would extend beyond national borders. 77. Writing unity. Since 1974, Rodney's formidable life force had been spent in Guyana, forging in activism and historical work the unity of these twin oppressed groups. This extended to his research trips to the UK, and his extensive reading and archival work, which was eventually published as A History of the Guyanese Working People, 1881 to 1905, the first volume of a planned multi-volume study. With it, he sought to challenge the official narrative that pitched Indian and black people against each other. The Caribbean novelist and writer George Lamming later wrote, in 1981, how Rodney sought with colleagues of his generation to cut through the miasma of race which had been nurtured with such mischievous care and which served to obscure that fundamental unity of interests that might otherwise have advanced African and Indian labor in a decisive struggle to control their common destiny. 78. Cardo recalls that in the process of writing the book, Rodney would bring his draft chapters to meetings with comrades and go over them and have a discussion about the different chapters. There were people who were working on it, actually typing it up and putting things together. And he would reread and decide what he liked in it, and what needed to be taken out, or he would disagree with the person editing it. 79 Cardo actually played a part in the book, credited in Rodney's acknowledgements, Colin Cardo, Abyssinian, for map work 80. Rodney's way of writing was deeply collaborative, drafts of chapters were discussed with comrades, circulated for debate, and edits encouraged by a team, who would make suggestions and accept corrections. In many respects, these patterns of working mirrored the comradely approach to scholarship he had practiced in DAR, where he had frequently shared drafts with students and activists. He was close to Issa Shivji, Henry Mapalo, and Karim Herji, in particular. This was not writing for promotion or self-aggrandizement, but entirely and exclusively for the movement. There is no better celebration of Rodney's approach to history and writing than in Lamming's magisterial foreword to A History of the Guyanese Working People. Lamming writes, "His scholarship was sure, but it was also a committed and partisan scholarship. He believed that history was a way of ordering knowledge which could become an active part of the consciousness of an uncertified mass of ordinary people and which could be used by all as an instrument of social change. He taught from that assumption. He wrote out of that conviction. And it seemed to have been the informing influence on his relations with the organized working people of Guyana. 81. A History of the Guyanese Working People. By 1980, Rodney had spent years developing what he planned as an exhaustive history of the Guyanese working people, beginning from the end of slavery in 1838, the growth of free labor, and the increasing dependence by major sugar planters on unfree, indentured labor from India. The book focused on the post-emancipation period, and how Caribbean societies, specifically Guyana, lost their central place in the process of capital accumulation. However, Rodney explains, their dependent integration into the world capitalist system remained a significant feature. As ever, these peripheral colonial economies were buffeted by periods of crisis and boom taking place in metropolitan states. Whether the Guyanese poor were aware of these forces or not, their lives were fundamentally marked by them. 82. A history is a beautifully and meticulously written book with painstaking detail and background that explains, in a convincing and calm tone, the development of working-class unity and possibility. If the logic of late 19th century Guyanese political economy was to drive groups together, as Rodney writes, planter propaganda concentrated on the difference between reliable Indian indentured servants and unreliable African villagers, while it obscured the fact that common socio-economic circumstances produced similar responses irrespective of race. 83. Rodney never cheapened his prose for a rhetorical flourish, or to beat a radical drum. He was writing a serious volume on the making of the Guyanese working class, and the use of an imported, indentured labor force who could be compelled to do the work that African workers would not. The book begins with a history of the immense environmental struggle to wrest from Guyana's coastal environment land that could be used for cultivation. By the turn of the 19th century, there had been an enormous battle, led by Dutch engineers and experts, to dam land along the coast which had been a mangrove swamp for cultivation. As a consequence, a strip of land of about 1,750 square miles, out of Guyana's total surface areas of 83,000 square miles, was rescued, with the original inhabitants of Guyana, the Amur Indians, preferring inland locations. 84. Maintenance of these dikes and dams was excruciating for the colonial treasury, but most of all, for the slave and indentured labor needed to maintain the dam walls and dredge the canals. Though 19th-century plantations purchased steam-driven drainage pumps, the capital debt was crushing. What is more, funds for maintaining the pumps were in short supply, and coal for running them was imported and prohibitively expensive. Rodney shows how the environment interacted with colonial production such that the enormous influence of flood and drought impacted the lives of working people. The working poor would find themselves out of work in periods that were extremely dry as estates cut back on their allocations of task work. Thus, droughts in November and December saw a drop in the level of water, meaning that boats' punts could not transport cane from the fields to the factories. In consequence, cane cutting and grinding stopped. Equally, when the rain was excessive, work was often halted. In the prolonged seasonal droughts and floods, workers suffered and often had little to eat or drink. Rodney gives an example of this combination of human and environmental forces. Sophia Ross, a woman from Hopetown Village, was convicted in November 1884 for trespassing on Plantation Beth. She had been trying to get water from the estate trench to satisfy her thirst. The alternative was to walk for miles in the heat to obtain dirty water. Rodney explains, his seemingly petty conviction highlights the toil and trauma involved in so basic an operation as securing supplies of drinking water. 85. These seemingly extraneous details, in a book on labor, were central to framing Rodney's history. He writes, sea defense, drainage, and irrigation were problems demanding the scientific intervention of civil engineers. They were also being tackled within a specific set of class relations. The hands that dug the canals and the feet that trod the dams were taking an active part in the class struggle which would eventually mold the Guyanese people. 86. While the book is a detailed case study, Rodney never loses sight of the role of global political economy in shaping the country's history. He explains how British Guyana's connection to the world economy was driven by the production and export of sugar. The fate of British Guyana's people, he writes, was not only heavily influenced by the general movement of commodity prices but the specific market performance of the varieties of cane sugar which originated in the colony. In 1884, for example, prices plummeted, so a ton of sugar had fallen to $69.84 from $107.26 the year before, reaching a record low of $46.09 per ton by 1896. The collapse in prices was caused in large measure by the dumping of large quantities of state-supported European beet sugar, with Germany in 1886 dumping almost 800,000 tons of sugar on the UK and the United States. The wild fluctuations in prices were devastating to planters, many of whom went out of business. For the workers on these plantations, however, it was a question of raw survival. Once more, the world economy was ripping through colonial British Guyana. 87. The impact on the lives of the poor was terrible. Capitalist slumps and market crisis struck at the very fundamentals of working class existence, namely the right to work and the right to earn a living wage. As estates and plantations closed, workers were thrown out, and between 1892 and 1900, 41 estates were dismantled. Rodney writes, all categories of workers as well as peasants together bore the burden of reduction in wage rates, diminution in earnings, and increase in indirect taxation that were features of this crisis-ridden period. 88. In the second chapter, Rodney deals with the evolution of the plantation. The end of slavery, he writes, did not defeat planters, at least not those who kept ahead of the curve, invested, and remained firmly in control of the new post-emancipation dispensation. Yet both planters and former slaves had to deal with a new world. The planter hated the untrammeled free labor of the post-slavery period, and former slaves resented the alienation from ownership implicit in the free labor system. In 1838, an apprenticeship scheme was instituted to ensure that workers were tied to specific estates, a system that was detested. There were protracted sugar strikes in 1842 and 1848, Rodney reports. He writes that in 1842, sugar workers coordinated their opposition in a strike that lasted for 12 to 13 weeks. Less than 3 years after being emancipated from slavery, the new wage-earning class was acting in certain respects like a modern proletariat, and the first recorded strike in the history of the Guyanese working class was a success, leading to the withdrawal of the planters' labor code and the continuation of the moderately increased wage rate. 89. Economic and labor tensions persuaded planters to secure immigrant laborers whose conditions of indentured service fixed them to a single employer. So similar was their situation to the former, recently abolished system of slavery, that in 1838, when the British first attempted to institute indentured service, they were forced to scrap the system. Witnesses reported Indian arrivals being treated in exactly the same manner as Africans had been under slavery. 90. Despite these early misgivings, the system of indentured labor was extremely popular. Bonded to work at a specific location for a number of years at a certain rate, thousands of workers arrived on British Guyana's shores. Between 1851 and 1871, a total of almost 230,000 Indians arrived in annual shipments. 91. The shipments of indentured laborers amounted to a curious export and import trade between the colonies of the British Empire, one that reflected the different economic, political, and environmental conditions throughout the empire. In the 1880s and 1890s, British Guyana was the main destination for emigrants from India. Driven to accept indenture by drought and famine in India, agents and recruiters enticed the poor with the promise of prosperity across the world. Life for them was frequently brutal, lived hand to mouth. For example, in the tough year of 1896, Gulajar, a spokesman for immigrants, announced, "Times were very hard, we cannot live on the wages we are getting, our stomachs are not being filled." 92. Though they received housing and, for the most part, food and return passage at the end of the period, life was unrelenting. Accommodation was poor, and disease and death common. The system was cruel indeed, a barely disguised form of slavery. Rodney cites Peter Ruhaman, a Creole Indian historian, who asserted that no trick of sophistry or twist of logic can ever avail to defend the system of semi-slavery paraded under the guise of indentured immigration, under which Indians were brought to the colony to labor on the sugar plantations, in the interests of a powerful and privileged body of capitalists. 93. To defend this semi-slavery, any infraction was severely punished. In 1881, 3,168 indentured workers were defined as criminals for fighting with their employers on the plantation, 532 were dispatched to prison, while 1,577 others were issued large fines, which frequently resulted in their imprisonment. In contrast, Rodney observes, village labor was far removed from the conditions of indentured servitude. The Free Village movement of the mid-19th century, which had seen African plantation workers achieve partial independence by residing outside the nigger yards in the estates, had secured for them alternative subsistence and meant that they could bargain or specialize in certain work. Rodney writes how he independent task gang under the leadership of one of the worker members was a post-emancipation development. 94 These gangs would move from estate to estate and negotiate with the management over wages, conditions, and the specific task. This village labor won a large number of skirmishes in the confrontation with plantation bosses. Impressively, elected village councils in this period were genuinely popular and democratic bodies. Evidence of the success of organized village labor meant that between 1881 and 1905, factory work was exclusively the domain of village labor. The lowest grades of work paid accordingly and involved cleaning trenches, forking, banking, and weeding, and it was in these jobs that Africans were only rarely found. However, cane cutting, punt loading, and digging trenches, work that offered many times the amount in wages, were the activities of African workers. 95. In Chapter 3, Rodney writes about the small farming sector. The chapter, like the book, is a remarkable celebration of the resistance and survival of working people. Quite apart from the organized strikes in the early post-emancipation period, the remarkable fact of small farming, Rodney notes, is noteworthy on a historical scale. Freed enslaved Africans often left the plantation and tried to survive on small parcels of land away from the agony of wage labor. Work, which was seasonal and occasionally on workers' own terms, was sought 2 or 3 days a week. The frustration with freed labor that sparked these sorts of reactions by the Creole Africans provided the impetus for indentured labor from India, China, and Portugal. However, indentured labor, Rodney tells us, was not always the stable social base for sugar production. Once the period of indentureship had expired, either the laborers would be returned at considerable cost or, as often happened, they would stay. The emergence of Indo-Guyanese peasantry was assisted by planters opening up lands for time-expired immigrants, which was preferable to facilitating a mass exodus from the colony. Still, the 1880s saw large-scale repatriation to India, continuing until the turn of the century. The colony sought to stem this wave by offering free land grants on the condition that the right to repatriation was surrendered. Rodney notes that for the peasantry, as much as it existed in the post-slavery period, the late part of the 19th century saw efforts to diversify. Planters increasingly offered parts of their estates to immigrants for other opportunities than wages on the estate itself. For instance, land was leased for rice farming, a compromise seen as safer than allowing the labor force to disperse across the colony. 96 This created what has been termed a paddy proletariat who grew rice for their own and local consumption, but was still reliant on wages from sugar cultivation on the estates. Rice for export became increasingly important in the early 20th century, but it was the remarkable adaptation of cultivation techniques that inspired Rodney. Rodney is full of praise for the ingenious irrigation practices of Chinese immigrants, who, he writes, were liberating water through bamboo stems from the state supplies. He cites an account of a plantation manager who noted in 1881, "In Lot 72 or Hong Kong they have peculiar arrangements that I have not seen anywhere else for husking and cleaning their rice, of which they have about 100 acres in cultivation." 97 These techniques were quickly taken up by other communities. On the question of the peasantry, Rodney is circumspect, painting the picture in all its complexity. In practice, there was an ever-increasing number of villagers who were either landless or owned insufficient land to engage in peasant production. The majority of the rural population acquired the status of tenant farmers. For instance, at Bagotville in 1896, the 501/4 acre lots were owned by about 250 persons, while the total village population was 2,403. 98 The struggle for survival conquered all. The fate of the poor was tied inextricably to the collapse of sugar cultivation. Thus, estates that no longer produced the crop made arrangements with villagers to rent land. This had the effect of holding back the development of an independent landowning peasantry among the Creole Africans. The exhaustive, Meticulous work in Rodney's history is evident throughout the volume, though in this respect perhaps chapter 4, on differentiation, stands out. The entire volume deals specifically with the last 2 decades of the 19th century. As Rodney explains, this was a time of economic differentiation, when the decline of sugar saw the growth of other commodities and exports, including timber and diamond and gold mining. With peasant farming on the rise, British Guiana became more differentiated. Since the Dutch had settled on the use of coastal agriculture in the mid-18th century, which involved the complex task of building dams and dikes, little use had been made of the hinterland. Rodney writes, planters viewed the hinterland as a potential competitor for labor and sought to dissuade free blacks from moving in that direction in the 1840s, just as they had earlier sought to forestall slaves from escaping into the bush. 99. The colonial economy was lopsided, deformed, and uneven, making little use of local resources, especially Guianese sources of timber, and preferring imported goods and materials. Only later in the 19th century were native woods used for construction and local building work. In harvesting the local wood, Rodney writes, the rights of the indigenous Amur Indians were totally subordinated to those of coastal business interests. 100. These Amur Indians were forbidden, for example, from felling trees over a certain girth. The pull of scarce labor from timber to gold mining was a real threat, with the metal offering higher rewards than the hard work of logging. Rodney records 10,000 persons passing through the gold field each year from 1891 through 1893. Labor shortage had been an old problem in the slave colony, with gold mining shut down by the Dutch in the late 18th century to prevent labor shortages in coastal plantations. 101. Rodney offers a powerful description of the life of Creole Africans during this period, accustomed to artisan work, day labor on the sea defenses or the village roads, provision farming, the making and selling of cassava, and the huckstering of foodstuffs, in addition to their days of estate labor. Added to this was occasional gold and diamond mining activities, at different times of the year and often simultaneously, that only barely managed to sustain a precarious existence. 102. Rodney's conclusions are undoubtedly correct when he writes that this kaleidoscope of labor of former slaves meant that they did not simply become peasants after emancipation. Rodney's own words summarize his argument brilliantly: they became instead potential members of a free labor force and were amenable to numerous forms of labor. Pressures generated by international depression caused Indian workers to use rice farming to enhance monetary earnings, while Africans resorted to the bush for their survival and created a new economic sector. The pressures of the international economy in British Guiana, to which Rodney refers, meant the plantation economy cast a shadow from the coast deep into the interior. All life was subjected to its vicissitudes. 103. When Rodney turns his attention to the stratification of communities after slavery, we see a society evolving, fracturing, and mutating at a rapid pace. From the 1840s, the Portuguese received certain assistance from planters that was denied to Creole Africans. Quickly, the Portuguese were encouraged to carry out the functions of retail distribution, and they established monopolies in these areas. Equally, with access to credit, the Chinese immigrant workforce also rose to the position of a middle class, working in shopkeeping, woodcutting, and entrepreneurship on the gold fields. By the end of the century, a developing Chinese middle class in towns across British Guiana had begun to emerge. Sometimes the class even managed to purchase their own plantations. 104. Certain privileges allowed some individuals to overcome prevailing stratification, of race, class, and gender, while others were unable to do so. Rodney summarizes the experience for ex-indentured Indians. Accumulation on a small scale by immigrants on and off the estates constituted the first movements of the process of social stratification within this community. 105. The expansion of education was also a development that began in the late 19th century, with Creole laborers placing a great value on their children's education. Education was often provided through church and state, and though limited, it enabled black people who finished primary school to advance further and progress to careers, for instance, in school teaching. The consequences of this advance were predictable. As Rodney writes, The upward mobility of the black and brown middle class brought them into conflict with white incumbents in jobs that indigenous persons identified as rightfully theirs. In many instances, it seemed all the more galling to the new educated elite that positions were filled by incompetent or inexperienced Europeans whom native Guianese had to teach or prop up. 106. In the last 2 decades of the 19th century, the middle class was growing more confident. Increasingly dissatisfied with the lower-ranking roles of teacher and clerk and church minister, they began to rise further to professions in medicine and law. Rodney warns us not to see these achievements as the satisfaction of personal interest, rather, as he writes, educated churchmen and headmasters were socially significant, in that their mobilization helped guarantee the reproduction and expansion of the middle class as a whole. 107. Rodney's last work is a towering feat of social history. Indeed, few Marxist historians have managed so successfully, and with such precision, to combine a vision of history from above and below. In Chapter 5, Rodney writes how the political power of the planters that had been insurmountable had begun to break down in the last quarter of the 19th century. This transformation was brought about by changes in technologies of sugar cultivation, the falling price for the export crop, and reorganization of plantation production. Under the blows of sugar price collapse, estates were becoming larger through amalgamation. One example was Thomas Daniel and Sons, of Bristol, who reigned corporate as a limited liability company in 1886. Plantations were now often run by managers, rather than directly by families. In their efforts to escape the planters, villagers in British Guiana managed to exercise a degree of agency and personal choice. Rodney writes how villagers in British Guiana were uniquely free, judged by the standards prevailing in the West Indies. 108. In London, The Times described the phenomena of British Guiana's communal villages as little bands of socialists, referring to the cooperative authority of these post-emancipation villages. The authorities kicked back with efforts by the colonial state to incorporate them into central government control, attempts that were not always successful, and in many places, conditions by the 1880s had only grown worse. 109. Reformers' disenchantment with developments in the colony challenged the colonial authorities. With this in mind, the Reform Club was established in 1887 with mass petitioning and public meetings. Though the leadership was clearly and resolutely middle class, the club appealed to a broader base of British Guianese society. The target for their campaigns was, Rodney writes, mass grievances of the emergent middle class. The colony's varied press was engaged in the effort to urge a more aggressive tempo of reforms and change. The movement, lasting until 1892, was influenced by the poor common artisans, small cultivators, and laborers. 110. Serious energy was put into campaigning for a lower monetary barrier for enfranchisement from $600 per annum to as low as $300. There were other objectives, including the opening of crown lands, state support for small industries, development of the interior, and the expansion of Creole civil servants, as well as improvements in medical and educational services. Rodney notes at the end of the chapter how the refusal to register a black doctor led to countrywide activism, until an act in the legislature in 1890 was passed allowing him to work. The popular front of the Reform Club generated wider politicization, and Rodney championed its achievement. 111. There is a detectable change of tone as the book moves into Chapter 6, where Rodney discusses struggles and early forms of resistance among the Indian and Creole African populations. This is where the author's passion resides, and it is clear in the change of pace. He writes as a committed scholar, meticulous in his detail and historical research, but resolutely on the side of those taking action. Rodney starts by debunking the myths of docility. If this was historic nonsense in the period of slavery, he observes, so it was with indentured labor too. For these workers bound by a strict contract of work to a single employer, there was a dialectic of accommodation and resistance. Rodney writes. 112. Throughout the years he surveys, indentured labor was regularly brought before the courts itself. Proof of restlessness, absenteeism, and non-compliance. 113. One indication of discontent is seen in the annual reports of the immigrant agent general, who was responsible for the conduct of indentured labor, organizing their arrival and allocation. Between 1874 and 1895, 65,084 indentured immigrants were convicted of breaches of contract. 114. These workers, reprimanded en masse, responded by demonstrating their discontent. In the 1880s, it was not uncommon to see 50 or 60 indentured laborers brandishing shovels and forks in Georgetown as they attempted to take their cases to officials. Such action followed, to a large extent, the vagaries of sugar prices on the international market. Thus, by the time the sugar price collapsed in 1884, indentured workers had begun taking more regular and militant action. Rodney reports that 31 strikes and disturbances occurred in 1886, 15 in 1887, and 42 in 1888. 115 among the many accounts Rodney details, he focuses on a militant indentured laborer, a man called Bechu, a Bengali, who arrived to work on plantation Enmore in 1894. Unfit for hard labor, he was given domestic and light duties. He became a labor activist who defended the rights of his class, writing to the press and lobbying on behalf of fellow workers. His denunciation included substantial allegations of immoral exploitation of Indian females by overseers. As Rodney notes, Bechu's exposures sometimes led to remedial actions such as the dismissal of offending overseers. 116. An activist of Iron Wool, Bechu was twice tried on libel for accusing the Enmore manager of causing the death of an immigrant laborer, who was turned away from a hospital. Rodney records Bechu's words, "The immigrant system is as sacred as the old system of slavery in former days, and for one in my humble position to have ventured to touch it with profane hands or to have dared to unveil it is considered on this side of the Atlantic to be a capital and inexplicable offense." 117. Denounced by planters as a high-caste Indian, Bechu was victimized. Such laborers were regarded as uppity and unreliable rabble-rousers stirring up trouble. Clashes with planters and authorities escalated through the 1880s and 1890s, and into the new century. On May 6, 1903, an indentured gang marched to New Amsterdam, where they argued that management on the plantation had refused to accept a compromise wage. The manager succeeded in getting a driver to testify that the workers had threatened his life, ensuring that they were charged. In the end, Rodney writes, 6 workers were killed and 7 seriously injured. They were shot down outside the magistrate's court, whence they had proceeded to seek justice. The so-called ringleaders were sentenced to terms in prison. 118. Rodney explains that taking action was easier for village workers, since their relationship with the estates was not bound with other conditions arising from tied housing and the general bundle of indentured circumstances. In this sense, the situation was classical, with the class struggle centered on free workers and plantation managers and how much could be extracted from the laborer. 119. There was both open struggle and also hidden forms of resistance. Rodney listed some of these tricks, which included accidental breakages or leaving pieces of iron on the cane carrier, 120 each of which would stop production. At the turn of the century, organized action often came with the development of groups that catered to the needs to workers, as Rodney explains. Workers' Association and friendly associations had come into existence. 121. Priority has to be given to friendly societies and lodges, he writes, bodies that played a direct role in welfare and in advocating for workers' rights. However, the class struggle had to be fought with whatever limited weapons were in the hands of the working class. 122. In this period, the main expression of the struggle was in spontaneous action, one example of which was the anti-Portuguese riots of March 1889. In response to the wounding and subsequent death of a black man, the riot targeted Portuguese businesses and shops. As Rodney explained, it erupted against the most accessible agents in the hierarchy of exploitation, not the plantation capitalists nor the big import-export firms, but the small shopkeepers. 123. One of many astonishing aspects of the chapter was Rodney's ability to straddle the Atlantic to draw on comparisons and working-class action internationally. His celebratory tone is evident when he discusses the impact of British Guianese workers on the tremendous struggle which was then being waged on the English labour front. The historical dock strike began in London in September 1889. The strike in London was covered by the press in the colony, along with other aspects of the new unionism that was breaking out in the metropolis. Rodney explains, when the press in Guyana spoke of an epidemic of strikes in 1890, they pointedly adverted to both the local and international dimensions of this epidemic. 124. Rodney was never one to make tenuous historical connections. Therefore, his celebration of the affinity of the English and British Guianese working class needs to be stated clearly. He writes, "The much-published strikes of dock workers at places like the London West India Docks must have brought to the fore the similarity of class interests and hence the possibility of stepping up the local class struggle through strikes. When the Royal Gazette first reported the London dock strike, it noted that West Indians will be interested in being reminded that intimately associated, upon the Dock Directors Committee is Mr. Neville Lubbock. It may seem purely coincidental that Lubbock needed to travel to Guyana 1 year later to supervise one of the areas in which his capital extracted labor surplus. But the links between the exploitation of English dockers and West Indian plantation workers were not accidental. If the Royal Gazette found the connection intriguing, the sugar estate employees of Mr. Lubbock's colonial company and other Guianese workers were certainly capable of deciding to follow the lead of the London dockers. 125. Forever realistic in his assessment, Rodney explained that the condition of proletariat organization in British Guyana was weak and underdeveloped. At that point, there was no body that consciously united the British Guianese working class. Rodney is realistic about the limits of Popular Front organizing in the 1890s, which meant that the new middle-class spokesmen compromised considerably with the planters with who they were sharing the legislature. 126. As labor struggles escalated, however, the colonial state was clear about the need to respond. The police in the early 1890s were reorganized into a semi-military force. 127. Further support and solidarity came from the UK. After all, as Rodney explained, the two countries, despite the unevenness of their relationship, shared much in terms of class interest and radical politics. The Church was not a neutral arbiter, as seen with the arrival of Reverend H. J. Shirley to take charge of the new Amsterdam Mission Church. He used the pulpit for militant organizing, on which the British Guianese press duly reported. Shirley spoke powerfully. All the laborers and all the employees of the colony from the clerk to the coolie should form trade unions so that no employers should be able to dismiss a man for asking simple honest justice, exercise the right of free speech, and agitate, for it is both legitimate and imperative. 128. Demonized as a socialist demagogue by the authorities, Shirley nevertheless persisted. Rodney explains that the Reverend entered the colony with a class consciousness developed in England, where the modern proletariat was carrying out trade union and party struggles. His real contribution was not so much the denunciation of existing ills in Guyana as his emphatic call for the self-realization of working people through agitation and organization. 129. Teachers, who had constituted what Rodney describes as a quasi-vanguard status within the working class, used the platform of the People newspaper, formed in 1901, to help set up a People's Party, or People's Association. According to Rodney, the People's Party was a proto-party with well-defined positions, and its leadership sought to use the limited constitutional arena to advance popular demands. Yet Rodney advances a word of caution at the end of this chapter, one that echoed through the decades to the struggles he was directly leading in the late 1970s. The political leaders who had agitated and organized a mass base were far from achieving the degree of power required to neutralize the planters or to alter the manner in which Guyana was buffeted by international capitalist forces. 130. Chapter 7 deals directly with the question of race, trying to address whether Guyana is a society, in Rodney's words, in which racial division and conflict have been in the ascendancy over consensus and class action. Rodney's survey of the period covered in the book concludes, my contention is that the case for the dominant role of racial division in the historical sphere has been overstated, and that scholarship on the subject has accepted without due scrutiny the proposition that Indians and Africans existed in mutually exclusive cultural compartments. Rodney argues that there has been a tendency, among historians, to reflect back racial conflict from independence in 1966 to earlier history. It is, he argues, a lazy historical approach that is indefensible when the assumption is made that all previous development was nothing but the unfolding of the theme of racial conflict. 131 If such an approach is taken, then everything in the past can be read as a precursor to racial conflict, a version of predestination which has nothing in common with proper historical research and writing. Rodney states that there was a racial dimension among the Guyanese working people in the 19th century, establishing itself in state-aided Indian migration, residential separation, and the slow rate of diversification of the colonial economy. Yet there were relatively few significant interracial conflicts between different groups in the period before the 1906 elections. These seemingly mild-mannered conclusions are astounding. Rodney knew he was standing much of Guyana's history on its head. Reading the book, there is little doubt that he was correct. The final chapter looks at the riots and protests in 1905, often referred to as the Ruimveldt riots, because workers in plantation Ruimveldt were the first to die in the action. The protest movement spread from plantation to factories, from sugar boilers and porters to building workers and cane cutters. It was, however, the Georgetown-based stevedores who sparked the protests on the question of wage rises. The action, which extended from November 28 to December 6, reached an apex on the third day. As Rodney describes, on November 30, masses of people took to the street in Georgetown. Those who were on strike set out to persuade others of their fellow workers to likewise cease labor. Sometimes force was required. Thursday morning, domestics were dragged out of private houses, while workers at the railway goods wharf were threatened and pushed off the site. By afternoon, crowds roamed the business center, and some looting took place at pawnbrokers and jewelers. Most businessmen hastened to close their premises. The colonial state responded quickly and with force, reading the riot act literally around 6:00 p.m. that Thursday at 4 different parts of the city of Georgetown. 132 Most of the country's sugar and wealth-producing areas were impacted, including the sugar estates of East Bank Demerara, which saw shootings and disturbances on December 1. Managers were chased away by strikers, and plantations were robbed of their food stocks. The porters of Diamond Plantation demanded, on December 2, that their wages be increased from 36 to 48 cents per day. Rodney writes, as wave upon wave of action spread, that for the first time in decades managers were forced to sit down by their own employees. At Cunard and Versailles, the managers were prepared to negotiate. 133. The state, terrified by the scale of the uprising, scrambled 2 Admiralty vessels, the HMS Diamond, a 3,000-ton cruiser, was quickly dispatched from Barbados, and another came from Trinidad. Combined, the 2 ships had a force of almost 600 men. The first task of the arriving force was to round up and arrest the instigators of the strikes in West Bank Demerara. 134. As direct military intervention got underway on the sugar plantations, desperation set in, and the strikes on the waterfront in Georgetown collapsed. The background of the strikes, Rodney tells us, has to be viewed in the context of the sustained and unrelenting pressure brought to bear on the living standards of the working people since the Depression of 1884. 135 Rodney paints a bleak picture of suffering and hardship in the 2 decades before the riots. When the rains fell, Georgetown residents waited among floating feces. When casual laborers obtained 2 days' work per week, the entire earnings could barely cover the rent and keep. Away the bailiff's cart. When mothers gave birth, they stood a 30% chance of burying that child before the first year was up, given an infant mortality rate of 298 per thousand. 136 This was life in British Guyana, brutal, short, and relentless. However, it was not just domestic issues that generated the rocket fuel need for an uprising of this scale. Indeed, Rodney was clear that there were other aspects in the rising levels of worker self-awareness at play. He writes, the stevedores of 1905 represented the highest expression of worker consciousness derived from the struggle both on and off the plantation. These dock workers were at the nexus of the colonial import-export economy, loading sugar for export for shipping firms associated with the massive joint stock sugar companies of the era, such as Booker Brothers, Sandbach Parker, and H.K. Davison. Through contacts with an international group of seamen and coverage in the national press, dock workers were aware of struggles elsewhere in the world. Rodney writes that the stevedore strike wave in 1890 followed on the heels of the Great London Dock Strike of the previous year. This process of class education through glimpses of international experience must have continued in the years that came after. The stevedores and the clerks of the shipping firms were amongst the first to hear, read, and discuss news from the outside world. 137 more than any other year in recent decades, 1905 marked a great turn in popular struggle. The press in Georgetown carried lengthy accounts of the 1905 revolution in Tsarist Russia 138. However, the working class on the docks lacked organization which could have helped cohere their movement and strikes. Efforts at building a popular cross-class organization in the 1890s had not been sustained, therefore, the rebellion in Guyana in November and December 1905 was a great, spontaneous action, with no structures that could guide and direct the movement in workplaces, plantations, and on the streets. 139 Compelled under the sheer force of popular sentiment to negotiate, these plantations were forced by the governor, Frederick Hodgson, to back down. Wage increases would not be made on the back of a mass movement. If there was any doubt about this, Hodgson sought to dispel it with personal visits to several important estates, accompanied by troops from the visiting vessels. Among the aspects of the revolt Rodney details is the role of women. He writes that women from all levels of the working people were involved in the 1905 riots. Court records do not substantiate the slur that even those arrested were all rowdies, viragos, prostitutes, and the like. One encounters reference to a badly clad lady of the centipede class, a gang name for those who apparently resorted to violence in Georgetown. 140 Women also participated in the uprising in East and West Bank labor struggles. 1. Dorothy Rice was part of a delegation from Plantation Roosevelt that put the case for the workers to authorities. Rodney rarely felt the need to labor his theoretical approach with long quotes or biblical references to Marx, Engels, or Lenin. In his last book, the only Marxist authority he cites is Trotsky, where the Bolshevik leader observes that there are always leaders, even when there is no overt organization and even when the personae are left nameless as far as historians are concerned. As evidence of Trotsky's point, Rodney observes, a reading of the official and newspaper reports shows that within the masses on the streets, there were individuals who stood out as bold and decisive. 141 One of Rodney's sources, Hubert Nathaniel Critchlow, was a docker who persuaded his fellow workers to wait to strike until there were more ships in harbor and their bargaining position was thus stronger. In West Bank Demerara, it was Philip Washington of Itvlugd who was regarded as a strike leader. Rodney notes that during the Roosevelt shootings, the police were ordered to target and kill strike leaders. 142. Though the strike and action did not see an entirely unified Indian and African movement, for reasons already laid out, Rodney was clear that the governor was wrong to convey the impression, in his letters and telegrams, that the action saw Africans attack Indians. The apparent racial split, he writes, was a reflection of the division of labor which still tended to concentrate Africans in the estate buildings or in the fields only as cane cutters. 143 The technique that was later used to drive the communities apart, such as using Indians to police Africans and vice versa, was not then one of state control. In fact, Rodney explains, the wage demands by strikers resulted in management promising wage increases for both African and Indian workers, a reality that was deliberately overlooked by Governor Hodgson, who tried to portray the riots as the grievances of a single group. The extent of the uprising cannot be understated. For a few days, it threatened the entire edifice of the colonial state. The police, overpowered, were unable to make arrests and hardly able to protect the governor himself. So significant was the movement that colonial power was forced to seek the reinforcements of British troops stationed more than 500 miles away. Yet there was something more enduring, Rodney writes, than the days of the uprising itself. What the government found difficult to handle was the remarkable estrangement of the people. Their rejection of colonial authority lasted, not for days or weeks, but for months, and in some respects their resistance was better coordinated. And the People's Association was revived to draw together the grievances of men and women. On January 29, 1906, artisans and workers packed into the town hall, to unite a series of demands into a petition sponsored by the People's Association. 144. The uprising also seemed to impact the popular press locally. Increasingly, its reports from far and wide described an international terrain of struggle. Rodney explains that each new outbreak of fighting in Russia was reported, as were the African uprisings in Natal and socialist protests in London. Each and every one of these international struggles found a place, he observes, in the local press to the exclusion of what the governor considered more interesting news, and with the consequences of creating what he described as an artificial situation of unrest. 145. So unsettled were the times that the colonial power regarded it as necessary to detain a British warship for months after December 1905. Rodney's last book, published posthumously, is one of the high points in post-war Marxist history. Its achievements, sadly limited to a single volume, remain immense, charting the making of the Guyanese working poor. Focusing on the last decades of the 19th century but casting a historical gaze to the entire post-emancipation period, it leaves us with a compelling picture of working people, in all their brilliance, humanity, and complexity. This making took place in circumstances of a colonial state and economy with specific and constraining features. Rodney systematically lays these out, while always leaving room for agency and movement. A real people emerge, divided, ethnically compartmentalized, but with the capacity and willingness to act, despite great hardship. The 1905 rebellion was that moment, one to remember, record, and celebrate. Understanding the past in order to shape the future was Rodney's intention in his last, extraordinary book. In it, he never sidelines the specificities of Guyanese history and political economy, and he is always careful to stress the weaknesses and peculiarities of the country's conditions. The book reflects his conviction that only from such a historical vantage could the Guyanese working people begin to understand their own past, and how the conditions in the present had been made. As we have seen, during the late 1970s, Rodney's focus was intently fixed on the struggle of the WPA and the political developments taking place in his home Guyana. However, he simultaneously remained occupied with ongoing lectures and teaching abroad, pursuits to which we shall now turn. Chapter 11. From Georgetown to Hamburg. Even as Rodney became a full-time activist of the Working People's Alliance, its principal organizer and intellectual, he was compelled to travel to teach and work. One trip he took to Germany, from April to July 1978, provides us with particularly rich insight into his political development and thought. Leaving the close, hot embrace of Georgetown in early April for the artificial blast of air conditioning on a British Airways flight, he carried a stack of reading for the 11-hour flight to London, from where he would take a short hop to Hamburg. Walter was familiar enough with the protocols of flying a necessary evil to cross the globe. In the 1970s, travel on a transatlantic flight was a formal affair, calling for smart clothes, collared shirts and ties for men, and skirts and blouses for women. The flights, frequented by wealthy members of Guyana's elite, were nevertheless noisy and frequently filled with cigarette smoke. The weather is still cold in Hamburg in April. Early in the month there are rare highs of 53 degrees Fahrenheit, while nights can plunge to 37 degrees. What warm clothes Walter had, he packed, others he purchased when he arrived. Like all writers and scholars packing for a long trip, luggage limits meant Walter had to contend with a fierce competition between his books and papers and other necessities, such as clothes and toiletries. At the time, he was still working on his manuscript on the Guyanese working class in the former British slave colony. He packed some of the relevant material, including photocopied documents. He also brought along prescribed readings for the course he was going to teach, and notebooks to flesh out his lectures. Anxious to keep abreast of political events in Guyana, he would also have taken party work with him, pamphlets to write and internal perspective documents to draft. Meanwhile, he left clear instructions to his fellow WPA activists. When he arrived on April 6, almost a full day after his departure, he would have been stiff from the flight and tired. Sleep would have been a necessity before he could think of the teaching at the university that was due to start shortly. Walter was an outspoken revolutionary and the celebrated author of How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, and expectation of his arrival was intense. He had been invited by two radical German scholars, Rainer Tetzlaff and Peter Locke, to teach a course on the history of African development, which would take place between April and June at the University of Hamburg. The lectures were recorded, of which full transcripts were later prepared, including the question and answer sessions with the students. Once more, Walter had to be cautious when it came to money. Generous though the university had been with the salary for the 3-month teaching post, after accounting for expenses and travel, he would hardly be living the life of a wealthy man. Writing to his close friend in Hamburg, Albert L. Parks, on January 22, 1978, he remarked that things seem firm enough to ask you to make definite arrangements for housing on my behalf. Rodney then explained, "I would obviously prefer to stay with you. I will be staying for 3 months, and I will need to save as much as possible on expenses. If you have to check out another place for me, please bear that in mind." One Patricia explains, it was entirely logical for him to stay with Al, since they were close friends and the only person that he knew in Germany. Walter was not on vacation but working, and he was always careful with money. His only extravagance were books too. The lecture course was titled African Development, 1878-1978 and comprised, according to the one-page program, a brief introduction to development concepts, 2. A survey of African colonial economies with special reference to East and West Africa, and 3. An examination of post-colonial developments in Kenya and Tanzania. According to the brief plan, there were going to be 12 lectures, comprising the debate on development concepts in Africa and post-colonial development strategies. Included in the program's essential reading was Samir Amin's 1972 article Underdevelopment and Dependence in Black Africa, Their Historical Origins and Contemporary Forms, Rodney's own HEUA, and Issa Shivji's 1976 Class Struggles in Tanzania. 3. Some of the most interesting aspects of this astonishing course concerned Rodney's contemporary reflections on Africa's political economy, and, specifically, Tanzania's apparently radical trajectory. For some of this analysis, Rodney leaned heavily on Shivji's recently published book. Rodney also advanced criticism of Africa's various experiments in socialist change. In Tanzania and across the continent, he had become more critical, scathing, in fact, about these projects, which he now argued were scams that offered nothing to the poor. As we have seen, Sil Lohar reported in 1975 on Rodney's lavish praise of socialist revolutions of the world, but also his equally fulsome attack on the pseudo-socialists who are to be found everywhere in the Third World. In particular, Rodney singled out Nyerere's African socialism as petty bourgeois nationalism that was neither socialist nor African. His experience in Guyana under Burnham's murderous and dictatorial socialism had deepened his critical opinion of all self-declared socialist governments. Burnham paraded himself, internationally and nationally, as a socialist who supported progressive causes despite receiving covert funds from the CIA and crushing any serious opposition. Under Burnham, all independent political groups were suppressed, and activists targeted. Socialism in Guyana was a cruel, violent charade. Yet it was in Tanzania where Rodney learned some of his most important lessons. Dar es Salaam was the place where Rodney had once nurtured hope in state-led projects of radical changes. Tanzania had been a place of incredible optimism. The government of Julius Nyerere had boldly declared its intention to construct socialism in the East African country and reverse the country's poverty and marginalization. As we have seen, Rodney threw himself into debates at the university, as it began to transform itself from a colonial institution, and on the country's national political scene, as it sought to address decades, indeed generations, of enforced underdevelopment. Though he had always been critical of state-led initiatives, these briefcase revolutions, as he had quipped in DAR in 1969, he had given Tanzania and Nyerere his full support. Omissions and inclusions. During the late 1970s, which, tragically, would be the last years of his life, Rodney was at the height of his powers. He had an extraordinary capacity for work, as we have seen in the combination of intense activism, travel, and research he undertook. His efforts, including his political involvement in the WPA, were focused resolutely on struggles from below. There are invaluable signs of this shift, this new orientation, in the lecture course he presented in Hamburg. When I first laid eyes on the original transcripts of these lectures during a 2018 visit to the Atlanta University Center archive, the excitement was intense. In the silence of the reading room at the Robert W. Woodruff Library, the skin on the back of my neck puckered and my heartbeat quickened. With the low hum of the library's air conditioning in the background, punctuated only by the slight rustle of the papers from other readers, I read on breathlessly, my mind focused entirely on the papers. The lectures give a powerful impression of an activist and thinker on astonishing form. Rodney engages with challenging and wide-ranging issues, including the continent's past, slavery, independence, and projects of radical socialist development. Frequently interrupted by students asking him to clarify a point or justify a statement, Rodney deals with complex questions of history, political economy, and Marxist theory with sophistication and clarity, never losing patience or his narrative thread. The transcripts and recordings of the lectures in the archive in Atlanta also give a sense of Rodney's own political development, reflecting on his activism and his current work with the working class in Guyana. The entire course was recorded on cassette, with some expectation that the transcripts would be typed up after Rodney had left the country. In the end, the recordings were transcribed only after Rodney's 1980 murder. In 1984, they were assembled into a small, photocopied booklet, which was placed in the library of the University of Hamburg and distributed to a number of comrades and students. Copies also ended up in a private collection put together by Peter Locke and Rainer Tetzlaff, the organizers of Rodney's visit. It was during my research at the archive in Atlanta that I became aware of the existence of this booklet. Soon after, in December 2018, I contacted Peter Locke. Within a few hours I had received a reply. It was indeed Rainer Tetzlaff who brought Walter Rodney to Hamburg, where he taught courses and attracted a large group of students. I had many conversations with him. According to Tetzlaff, it was for reasons of loss and guilt, which will be explained in the conclusion, that he coordinated the publication of the lecture series into an occasional publication, the photocopied tribute to Walter Rodney, which was distributed to friends and comrades. On December 18, 2018, Locke was confident in his emails to me that he would be able to find his private copy among his papers in the basement. I should find somewhere in the basement this publication and can send you my copy, if it would be of any use for your investigation. After an extensive search, he was in the end unable to locate the document and instead asked for the one copy in the library at the university to be scanned. On January 10, 2019, I received it, in 2 scans. One of the impressive aspects of the course is Rodney's staggering criticism of Tanzania's socialist efforts. He is uncompromising. There was, he said to the large group of students, simply nothing socialist about the reforms. In fact, he points to the strikes and working class activity in a wave of action from 1973 as the center of a genuine movement for socialist change, one that saw a shift in the consciousness of those involved in struggle, Rodney explains. It is here that we need to look for change, Rodney asserts. As I sat in the windowless reading room of the Atlanta University Center in November 2018, it was clear to me that his critical reappraisal, made in public, in front of his class, remains a tremendously exciting and original analysis. Understanding this wave of working-class action required that Rodney undertake a detailed reading of what had taken place in Tanzania. According to Rodney, Nyerere was no socialist. When workers had dared to take matters into their own hands, he had crushed their strikes and occupations. Yet as I scanned the book that Peter Locke had sent me, I realized that the most significant part of the course, Rodney's account of the strikes and the wildcat action, had been excluded. This important story had simply disappeared from this 1984 account of the lectures. What on earth could be the reason for leaving out this still scintillating account of Nyerere's and Tanzania's socialist failings? I can only imagine that even in 1984, when Nyerere had finally resigned as president, it was considered too critical. But by whom? By Locke and Tetzlaff? Or the university administration in Hamburg? Surely it could not have been due to an editorial decision, the limits of space, or mere oversight. Whatever the reason, in this chapter I focus on Rodney's account of working-class struggle in Tanzania, the principal source that he used to understand what had happened. For this, I have had to use the account of the lectures taken from the archive, rather than the booklet. However, to start, I need to briefly present the entire course Rodney was invited to teach in the spring and summer of 1978 in Hamburg. The course. Rodney's lectures were fresh, lively, and original. Indeed, they are perhaps the best example of the dizzying breadth of Rodney's scholarship, reading, and activism, synthesized into a single course. The course also displays Rodney's astonishing capacity for clarity and description, a rare ability among scholars and activists which he had developed during long years working as a teacher and activist. In their introduction to the 1984 booklet, Rainer Tetzlaff and Peter Locke explained that the course was an entirely new, enriching experience when the students of the Institute for Political Science and the Seminar of History at the University of Hamburg were offered an intellectual discourse with an authentic representative of the Third World. 4. Rodney starts the lectures by challenging two views of African history. One is represented by Hugh Trevor Roper, a British historian and racist of the establishment, who saw pre-colonial African history as primitive and basic. The second view, Rodney explained, sees the colonial period as insignificant, almost irrelevant. These historians arrive at this position by saying that African history and African development must be seen in a totality, that African history is almost ageless. 5. Unsurprisingly, Rodney rejects both positions, including the second view, which sees colonialism as insignificant, a flea bite, and holds that already, in 1978, Africa had moved away from the colonial heritage. These were arguments made by both academics and politicians, who saw Europeans as simply visitors. Now that they had formerly left the continent, they believed, Africa could re-establish its authenticity. The idea of authenticity, the return to a real and proper African culture and history, had been taken up and established as official government discourse in different parts of the continent, justifying policies that were often draconian and dictatorial. For instance, Congolese President Mobutu Sese Seko had used to his own advantage the so-called recourse to authenticity in 1971, renaming the former Zaire as Democratic Republic of the Congo that year. His own change of name and title, and the names of towns and streets, reflected this authenticity. On the other hand, the official proclamation of Patrice Lumumba as a national hero, a man Mobutu had been key in murdering, was all part of an attempt to forge a new African national identity true to its glorious historical past. These efforts were part of an endeavor to increase the resources available to the state and drive out foreigners through use of nationalist slogans. The class of state bureaucrats and businessmen was the chief beneficiary of this policy, a process Rodney discusses. Point 6. The second stage of these state-led reforms in the Congo was the institutional and economic consolidation of Zairianization, which was initiated with the takeover of the bureaucracy and the nationalization of sectors of the economy previously in private or corporate, Belgian, hands into either private Zairian ownership or state ownership. This change tended to encourage the development of two different, and conflicting, social formations. The process saw the transfer of small and medium businesses, mainly in the transport and service sectors, from expatriate private ownership to czarine private ownership. One of the major forces behind this process was a concern to gain greater control for the political elite over the resources of the czarine economy, so that the profits generated could more easily be appropriated. Another was to extend the range of resources under nominal state control, and to increase the profits available to a bureaucratic elite. This was the reality of the second type of history Rodney had identified, the return to an ageless African history. As he explained explicitly, I feel that the talk of authenticity has generally been associated with this desire to suggest, colonialism really did not make much of an impact. Rodney then moves on to his third framework of analysis, which sees colonialism not as a minor moment in the continent's history but as a major intervention in Africa's politics and societies. This third position is aligned to Rodney's own perspective. As he describes to the students, colonialism, in spite of being in Africa for a mere 70, 80, or 100 years, made a tremendous impact, and that impact is visible and will continue to be visible on the African continent. He observes, colonialism reinforced tendencies that had already begun with the trade in slaves. For those sections of the African continent which were involved in the trading of slaves, it represented their first major involvement in the world economy, and that with the coming of colonialism that involvement was going to be intensified in very many ways. One thing that is astonishing about the course and the special anniversary book produced in 1984 by Tetzlaff and Locke is the scope of the lectures. The effect for the students, activists, and academics present must have been intoxicating. Early on in the course, Rodney takes the audience to the start of modern African history, which he places in context. If we start in the 15th century with the first slave traders and we say it was a mere 4 or 5 centuries with the 1000s of years of African history, Rodney explains, then this might suggest that the European experience was relatively insignificant. But this would be a fatal mistake, because these modern centuries in recent African history, Rodney argues, have been so dynamic that it is necessary to see the involvement of Africa with Europe and with America as the really decisive phase in the development of modern Africa. Rodney's complete confidence, mastery, and ease when surveying the 5-century-long history of Africa in these lectures is remarkable. He provides historical detail, though he is never lost in the details. This is seen, for example, in his examination of the movements of resistance to imperial competition for African territory, including to the Portuguese colonies in Guinea, that led to the Berlin Conference in 1884 and the colonial scramble on the continent. He does this all within a Marxist framework that is never imposed or forced on the material. He rapidly moves on to examine the solidarity between colonial liberation movements and the labor movements and left-wing movements of the colonializing powers themselves. While this solidarity did exist, it was highly uneven. Thus, one notes that the French Communist Party was the largest communist party in Western Europe, and was itself ideologically tied to its own bourgeois state apparatus with regard to colonial rule. 7. Rodney is quite right on the appalling role of the French Communist Party, PCF, over Algeria. But he is wrong that the PCF was the biggest communist party in Western Europe. In fact, the Italian party was bigger. Nevertheless, Rodney had studied the history of the Algerian struggle against the French in the 1950s in some detail. The French left had equivocated, failing to support the Front de Libération Nationale, FLN, and the war. Though individual members supported the war for liberation, the PCF's official pronouncements were dreadful. They argued that the revolution would take place in France, not in Algeria, and that Algerian nationalists must follow the political lead of the French proletariat. Algeria was not ready for independence, let alone revolution. The greatest threat, the PCF stated, was that an independent Algeria could fall into the clutches of American imperialism. What gives Rodney's lectures such a dynamic and living energy is that he was often interrupted by the audience with questions and queries. On Algeria, for example, one student asserts, there are opinions, many of which go back to the writings of Frantz Fanon, which say that the use of violence or the armed struggle is a necessary precondition for a real independence, and you have already indicated that there are other ways of struggle. Rodney responds, I think Fanon himself of course was aware of the different possibilities of access to independence. But what we have to take as the premise is this: African people, as such, did not make the decision about armed struggle or no armed struggle. That decision was really dictated by the character of colonial rule. Rodney was not simply a teacher in Hamburg but a militant whose own activism in Guyana at the time would raise the possibility of armed struggle. He was responding and lecturing as a scholar and militant involved in the ongoing post-independence struggle for liberation in the Caribbean. While the lectures were incredibly well prepared, based on intense scholarship and reading, Rodney also made detours, such as to recommend other books and writers. As with all aspects of Rodney's life, the course was an effort to educate and politicize students and activists. Despite his serious clash with John Saul years before at the University of Dar es Salaam, he praised the latter's writings, explaining that Saul developed a clear position on liberation. Returning to Fanon, he says that there is a quality to the armed struggle that is really absent from other forms of struggle, in that this armed struggle must develop the aspect of social consciousness. 9. Fanon celebrated the armed struggle in his last book, The Wretched of the Earth, in which he seemed to argue that only a liberation movement that takes up arms can achieve the real freedom required for liberation. According to Rodney, Fanon in this respect was making a virtue of the FLN's obsession with a war for independence, turning what were strategic decisions into the real struggle. In fact, he notes, it was the popular uprisings, the urban-based engagement, after independence, in the strikes in support for the war against the French that achieved the greatest shift in the social consciousness. 10. To Tanzania. Among the most significant parts of Rodney's Hamburg course were his lectures on Tanzania. Partly autobiographical, he starts by telling his students, my own experience with those who have really loved Nyerere's words or read descriptions or discussions of Tanzanian socialism is normally when they come to Tanzania. They experienced a certain amount of shock. Here, he is speaking about a large community of fraternal scholars, and fellow travelers who came to the country with the romantic notion of Nyerere's words and Tanzanian socialism. Rodney continues, they had already begun to imagine the society transforming itself into a socialist society of plenty, when in fact we are dealing with an underdeveloped society where poverty and destitution is as much the common run as you would find in any one of the African territories which may not necessarily be claiming to be moving towards socialism. Quickly moving on to consider Tanzania's history and political economy, Rodney explains to his listeners that the real explanation of this underdevelopment was caused by the fact that Tanzania began at the rear. While Kenya was the regional hub, the economic sub-imperialist center, the low level of productive forces in Tanzania earned the country the dubious honor of being the Cinderella of East Africa. Yet there was nothing mythical or preordained about Tanzanian socialism. On the contrary, the country had approached development at independence in the conventional way. When the existing patterns of dependency in the country continued and failed to yield anything approximating pro-poor development, there was a radical reorientation in the country, Rodney told the class. Rodney then proceeds to provide a detailed analysis of independence and dependency in the country while maintaining his engaging and direct speaking style with the audience. That is another thing you have to learn when you are looking at third world countries. When you see companies and firms that begin with Tanganyika this, or Sudan this or Nigeria this, don't entertain any illusions that they belong to Tanzania or Sudan or Nigeria. In fact, that is precisely the moment when you have to become suspicious, because foreign firms like to decorate their companies with the names of these national countries. He illustrates his point with a vivid example, the Tanganyika Development Finance Company, which sounds homegrown, a national example, but it is in fact partly owned by the Netherlands government. With his exceptional power of explanation, Rodney provides the simplest description of what actually happened to a newly independent African country as it reached for economic development. Foreign governments and companies, he explains. Simply said to African governments and other third world countries, we are going to set up a manufacturing center in your country. This is in line with your development strategy, you are becoming industrialized. Now if we are going to help you to be industrialized, then obviously you must include the conditions under which this industry would succeed. You must provide tariff protection against other exports from Europe and Asia. Never mind that the domestic industry is owned lock, stock, and barrel in many instances by foreign firms, it's still called domestic, it is still seen as local industry. Though a trained historian, Rodney shows himself here as a master of contemporary political economy. As an activist and revolutionary, he had to be on top of current events, trends, and economics. Focusing intensely on his Tanzanian case study in the course, Rodney continues to detail the predicament the country faced. He describes a Japanese radio assembly line that wanted to produce in Tanzania. Philips, an Anglo-Dutch firm, insisted on tariffs of 37.5%, then 50%, and really this was part of their struggle to keep Matsushita, the Japanese electronics firm, out of Tanzania. The solution was part of the standard rule book for multinationals operating in the region, an incorporation with the domestic economy in order to secure protection as if it was a national industry. From this low economic level colonial-era dependence and the failure to build a genuine autonomous basis for independence, President Julius Nyerere had pioneered the Ujamaa program for socialist economic development. As we have seen, Ujamaa was celebrated widely around the world by left-wing radicals. But by 1978, Rodney was extraordinarily sober in his analysis. He explains to the class, Ujamaa has not increased production in Tanzania. It has not transformed technology. It has not transformed social relations in the countryside as it aimed at. It has strengthened the bureaucracy. It has failed to cut the dependency links. And at the ideological level it has created confusion insofar as it has sought to negate the concept of class struggle and class responsibilities. All of this is extremely important. Rodney is saying a few years after he left Tanzania that Ujamaa has failed at every level and that, fundamentally, it has created confusion at the level of class struggle and class responsibility. Point 11 In the context of a state policy of socialist development, class conflict was rendered subversive or reactionary despite the fact, as Rodney has just explained, that this development strategy failed categorically in any of its stated socialist objectives. Rodney plows deeper into his argument. He asks the class, is it that they fail to grow because of socialism? The argument on the left is that they failed to transform social structures. They did precisely what other capitalist-intensive plans also failed to do. What counts, Rodney argues, is whether the wider social structure is mastering the technology and using it for its own purposes, or whether that technology appears as an imposition which could weaken people's capacity to control their environment. Ujamaa, Rodney argued in Hamburg, was frequently greeted as a nuisance, alien, and foreign to the very people at whom it was officially aimed, delivered from above without a coordinated plan, imposed with state edicts, even if the intentions were well-meaning. The reforms were greeted at best with bemusement, and at worst with open hostility among the poorest communities. Without a self-generated, popular engagement from below, Tanzanian state socialism felt like the blind and ignorant processes of a repressive overlord. It mattered little that the intentions were noble, Rodney said. It was unpopular in some areas where capitalist farmers were displaced or pastoralists were forced into villages, but not in others where poor farmers were mobilized and given resources. Point 12. Rodney then turns his attention to Tanzania's international position during the period of Ujamaa. Did the policies of the socialist state, he asks, manage to cut the external dependency links? When these questions are posed of Tanzania's projects and policies, Rodney explains, there is much on the negative side. Indeed, the period saw, in his words, a high degree of integration of Tanzania into the same capitalist economy from which it was supposedly trying to expiate itself. Rarely, he says, did these projects allow for the utilization of domestic resources in a way that would be consistent with the principle of self-reliance. This scathing criticism of Tanzania's socialism is immensely significant. Rodney was not just any critic, he had been one of the country's most intelligent and thoughtful supporters. His criticism came from deep and no doubt painful analysis of the country's realities and its failed hopes. Rodney's position on the country was one he had arrived at both by direct and personal experience in Tanzania, and by deep scholarly engagement with the country's and continent's political economy since he had left in 1974. From such failures to sever the links with the global economy, Rodney goes on to explain there was an even more disastrous reversal of self-reliance, the penetration of the Tanzanian economy by the World Bank. The bureaucratic bourgeoisie in the country, which had grown at an alarming rate, had fallen into the hands of the international financial institution. Rodney described to the class his own astonishment, "I still find it surprising, I still find it a little difficult to explain. Because even from their own mass perspectives at one time, it seemed as though they were interested in a more independent development, and there is just no way you can be independent when under the control and supervision of the World Bank." The World Bank, Rodney explains, was organized to maintain the international economy in exactly its current shape. Extrapolating from circumstances in the UK, Rodney describes how the Labour government under the pressure of a financial crisis in 1976 requested a loan of $4 billion from the International Monetary Fund, IMF. In return, the government were obliged to slash public expenditure. The loan signaled the beginning of the end for social democracy in the UK. In Rodney's words, "The IMF want to make sure that you return your economy to a very solid foundation within the context of international capitalism. They say that to Britain, they say that to Portugal." Rodney was pointing to the devastating process of global restructuring that saw the economies of the global south forced into the hands of the IMF and World Bank in the 1970s. Both institutions made loans available on the condition that the flimsy edifice of state protection and provision was pulled away. The Third World was at the start of the process of structural adjustment, and Rodney was one of its first and most trenchant critics. If the effects of these policies could be felt in the North in the UK, it was in the Third World that the impact was most devastating, Rodney argues. He lists the first wave of adjustment, from Egypt through to Peru, Jamaica, and of course Tanzania. Commenting on the objectives of the IMF for Tanzania, he observes, "An institution of that magnitude with such clear objectives in reproducing the system of social relations of international capitalism could only represent a very disastrous trend within the Tanzanian political economy." However, Rodney acknowledges that there were serious efforts by the government, or some of the leading left-wing figures of the ruling TANU party, to implement a more thoroughgoing transformation. On the president, he explains, in many speeches, Nyerere himself was very perceptive in admitting that TANU needed to change, needed to reaffirm and reassess itself as a liberation movement, and not just as the old nationalist party. A year before Rodney delivered this course, TANU had merged with the ruling party in Zanzibar, the Afro-Shirazi party from the neighboring island, off the coast of Dar es Salaam, to form a new party, Chama cha Mapinduzi, or the Revolutionary State Party. The newly named Revolutionary Party was intended to promote popular and democratic participation in the country. Even this gesture, which was welcomed by some as signaling the continued struggle against exploitation, colonialism, neocolonialism, and imperialism, was categorically condemned by Rodney. In spite of all the rhetoric, he argues, TANU has not been transformed, it remained and remains a nationalist party under the control of the petit bourgeois, incapable of providing the basis for sustained socialist transformation. Rodney argues that the party is thoroughly integrated into the state and reflects and represents the dominant classes. Rodney then throws his weight behind a renewed and radical project of liberation in Portugal's African colonies. He explains, when we look at Guinea-Bissau and we look at Mozambique and Angola, we find that these liberation movements were the only ones who asked themselves, can we build the party now, while fighting for independence which will have dynamism to continue after independence to transform society? 14. The second wave of independence was going to avoid the pitfalls of national liberation and blossom, Rodney explained, into a fuller dynamic, to transform society. However, the intense pressures of global capitalism upon states, of which Rodney was the foremost Marxist critic, meant they were largely powerless to bring about the transformation sought. Instead of drawing out possible challenges these new radical movements would face in government, Rodney expressed hope in the possibility of a renewed project of socialist change. He was in good company. Many shared his cautious hope in the new liberation movements in Portuguese's ex-colonies. If Tanzania had failed, then maybe Mozambique could succeed. Much of the left was equally enthusiastic at the possibility of socialist success in this second wave of independence. Founded as a radical publication to provide fraternal intellectual support for radical politics on the continent, the Review of African Political Economy was first published in 1974. The project was initially conceived by Lionel Cliff, who Rodney had known in Tanzania, and other activists and researchers, including many who had lived and worked in Tanzania and others exiles from apartheid South Africa. Many of these activists and researchers now look to the new projects of radical liberation as enthusiastic and critical supporters. Rodney was clearly aware of the review, but he kept his distance. 15. Though Rodney was skeptical of the second wave of independence, his instinct, like much of his generation, including those then running the review, was to swing behind the renewed radical liberation projects in Portugal's ex-colonies. He expressed this cautious desire in his Hamburg lectures. His is what Cabral asked of PEG African Party for the independence of Guinea and Cape Verde. And this is what Frelimo Liberation Front of Mozambique and the MPLA People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola said themselves. Now we don't know yet whether they will succeed. But at least they raised the question. As brilliant as Rodney's analysis is on the failure of national liberation in Tanzania, and elsewhere, he continues to express hope for other radical projects. If the project of transformation in Tanzania had failed, there was no need to despair because, farther to the south, socialism had found a more fertile home in Mozambique and Angola, and also in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde in the west. Yet the same predicament of liberation and independence awaited the poor in these countries, and for largely the same reasons that Rodney had so brilliantly outlined in Hamburg. Almost answering his own equivocal hope about the second wave of critical independence in Portugal's ex-colonies, Rodney concludes, "It is of course a mistake to see Tanzania as unique, and it is important to recognize that it fits within the general pattern which we have been discussing so far, by which the colonization process ended through an alliance of classes, but within this alliance the workers and peasants never really had hegemony, my emphasis." From Tanzania, Rodney had learned an invaluable lesson. As the leading organizer of the WPA in Guyana, he was determined to give this worker and peasant constituency hegemony in the struggles that they were fighting in Corriverton, Georgetown, Linden, and New Amsterdam. This is not to say that Rodney's emphasis in his writing and activism had not always been with the poor and working class, but that there was now a shift in giving this agency hegemony, or leadership, over state-led projects of socialist transformation. Yet even more tantalizing is Rodney's comment in the lectures about the absurdity of colonial borders, namely, their ability to slice through the continent's communities, generating nation-states that were hopelessly incapable of resolving the issues of development that beset them. Rodney refers to Gambia, the sliver of land in the middle of Senegal, as an example. What capacity was there within this contrived and artificial colonial state to create a functioning country? Yet surely the same question could be asked of Guyana and many other states in Africa and the Caribbean. As Rodney had already explained, if the UK's dependence on the international capitalist economy curtailed its ability to maneuver, what hope was there for poor, peripheral countries in the Third World? What is necessary, Rodney tells his class in Hamburg, is to situate the analysis within the context of a world economy, and this is a world capitalist economy. Indeed, Rodney's very first intellectual quest was to capture the connections between history and contemporary developments. My own work initially came about precisely through an awareness that somehow neither the historian nor the economist in the traditional schools had really sought to try and understand why the present was the way it was, to find the analysis which explains the inequality that could only have been done with a dynamic historical context. It is the interaction between historical elements that is key. As Rodney explains, he used historical work to examine the impact of European involvement on the continent, first in the slave trade and later with colonization, in order to glean the full meaning of the present. For Rodney, the project involved examining the fabric of African history and, in his words, the way in which there were independent forms in which people lived their own lives and produced. At the same time, these independent forms became interwoven with the international economy during the period of slavery and the slave trade, and this had its impact on African development. This was Rodney's method. His application of historical research as the prerequisite for any serious Marxist analysis sets his work and writing apart from a generation of Marxist scholarship. To be a Marxist, to understand contemporary social and political forms, and then chart a path forward, requires a thorough historical understanding. Indeed, Marxism without history is stale grandstanding, an approach devoid of analytical power and insight. However, it is when Rodney begins his analysis of agency and activism that the excitement becomes tangible. A fork in the road. In the final section of his lectures in Hamburg, Rodney moves on to discuss class struggle in Tanzania. In this part of the course, Rodney's mature thinking is a giddying roller coaster, audacious and brilliant. He tells his class, the idea of class struggle does not suit a bureaucratic bourgeoisie or any sector of the petit bourgeois, because it's an idea that speaks about the negation of their own existence over time. Here, Rodney dispenses with the widely held notion of the working class in Africa as an aristocracy, in some ways privileged in the post-colonial state. As he explains, in some parts of the ideological justification of Tanzanian socialism they come very close to saying that the worker is an exploiter of the peasantry, that the workers are part of the exploiting classes. Even though the workers earn a minimum wage, even though the workers in the towns and in the countryside were in the vanguard of the struggle against colonialism. 16. In 1978, Rodney argued that this argument was now being advanced by the petit bourgeois, who were trying to disseminate this idea that workers exploit the countryside. This was a self-serving point that could be used against wage claims and demands for a larger share of the surplus which they produce. These were not abstract arguments in an academic discussion, but justifications made in the organization of the Tanzanian state, and socialist and capitalist states across the continent. Nyerere, the radical president of Tanzania, was fond of making such claims himself. Rodney explained, "If the workers ask for more, the bureaucratic bourgeois would reply, you are getting that at the expense of the peasants." On the role of the state in Tanzania, his attitude had become much more critical. In the strikes and occupations reported by Issa Shivji in his 1976 Class Struggles in Tanzania, and noted by Rodney, there was a new politics in formation. 17 Reporting on the workerist turn in the factory occupations in the early 1970s, Rodney tells his audience, "We as workers are capable of running this enterprise more efficiently than the economic bureaucracy." In posing a direct challenge to the management of companies, workers were making arguments that went beyond their own immediate material interests. They were carrying the class to even higher levels by in fact posing the question who should control production. In these struggles from below, celebrated by Rodney, he saw a direct challenge to a state that had declared itself socialist, and the possibility of a new society based on that class challenge. However, there were serious obstacles. Even though theoretically the Tanzanian revolution accepted a greater role for workers, when they made an important policy statement in 1971 called Mwongozo, the workers themselves tried to implement the rights that was supposedly safeguarded by Mwongozo. Rodney records one of these cases. In one very important instance, workers actually took over a factory, and they didn't take it over from the government, they took it over from a private owner. And they said, "We can run this factory," which was a rubber factory, Mount Carmel Rubber Factory. They locked out the management and they were running the factory. And this caused the greatest excitement and fear on the part of the bureaucracy. Rodney draws the vital and obvious conclusion, as did Tanzania's political elite, if workers were running one factory, then maybe they will run another and another. And this doesn't look too good for the economic wing of the bureaucracy, Their whole rationale of production as a class would disappear if there was workers' control, so they moved to crush those initiatives. In other words, it made no difference what the complexion of the government's rhetoric had been, the threat of these occupations, and the possibilities for real transformation that they contained, was the same. The strikes and occupations had to be stamped out. Rejoicing at what the bureaucratic bourgeois despised, Rodney goes on, what in English we call wildcat strikes, are not strikes which the union initiates but strikes which come from below. The workers themselves decide on direct action. The unorganized strike, not prearranged by trade union leaders, becomes the center of Rodney's focus in these reflections. Point 18. However, it was not simply the strike with which he was concerned, but rather what the strike encompasses. Emerging from such action, apart from the immediate material interests of the workers themselves, were the seeds of another society and power. Rodney's own political transformation can be seen in these comments, in particular, his emphasis on working-class self-activity in wildcat strikes and occupations. Indeed, Rodney's own experiences since 1974 as one of the WPA's leading militants in Guyana had drawn him closer than he had ever been to the politics of the working class. More than any manifesto, book, or declaration, this direct involvement in the struggle caused his thinking to shift. Working in the WPA, but also with partner groups, including the Organization of Working People, had convinced Rodney of the emancipatory power he spoke about in Germany, the power of unofficial action. All the same, a significant part of his analysis of Tanzania, and the dramatic spike in working-class struggle in the country, was indebted to the research of Shivji, his former comrade and student. Class Struggles in Tanzania. Issa Shivji's book was an important influence on Rodney. In Rodney's Hamburg lectures, he highlights the text in a note to students as essential reading and then references it throughout the course. Since its publication in 1976, Class Struggles had been the most significant and rigorous Marxist critique of Nyerere's Tanzania and the efforts at socialist change. Even reading it today, when nothing of Nyerere's left-wing and socialist garb remains intact, the effect is still startling. Nyerere's projects, from the nationalization of firms to the collectivization of farms, are exposed as petty bourgeois nationalist reforms that have not challenged the underlying legacy of capitalism and underdevelopment in Tanzania. Drawing a comparison to the classic fairy tale The Emperor's New Clothes, Shivji declares fearlessly, "The emperor is not wearing anything at all." Rodney's activist work among the workers and the poor in Guyana had led him to reach similar conclusions regarding not only the agency of the poor but also Burnham's claims to socialism. Likewise, Shivji exposed the lie of Tanzania's great socialist hope. Shivji shut down the idea of socialist change from above, with which a generation had flirted in Tanzania and elsewhere. But his immense gift to the Marxist left in his 1976 book was to bring class struggle to the center of socialist transformation. Throughout, he quotes Lenin's line, "Oh, outside the class struggle, socialism is either a hollow phrase or a naive dream." This was the basis of Shivji's critique of Nyerere. 19. It may seem odd to the chronology of a book on Rodney that we make a detour to Tanzania, but a critical return to Tanzania and everything it represented, its dizzying heights of political hope, is exactly what Rodney was doing in Hamburg, furiously excavating the illusions of Nyerere's failure and recovering the indispensable core of emancipatory Marxism. Essentially, the book describes the class nature of the project of transformation in Tanzania since independence. At the same time, however, the volume is a challenge to what was apparently a radical and fashionable thought across the continent at the time. In the preface, Shivji explains how the book came out of his The Silent Class Struggle, published in 1971. "I have tried to give an outline sketch of the class struggles in Tanzania since independence. Though not pretending to write a definitive account," he explains, "my aim has been simply to indicate the course of these struggles and hope that further historical research will fill in the many gaps that no doubt exists in the present work." 20. Predicting that the volume would upset those seeking celebration of Tanzania's experiment, Shivji explains that his analysis is aimed not at celebration or criticism, but explanation. Shivji then details Marx's method and theory of class struggle, challenging, first of all, the alleged non-existence of classes and class struggle in Africa and in the work and practice of African socialism. He writes, the propagation of the non-existence of classes and its theoretical rationalization in the elite theories attempt to exclude by definition the Marxist theoretical tools and therefore the possibility of genuine revolutionary movements. Among a group of African socialists, including Nyerere, the rejection of class struggle was a near universal principle, or, as Shivji puts it, the expounding of the revolutionary ideology as applied to concrete conditions in Africa is at once condemned as un-African. 21 Whether in the writing of Leopold Senghor, Kwame Nkrumah, before 1966, or Nyerere, Marxism was condemned as an alien ideology, imposed by the North, with little in common with African conditions. Instead, Shivji develops a rigorous Marxist account of the country's trajectory. Indeed, his entire book is a sustained and creative application of Marxism to Tanzania's political economy, not as an aberrant or exceptional part of the world, but one tied into the whole fabric of global capitalism. Nor is the exercise an academic one, it is rooted in the practice and politics of the oppressed classes. On this, Shivji was categorical. Potential revolutionaries must themselves fully appreciate the theoretical problems involved because they have immediate significance and relevance for guiding revolutionary practice. In fact, Shivji is scathing about metropolitan academic Marxists, an argument that Rodney would have shared, who, quite unlike an earlier generation of Marxists, have not been involved in revolutionary practice. 22. Chapter 2 discusses the applicability of Marxism to Africa or the predicament thereof. Shivji debunks certain important myths. As we have seen, one of the central arguments at the time saw Marxist socialism as a peculiar development of the global North, with exclusive relevance to the developed economies. In Africa, as Shivji writes, there is no highly developed capitalism and, therefore, according to Marxism, we would first have to develop capitalism. However, this is impossible, he argues. Therefore, the capitalist stage must be skipped. We must build socialism on the basis of African traditions, hence African socialism. 23 Like Rodney in How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, Shivji argues that Tanzania and all parts of the continent are intimately connected to global capitalism. When we talk about Africa today, we are talking about the countries which have had long historical relations with advanced capitalist countries and which now form part of the world capitalist system. 24. Shivji concludes, Building of socialism is not skipping or jumping the capitalist stage, for we are very much part of the capitalist relations. Neither is the option of developing vigorous national capitalisms open to many African countries, for, among other things, it would require disengagement from the international capitalist system, a period of primitive capital accumulation, without the slave trade or the colonies, a vigorous national bourgeoisie to do this, and the docile masses to endure a long period of sacrifice. 25. Against this impossibility, Shivji suggests another route, centered on the struggle of classes, a social political struggle against existing relations of production, which are responsible for throttling the development of productive forces. 26 Given Tanzania and the continent's underdevelopment, this struggle is, he argues, going to be arduous and calls for new tactics and strategies. At the heart of this battle is a struggle of classes. The fight against the existing natural conditions is inseparably tied with the fight against existing socio-economic organization. 27. There is, Shivji is clear, no capitalist path. What there is of a national bourgeoisie in Africa is neither national nor bourgeois. Where there was the development of such a class in the 19th century in Egypt or Madagascar, for example, it was snuffed out when it came into contact with advanced capitalism. Instead, a petty bourgeois elite, tied to metropolitan capitalism, does not have an economic base. It is, rather, the leading role this class played in independence that has bestowed on it the function of ruling. Unlike many of his generation, Shivji does not abandon working class agency, even if he makes certain important addendums to classical Marxism. In many African countries, he argues, Large groups of wage earners employed in large capitalist industry, did not develop and could not have possibly developed in the conditions of the colonial economies. Nevertheless, in all these countries a class of wage earners did develop, employed mainly on plantations, in the docks, in transport and commerce, and in construction, building, etc. Despite evident weaknesses in the development of an African working class, they played a strategic role in the struggle for independence, conscious of their position and their economic importance, frequently launching strikes and initiatives without any support. The key, Shivji argues, to the development, or furtherment, of this potential revolutionary strata is that they are mobilized under the leadership of the proletarian ideology. 28. These arguments may seem self-evident, or unremarkable, however, we must try to glimpse them in their context. Shivji was not writing a monograph that would see him through to his next academic promotion. In fact, a book that targeted Nyerer's very political foundations would likely have had the opposite effect, while an assertion of the revolutionary role of the working class in Africa was an act of considerable daring. Placing this class and its struggles at the center of Marxism was a far more radical undertaking, forcing a break with many narratives on the left that were fashionable at the time. Marxism with class struggle at its heart, Shivji announced in 1976, was not a foreign or imposed theory, as African socialists would have it. Rather, Shivji applied Marxist methods to the history of class struggle in Tanzania. 29. Shivji proceeds to pull up the foundation stones of Tanzania's socialist achievements. The Arusha Declaration, he writes, marked the end of one phase of struggle between the petty bourgeois and the commercial bourgeois and the beginning of the second. 30. The commercial bourgeois, made up almost exclusively of Tanzania's Asian population, had long monopolized the import and export business. Therefore, with the nationalization of these sectors, the class was largely broken. The declaration was an important staging post, not in the dismantling of Tanzanian capitalism but in the development of the bureaucratic bourgeoisie. This bureaucratic class used the rhetoric of socialism, which, while hollow, did usher in a period of debates and discussion on the meaning of socialism and Marxism. 31. Shivji's own contributions were a direct expression of this period of debate and learning. Prior to this period, the government had already effectively banned strikes, while moving the National Union of Tanganyika Workers, NUTA, in 1964 under government control. In an effort to secure social acquiescence, it had implemented certain reforms, including a minimum wage, security of employment legislation, and the National Provident Fund, yet in exchange, the government wanted to see an increase in productivity in the name of national development. Reinforcing a widespread notion of privilege, a 1967 report by Professor Turner, entitled Wages, Incomes, and Prices Policy, written for the International Labour Organization, argued that workers had secured their increase in wages at the direct expense of peasants. The government concurred, going so far as to say that the report dovetailed with the socialist principles of the Arusha Declaration. Shivji explains, sacrifices, rises in productivity, restraint in wage demands, etc., were asked of workers when the profits of the capitalists continued to increase. This apparent contradiction, austerity for workers, profits for the bosses, was resolved by the state becoming a majority shareholder in private enterprises. 32 Now that the businesses they worked for were officially theirs, workers could be pressed even harder. There was another element in the report that Shivji highlights: it drove a wedge between the working class and the peasantry. How could they possibly come together in united struggle if they were objective antagonists in the fight against capital? Shivji disagreed with this thesis, and he challenged much left-wing orthodoxy at the time, not least the writings of Fanon in The Wretched of the Earth. Fanon had seen the urban working class as a privileged colonial class whose interests stood in direct opposition to both the lumpen proletariat in shanty towns and slums, and the revolutionary peasantry. Both groups were exalted for their selfless revolutionary activity. In this respect, Shivji argues, Fanon had been wrong. The Arusha Declaration, therefore, was not a socialist project, instead it saw the deepening involvement of the state in trade, milling, export and import, and in light industries, substantially dislodging the commercial bourgeoisie. The resulting exodus of the Asian bourgeois, Shivji noted, was almost universal, though in a few cases, those without ready money took loans to get out of the country. 33 To see these celebrated reforms which have continued, somehow, to glitter and dazzle through the intervening decades subjected to such ruthless scrutiny, in a text written 45 years ago, is impressive. Along with the bureaucratic bourgeoisie's growing confidence and dominance, Shivji notes, had come the development of a panoply of class benefits. Its high income level secured access to education and medical facilities, its urban base secured access to the best services. The class also had everything it needed for its own continued reproduction. Common social and income status meant that the class mixed together, in bars, clubs, hotels, and neighborhoods, even if this social reproduction was pathetic by the standards of the European or North American bourgeoisie, in its age-old exclusive social and cultural class institutions. 34. As we have seen, although the Arusha Declaration did not launch a socialist transformation of the country, it did have one enduring legacy. For many years afterward, it raised a debate on socialism, and through the critique of its program and promises, it put socialism on the agenda for the first time in a concrete way. 35. Moving on, Shivji examines the vaunted programs of villagization and Ujama, which were efforts to integrate non-monetarized, or subsistence, sectors into the cash economy. This meant, in his words, deeper integration within the world capitalist system. The task of a real transformation of agriculture, he writes, is above everything else, a political struggle, class struggle against the internal and external classes with vested interests in maintaining and perpetuating the existing relations of production. 36. Needless to say, the policy of Ujama did not quite see things in this way. Having pulled away the veil of the Tanzanian socialist experiment, Shivji turns his attention to the actual class struggle. Specifically, he writes of the transformation of the people themselves through struggle. 37. It is here that the book receives its fullest development in Rodney's hands in Hamburg. As we have seen, Shivji dismantles the notion of the labor aristocracy which lifted the peasantry to the status of revolutionary class. He argues that the working class and its political potential rest on its position in the process of production more than its numerical size. Though tiny compared to its northern counterpart, it plays, he argues, an important role in the process of production, but a very strategic one too. To be sure, even in the independence struggle the workers were in the forefront. 38. By contrast, Shivji remarks, there has been no example in Africa where the peasants have played a leading revolutionary role while the workers have sided with the dominating classes. It is a complete confusion therefore to identify the whole working class, as Giovanni Arrighi does, as a labor aristocracy. The most exciting parts of Shivji's book are when he turns his focus directly to a wave of working class struggles in Tanzania. During the post-Mwangoza period that he examines the high point of post-independence class struggle, numerous strikes and occupations took place. As we have seen, Mwangoza guidelines were a code of conduct for party members, written in the context of both the invasion of Guinea in November 1970 by Portuguese mercenaries, so-called Operation Green Sea, targeting fighters from Amilcar Cabral's PAIGC, and the coup that overthrew President Milton Obote in Uganda, Tanzania's neighbor, in January 1971. These joint operations, carried out against similarly radical regimes in Africa, had alarmed the Tanzanian government. Nyerere saw the two events as a direct challenge, in his words, to progressive African countries. 39. The Mwangoza Guidelines, published in 1971, stated clearly that in the case of Uganda, imperialism prefers to use local puppets to overthrow the legitimate government and replace it with a government of foremen, and that such a local government will allow the imperialists to exploit national wealth in partnership with the local bourgeoisie. The aim of the guidelines was to deepen the involvement of people in decision-making, and to hold party leaders to account. Thus, according to Shivji, this leadership must not be arrogant, extravagant, contemptuous, and oppressive. 40. For Shivji, reading between the lines, the Mwongozo document was a broadside by a section of the bureaucratic bourgeois against right-wing members of the petty bourgeoisie who they regarded as posing a potential threat, possibly even with the backing of colonial and racist powers like Portugal and South Africa. 41. Who might attempt an overthrow of the Tanzanian government. The impact of the document calling for popular re-engagement with Tanzania's anti-imperialist project was a series of workers' actions, wildcats, as Rodney referred to them in his Hamburg lectures, including a series of strikes and occupations. Many of these actions were taken in the name of Mwongozo. None of these strikes were expected, or indeed welcomed, by the government. In May 1973, the monthly bulletin of the Federation of Tanganyika Employers complained that it was the famous Clause 15 of the TUNU Mwongozo guidelines, the above cited line on arrogance, extravagance, contemptuous and oppressive attitudes by party leaders, to which striking workers frequently referred as a motivation. The bulletin noted that, a characteristic style is that workers stop working immediately when the unwanted manager enters the compound of the firm, and the work resumes again when the victim steps out of the fence. 42. The action was not sanctioned by the trade union movement. On the contrary, the NUTA had by then become the only officially sanctioned union, firmly under the control of the ruling party. Bureaucratic and state-sanctioned workers' committees, established as part of the Security of Employment Act of 1964, were seen as ways of controlling and disciplining workers. These committees, however, played an important role in the post-Mwongozo worker struggles. Shivji notes a curious fact: it is the Workers' Committee which is closest to the workers, and, being wholly elected, the militant workers were able to get elected to the committees and thereby provide the necessary leadership in the post-Mwongozo period. 43. Shivji also notes that working-class strikes were not marginal to the success of Tanzania's independence, but crucial to it. Workers' strikes in the late 1950s played a crucial role in the struggle for independence. In the 3 years, 1958 to 60, just before independence, there were 561 strikes involving 239,803 workers, 2,194,212 man-days lost, the greatest number to be recorded. 44. This number dropped to 613,778 days lost in the years between 1961 and 1964, and then, remarkably, to 26,518 from 1965 to 1970.45 by 1971, Shivji writes, having cleared all the ground, the fundamental contradiction between the bureaucratic bourgeoisie and the workers came to the fore and asserted itself in a dramatic way in the post-Mwongozo downing of tools. 46. In the period of the post-Mwongozo strikes between February 1971 and September 1973, there were 31 downings of tools, involving something like 28,708 workers and almost 64,000 days lost in strikes. This is twice the figure for the previous 6 years, from 1965 to 1970.47. However, these initiatives involved not just strike action, but also general militancy and class consciousness. In the later periods of this action, workers started to lock out officials who they could not tolerate. Later, as workers' action intensified, there were direct factory takeovers. These resulted, in some cases, in the sacking of the entire workforce. 48. In the great majority of these actions, NUTA was entirely absent. The wave of working-class militancy was not only centered on remuneration. Frequently, workers made non-wage demands, including for better treatment of workers by management, with workers enthusiastically citing the famous clause in the TUNU's Mwongozo guidelines. In a strike at Tanganyika Motors in January 1974, workers locked out 4 of the company's top officials, who they claimed looked down on African workers. Though there is no account of their specific grievances in the book, the abuse would have been intensely real. Management responded by shutting down the entire enterprise. A NUTA official tried to get the workers back to work by explaining that the factory's contract with Peugeot was important because these cars were used by government institutions, therefore, for the sake of the country, workers should return to work. A worker representative replied to the official that human dignity was more important than the economy of the country. 49. Another strike reported by Shivji at the British American Tobacco Company of Tanzania, a subsidiary of the National Development Corporation, took place in 1973. On May 23, when Mr. Kashijia, the personnel manager, came into the factory, a fire alarm was sounded, and workers immediately stopped work. A delegation of workers went to his office and ordered him to leave the factory, or his office would be pulled down. Mr. Kashijia was accused by the workers of using resources extravagantly, in breach of the Tuna Code. In particular, they cited his use of the company's Range Rover and of company money to throw a party for members of the elite. The demands escalated. Not only did the workers want Kashijia dismissed, but they drew attention to the wider discrimination in the company. One worker, for instance, complained that while workers received prison food, the senior management members were served delicious dishes of tourist standards. 50. Only when the police arrived at the factory armed with guns and tear gas were workers forced to back down. Ultimately, a labor tribunal found that the allegations against the personnel manager were justified and suggested he be removed. The apex of the militancy, however, was a series of takeovers of factories, which in one case succeeded in forcing the government to support the action. The Mount Carmel rubber factory was one example cited by Rodney in his Hamburg course. Conditions at the factory were regarded as deplorable. A workers' committee had been set up in 1971, and NUTA remained almost entirely moribund. Though an agreement was soon drafted by the new workers' committee, it was never implemented. Shivji takes up the story. It was under such circumstances that the workers finally decided to take over the factory, encouraged by the neighboring factory which had been taken over by the government. In June 1973, when the personnel manager tried to enter the factory, he was greeted by booing and jeering workers. He was told, Shivji reports, by the chairman of the Tuna branch and the workers' committee that the workers did not want him or the managing director. The workers had taken over the factory. The workers posted a guard on the gates, while the rest of the workforce continued work. The exterior of the factory was festooned with slogans and placards, Long live Mwalimu and Mwangoza, we are ready to work night and day if allowed to take over the factory, and the factory belongs to the workers. 51. The workers refused to have their dispute negotiated by NUTA or any other labor official. Instead, a regional commissioner came to the factory to negotiate, accompanied by an armed group of policemen. In the midst of these events, workers at Hotel Afrique were infected by the insurgent mood. They too readied themselves to take control of their workplace. Fearful of the example being established across the city, the following day the police arrived with trucks at the occupied factory, where all workers who refused to accept their employer's leadership were ordered to enter packed vehicles. 5262 were driven away to the central police station, leaving only on 15 workers. Every member of the workers' committee and of the factory's Tuna branch had been arrested. Frightened by the wave of occupations and takeovers, the government warned workers against the habit of unilaterally taking over factories, explaining that it would not tolerate unruly behavior on the part of the workers. 53. By June 21, 1973, the Daily News reported joyously that early yesterday morning the government reinstated the owner of the firm in his factory and opposed the workers' demands to take it over. 54. Mwalimu, it seemed, had spoken, order had been restored. Shivji is relentless in his conclusions. He state, he writes, thus asserted its class character regardless of the ideology. But in so doing it laid bare the fundamental contradiction between the exploited and the exploiter. 55. Yet there was still work to do. Shivji concludes that the vital exercise of converting class instinct into sustained class consciousness required proletarian ideology. The astonishing wave of strikes, occupations, and workers' militancy marked the end of a period when workers could be used as cannon fodder in petty bourgeois politics. Finishing the book, Shivji declares, optimistically, this time it will be their own struggles, their own class war and the struggle of their fellow exploited class, the poor peasants, that they will fight, not to replace one exploiter with another but to begin to replace the very system of exploitation. 56. The book is a brilliant takedown of the entire socialist pretense of the Nyerere government, which had inspired those who lived and worked in Dar, Rodney included. While Rodney had reached many of these conclusions himself well before 1978, to see them worked out by a trusted comrade and former student made a lasting impression on him. It was for these reasons that he marked the book as vital reading for students of Africa's flawed, radical experiments in Hamburg. However, I am left with an awkward observation. During this immense and important wave of post-Mwangoza strikes and militancy, many prominent socialists were still in Tanzania, working, studying, and teaching. Why was this group of socialists and Marxists unable to relate to an unprecedented period of working-class action, or even to draw the militant leadership into the rich discussions about socialism taking place in the country? Rodney's comrade Karim Herji makes a similar point, asking the same question of himself and others who were more critical than Rodney of the projects taking place in Tanzania in the early 1970s. He writes, "The irony is that those of us who theoretically critiqued him for having too much hope were not able to fully follow our own recipes for community mobilization and struggle." By contrast, Rodney's actions were fully consistent with his thinking and, in Herji's words, evolved as the concrete conditions demanded. 57. In Herji's view, Rodney moved into struggle and popular organizing in Guyana better than those around him who had been more advanced in their criticism of Tanzania and Nyerere. Leaving Hamburg, Rodney concluded his lectures on Tanzania by posing serious questions about Tanzania's radical future. He argued that the apparent rehash of national liberation advocated at the time by TANU was not enough. Rather, reasserting the liberation movement was likely to fail. Rodney was clear about this. My feeling is that in spite of all the rhetoric, TANU has not been transformed, that it remains a nationalist party under the control of the petit bourgeois, incapable of providing the basis for sustained socialist transformation. 58. In other words, socialist change required pressure from outside the ruling party and in opposition to it, much as Rodney's WPA was working against Burnham's regime in Guyana. The regimes were profoundly different, but the essential class component was not. If working class struggle from below, in occupations and wildcat strikes, was necessary in Guyana, it was also indispensable for the construction of socialism in Tanzania. To those who declared that there was something unique about Tanzania, Rodney was equally dismissive. It is important to recognize that it fits within the general pattern, which we have been discussing so far, he noted, by which the colonization process ended through an alliance of classes, but within this alliance the workers and the peasants never really had hegemony. The Hamburg lectures confirmed the shift in Rodney's work toward an emphasis on the self-activity of the working class through occupations and wildcat strikes, not as one of numerous players in the revolution, but as the central organizing force. A new state, he believed, would not come about by an enlightened leader or party, but through the frenzy of a class in the process of knowing itself, and through what it alone was capable of creating. This would require what Shivji described as a proletarian ideology. In this scenario, the existing national bourgeoisie, in Rodney's words, and their whole rationale of production as a class would disappear. While the full development of this politics would never be realized, Rodney's decisive turn to the working class, as recorded in his Hamburg lectures, was an important moment in an extraordinary life. However, there was still an equivocation. While Rodney looked to the self-organization as the real center of Marxism and revolution, he still held on to the possibility of a new or better liberation movement that would avoid the pitfalls of Tanzania's failed socialism. In Hamburg, there was hope for the late radical liberation of Mozambique, Angola, and Guinea-Bissau, at the same time as a celebration of working-class self-organization. Returning to Guyana via Barbados in early July, Walter wrote on July 10 to his friend Albert Parks in Hamburg to explain he had arrived safely and to please inform mutual friends that I returned home safely and that I have sent greetings. Walter was able, he explained, to meet up with Patricia in Barbados, and the result is that we both got home on the same flight late on Tuesday night. The children were of course delighted. Writing again to Al on September 25, he explained that he was traveling once more to Germany for a conference of the World Council of Churches on Racism in Children's and School Textbooks. He had recently written 2 children's books, Kofi Badu Out of Africa and Lakshmi Out of India. 59. The conference on racism in children's books was going to be held in Frankfurt from October 13 to 18, a roughly 300-mile drive from Hamburg, so it was unlikely that a trip to see Al's family would be possible. However, Rodney hoped he would manage it somehow. Moreover, he was traveling later in the year to the United States, and he would need some of the supplies he had left with his friend in Hamburg. "I'll definitely be going to the USA for a few weeks before the year is over," he explained to Al in the letter, "and it will have turned fairly cold by then. Therefore, if you select any serviceable warm clothing from the stuff I left behind, there might be a way of my collecting before leaving Germany." The shoes could also be in the same packet. In the letter to Al, Walter described the political situation in veiled terms. "Things are moving as well as one could expect in a difficult situation." 60. Chapter 12. Those heroic months of revolt. In the last year of his life, Rodney organized, taught, and fought. Walter the labor militant and writer remained tightly plaid with Walter the husband and father. He continued to pick his 3 children up from school, play with them, let them lie on his lap while he wrote, and involve them in the various elements of his work. These aspects of his life could not be separated, and the popular education classes he conducted at the family home were the clearest example of this. The couple was also remarkably collaborative, running the household and its chores equally. Patricia's work and education were given the space they needed to develop. For example, she traveled to Kingston in September 1978 to complete her degree. Amid the intense pace of political activity and repression, this is an overlooked and astonishing dimension of the Rodney family, and Walter's story. Faced with a mass movement that almost toppled the cynical and brutal dictatorship of Forbes Burnham, Walter did not despair. After the great protests, the civil rebellion, had begun to ebb in September 1979, he fought hard to keep it afloat, frustrated that the movements led by the Working People's Alliance had come so close to removing the dictatorship, replacing it not simply with new elections but with its own power and popular assemblies of the poor and working class. Rodney faced enormous challenges as an activist, father, and husband, but he tried hard to keep ahead of rapidly changing events in 1979 and to lend a coherent focus to the developing struggles. Through this tumultuous year, he maintained his breakneck schedule of international travel, lecturing, speaking, and fundraising work he was forced to take in order to pay the bills. During this period, Rodney maintained a remarkable momentum of scholarly work and activities. On January 8, Michael Cratton, a scholar of slavery who was based in Canada, wrote to supporters and funders to request funding for Rodney. He explained that Rodney would be attending the Slave Studies Conference at the University of Waterloo between March 14 and 17, 1979, to give a paper on slavery and underdevelopment. Beside taking part in the conference, Dr. Rodney is eager to talk in public. Detailing Rodney's circumstances to the potential funders, Cratton writes, "Those who know Dr. Rodney will testify that he is a charismatic lecturer, who strikes responsive chords in all audiences, be they African, Afro-American or Canada. Though he is committed to spreading the word with or without fee, because of the sensitivity of his political role in Guyana, he occupies no salaried post and must subsist by lecturing." He goes on to request a speaker's fee of $500, a typical procedure in universities, when raising funds for speakers and research. 1. Rodney had also been in touch with an organization called the Council of Interracial Books for Children, part of his own work in publishing for children. At the end of January 1979, they wrote to him from New York about an Operation Guyana airlift to get books for children in the area. "We are sending you the books mentioned below via boat mail." The titles included various picture books: Jambo Means Hello, Sean's Red Bike, Playtime in Africa, for smaller children, and profiles of prominent black figures in U.S. culture and politics, including Paul Robeson, Ray Charles, and Rosa Parks. Point 2. At the end of April 1979, confirmation of Rodney's round trip to Los Angeles was mailed to him by a research associate, Patty Iyama, from the Center for Afro-American Studies in Los Angeles. He had been invited to speak at a symposium, The Political Economy of the Black World, to be held between May 10 and 12, and to stay for the nights of the event in a single room, at the Holiday Inn in Westwood. Rodney spoke on the roots and consequences of African underdevelopment, a talk that, on June 4, was commended in a letter from the organizers as very stimulating, very much appreciated by the audience, and contributed significantly to the success of the symposium. 3. Rodney had also agreed to speak on May 5 at Hunter College, part of the City University of New York. Invited by Laura Randall, a political economist of Latin America, who asked Rodney in a letter on January 30, 1979, whether patterns of influence in the Caribbean, Cuba, Venezuela, and Trinidad would be an appropriate title. Rodney delivered the talk as planned and soon after received a letter with Randall's words of gratitude: "Thank you for a magnificent talk, and your generosity with your time." She was clearly quite captivated by his speaking style. "I'm struck with the fact of how well you held an audience through a presentation that included so many helpful facts, that were adduced in ways that did not interfere with the clarity of presentations. It was a pleasure to watch." Tapes of the talk would be made available, she explained. Point 4. I give these examples of Walter's continued international schedule to indicate a few things. First, that he kept up international speaking commitments, even as the struggle in Guyana intensified. We should remember that between these symposiums and talks in North America, he was being called on to speak to organized workers on sugar plantations and in mines across the country. Secondly, this visit to New York and Los Angeles would be his final international trip before his arrest in July on charges of arson during the Great Summer of Discontent. Rodney would not leave the country again until May 1980, the following year. In addition, throughout this period, Rodney maintained strong and close relationships with leading figures of the African liberation movement, those still fighting for the liberation of the continent from white settler rule. Many of these connections he had made while in DAR, but now, as a leading figure in the WPA, he regarded Guyana's liberation, its real liberation and independence, as part and parcel of Africa's late liberation, being fought for in southern Africa. These were his comrades in arms. No struggle on the continent interested him as much as Zimbabwe's, which was regarded widely as representing a fresh start for the continent's liberation, led by the socialist-inspired Zimbabwe African National Union and Robert Mugabe, who few at the time could fault. The Radical Journal Review of African Political Economy celebrated Mugabe and the fall of the white minority regime in Rhodesia in the following terms: of all the political movements in Zimbabwe, ZANU-PF stands out as the most progressive and patriotic organization fighting for the true interests of the laboring masses. 5. Meanwhile, on the radical left, theorist Alex Kalinikas wrote in 1981 in a study of Zimbabwe and southern Africa about this remarkable man. 6. Rodney was not alone. Many figures and groups on the left at the time, across a broad spectrum, saw a new dawn for liberation in Zimbabwe's independence. When he eventually made his way to Zimbabwe for its independence in April 1980, he was returning to the bosom of militant Pan-African liberation. At the end of 1978, the prominent nationalist Nathan Shamwayarira, then Director of Education and Culture for the ZANU in the liberated zones controlled by the party, sent Walter a letter. Nathan, a talented journalist and writer, had been Walter's friend and comrade in DAR, when the two men were teaching at the university. He wrote, "Your letter of June 6 said we should consider you available for 6 weeks in March/April. While this is good news for us, I regret that I am not able to confirm your visit to us because of the deteriorating security situation in our war zones." Shamwayarira explained that while it would not be possible for Rodney to travel as part of ZANU's general education program for these months, they wanted to see you here as soon as it is possible. He then goes on to explain the situation in the country in 1978. We were able to establish liberated areas in 3 rural areas where 1.3 million now live, and look to us for providing basic social and security services, and in 1979 we intend to consolidate our hold in these areas, as well as start work in the urban areas to which the settler system and its agents have retreated. Explaining that the ZANU's president, Mugabe, had established good relations with Cuba in 1978, Shamwayarira nevertheless appealed to Rodney, "We would be grateful for any assistance you are able and willing to give to enhance that relationship." Referring to the progress of the war and support from neighboring states, he explained, "Mozambique has continued to form our strongest and most reliable rear base. Although the casualty rate has climbed to about 20 a day, our people are coming out in ever-increasing numbers to support the war and to make heroic sacrifices all along the line." The tone of the letter changes when he signs off, in pen, "Warm greetings and regards to the family. Pambarai ne Kaimuranga. Forward with the revolution, Nathan." 7. The letters came and went between the two men, with news and information about their respective struggles, suggestions, requests, and expressions of heartfelt solidarity. Nathan wrote again on January 10, 1980, from the ZANU postal address in Maputo, starting his typed letter, "Dear Walter, all the comrades here wish you a successful 1980, and happier days than in 1979. Since July 79, when news reached us here through the British press of the suppression of your movement, and the ill treatment of yourself personally, by the Burnham regime, Comrade President Mugabe has not spent as much as 3 weeks in Maputo." Mugabe, he reported, had been on a tour of Eastern Europe, in Havana in September 1979, and then in London for a 3-month conference at Lancaster House in London that would lead to elections and independence for Zimbabwe soon after. The Comrade President had been busy, Shamwayarira explained. "I am recounting this program to show that we have not had time to brief him on the Guyanese situation, and for a serious in-depth analysis of the trends emerging there so we could take our progressive position." Preparations were busily being made for elections and Mugabe's return home, he explained, but Nathan's reference to a progressive position is fascinating. Presumably, this meant a nuanced stand on the struggle against Burnham's People's National Conference. Among nationalist governments on the left, the PNC government in Guyana might have been an outlier, but with its socialist camouflage it was still regarded by many as a family member. Rodney and his allies in ZANU had to intervene to ensure a full picture of the regime's true politics was received. Indeed, Nathan is almost apologetic that he had been unable to discuss the Guyana matter with Mugabe. Shamwayarira continued with the timetable of 1980. "We are supposed to be flying to Salisbury the day after tomorrow in an advance party of 120 people to set up our election campaign for next month." Doubtful about whether the election would be fair and people could vote freely, he explained, "The press and radio in Salisbury continues to carry out a vendetta against us, and our partners in the PF Patriot Front. The whole exercise has been a big imperialist conspiracy to cheat us out of our hard-won politico-military struggle, but, unfortunately, the struggle had advanced to a stage where it cannot be diverted or defeated completely." This was indeed a period of intense political consummation for the struggle to liberate Zimbabwe, and it seemed that efforts to speak to the leader about Guyana could not be guaranteed. Shamwayarira closed his letter, "Let's keep in touch through our Maputo address. If there comes a time when we have the energy to turn to other issues, Guyana will be high on our list. In the meantime, you and your family, and the safety of your colleagues is very much in our minds. Yours in arms, Nathan." 8. For a revolutionary and presumably internationalist organization on the verge of taking power, how could the relationship with other revolutionaries fighting against repression not be an issue of immediate concern? Reading the sentence that begins, "If there comes a time," must have at some level been a blow to Rodney's hope of isolating Burnham or receiving practical support from a new socialist government in Zimbabwe, which was much celebrated around the world. As we will see, Rodney went to great lengths in April to appeal to the internationalism of the new ZANU-led government. In radical circles in early 1980, the political mood was dominated by Zimbabwe and the prospects for a radical turn in the Third World. From London, Sewell Mambara, a comrade who knew the family from Tanzania, wrote to Rodney on March 21, "Ndunga Baba Shaka, dear father of Shaka. As you see, in southern Africa there was a tremendous victory for the people. They tried everything. Believe me, everything. They locked up 10,000, killed so many, and yet they lost." This was a message to Rodney to remain steadfast. Liberation would be difficult, but it would come. Yet for now, all eyes were fixed on Zimbabwe. "I want to make a trip there," Mambara wrote, "for the celebrations in April 17/1980. It would be good for my work and get me out of Babylon." 9. Burnham had thrown sand in the eyes of radical movements and governments around the world, and even an elementary investigation would have revealed the true character of the government in Guyana. Yet these nominally socialist regimes had little interest in carrying out this work and making a principled judgment of the situation based on the facts. Cuba led the pack. In early May 1980, Rodney received a letter from a Tanzanian friend working in the country's embassy in Mozambique that expressed the confusion even in revolutionary Mozambique. "There is great ignorance here about the reactionary reality that hides behind Guyana's progressive manifestations in the international arena, which partly explains the man's Forbes visit here. Partly it is ignorance and partly it is Fidel's endorsement of the man on account of his supposed progressive credentials as an architect of a non-capitalist way of development for Guyana. 10. There were few revolutionaries in the world who would have understood the pitfalls of these revolutionary nationalist regimes, once in power, better than Rodney. Yet by the end of 1979, he felt he had few choices. Therefore, he fought hard against the cynicism and insularity of activists, friends, and comrades now in government. The Rodney Airport to Zimbabwe, Tanzania, and Germany. In 1979 and 1980, the noose was tightening around the neck of Guyanese activists. The government felt itself backed against a wall, and it fought viciously. The regime was extremely worried about the work of Rodney and his comrades in the WPA, challenging them openly through several legal cases and leading a campaign of terror through a death squad that terrorized opponents of the regime. For an organization still extremely young, the government's response was surprisingly deadly and ultimately devastating. The PNC government made every effort to discredit the WPA, including by spreading a rumor that the party specialized in the recruitment of people with a dangerous criminal past. It accused members of the party of advocating armed violence. On November 18, 1979, Ahene Koima, one of the organizers of the WPA, was shot dead by the police in South Ruimveldt, Walter and Patricia's neighborhood in Georgetown. Bizarrely, a subsequent investigation reported that Rodney was seen in the area close to where Koima had been murdered. On February 24, 1980, Edward Dublin, another WPA activist, was murdered by the police in Mackenzie near the bauxite mining town of Linden. To some extent, these targeted murders, always denied by the regime, were not new, but their escalation was. All manner of repression was attempted. Among those the PNC government pursued was leading WPA member Moses Bugvan, who was accused of having been the principal organizer of an illegal demonstration on August 22, 1979. Rodney's biographer Mzat Bakari Yabra writes how in December 1978, the Guyanese ambassador in Washington invited the U.S. authorities to listen closely to a recording of an interview with Rodney that he saw as a veiled threat to overturn the government. As resistance to the regime grew, so did the repression against Rodney and the WPA. At the opening of the case against those accused of firebombing the PNC headquarters, 14 members of the WPA were accused of organizing a demonstration in October and subsequently arrested. Wherever the activists stepped, they seemed to face the force of the state. Bakari Yabra writes, the multiple legal cases were a strategy of the state to gain time as the elections approached. The regime had the intention of occupying the time and energy of the leaders by involving them in legal cases. Rodney was acutely aware of what was happening and how this strategy made it difficult to organize the party under conditions increasingly determined by the state. 11. There is no better account of the period and its exceptional challenges than Rodney's circular letter, sent to groups and comrades in May 1980. It is worth citing at length. As you know, in August 79 the four progressive unions went out on strike in solidarity with striking bauxite workers. Given the unions involved and the fact that they had come out in support of bauxite workers, the strike involved not simply a majority of the Guyanese workers, but of the most militant and progressive workers. There was therefore some basis for optimism as to its potential, but the strike ended with the workers being beaten back to work, and the leadership of the progressive unions was neither strong enough nor cohesive enough to withstand the pressure. In the end, more than 80 of the striking workers were dismissed from their jobs and replaced with scab. The beating back of the strikes had consequences for the movement as a whole, which saw what Rodney described as a lull in street activity. In the same letter he describes some sense of frustration in the loss of momentum in the mass movement. There is a feeling of the moment not being seized. While this view overestimates the possibilities of that period, it is true the leadership, whether of the left political party, the progressive trade unions, or of the other anti-dictatorial parties and groups, did not see the possibilities that were present in the simultaneous explosion of mass militancy and worker action. They were, in fact, overwhelmed by their sense that in the face of all this, the power of the state nevertheless remained intact. Despite militants' overestimation of the continued power of the state, Rodney explained that there was a real weakening. The regime, lacking popular support, increasingly struggled to maintain its power, he argued. He writes, "The regime has reorganized the police force and the army under loyal leadership, but its inability to trust the official armed services is leading to a growth in the number and size of its private armies. There is," he notes, "growing dissension in the ruling party about how to manage the crisis." In the letter that was sent to allies internationally who he credits as having been crucially important in the months since July, he refers to talks taking place with political parties, the progressive trade unions, farmers' organizations, professionals, and businessmen to find agreement on a possible government of national unity. Unsurprisingly, it was on an economic program that there was currently no agreement. 12. This frustration Rodney speaks about in his letter was also his own. Rodney's comrade Rupert Roopnarine describes this brilliantly. "I think he was beginning to feel the civil rebellion had ebbed, the high points we had reached after August, September, November, those heroic months of revolt, had been beaten back. The revolution was at a very low ebb at that stage. I think he felt more impelled to get it going again." 13. In late April 1980, this desire to deepen the divisions in the state drove Rodney to plan another trip to Africa, one that would turn out to be his last. Facing arson charges, along with his comrades, he was forbidden from traveling. He had therefore been unable to attend the anniversary of the revolution of Maurice Bishop's New Jewel movement in March 1980. He had also received an invitation, a personal one, from Mugabe, according to Bakary Yabara, to attend the independence celebrations in Zimbabwe on April 18.14. Once more Rodney was unable to travel. In fact, officials prevented him, at the last minute, from boarding a British Airways plane. This time, his passport was seized. As enforcement of his imprisonment, he was required to present himself in front of a judge on April 22. That decision, Bakary Yabara argues, was made directly by Burnham, who was head of the official state delegation to Zimbabwe. Indeed, it was inconceivable that Burnham would allow Rodney to meet his nemesis in Rufaro Stadium in Salisbury, where the official ceremony was taking place. Rodney and his comrades in the WPA were determined that he would travel to Zimbabwe, whatever the obstacles. Getting him out of the country was, Roopnarine reports, a horrendous task. Leading members of the WPA, under surveillance day and night, were often forced to change addresses to dodge police raids. Rodney first had to travel from Georgetown to Corentyne River, on the border with Suriname. A small group smuggled Walter across the country to Rossignol, a village on the west bank of the Berbice River. From there, he needed to cross the river, and instead of using the ferry, the group took a small fishing boat, 15, which transported them to New Amsterdam, a port town on the east bank. From the town they had to travel changing cars as they went to Crabwood Creek, at which point they took another small boat at night to Nickerie. Later, the expression Rodney Airport would be used locally to signify those who leave Guyana by underground routes. Suriname, the first foreign destination, was undergoing its own revolution, and the WPA were close to some of the revolutionaries. Earlier that year, on February 25, a radical coup led by a group of army sergeants, headed by Desi Bouterse, had overthrown the previous government. A friendly and multi-ethnic government had just come to power, and their instincts were pro-WPA. Once he had arrived in Nickerie, Rodney was in the care of the Suriname authorities, who would get him out of the country. Rodney, who participated in the escape, takes up the story. They gave him an entry stamp, and from everything we know from the Zimbabwean episode, Burnham was in a state of shock to find Walter there. Not only was he in Zimbabwe in the flesh, he was being treated as an African prince. This did not go down very well. 16. The trip to Zimbabwe was a mixed event. It was an utter humiliation to Burnham. His arch-opponent had stolen his thunder, while Rodney was greeted by comrades he knew in Zimbabwe, Nathan Shamwayarira among them, with a warm welcome. He was also given, according to Shamwayarira's account, published in the press in Guyana, an audience with the new leader of the country, Robert Mugabe. Apparently Rodney spent 2 hours with the new prime minister and members of his cabinet. Humiliation is a useful political weapon, but in this case it would prove a dangerous emotion. After all, Burnham had been working for years on his reputation as a leftist, and he had come away from his own visit to Zimbabwe with nothing except perhaps the resolution to kill Rodney. In contrast, Mugabe had offered Rodney a job to work in the country as a historian and researcher. According to Patricia, Rodney returned to Guyana from his visit to Zimbabwe with a clear offer. Mugabe was inviting him and his family to stay for a year in the country. Walter shared the letter of invitation, signed by President Mugabe, which cited several reasons. In Patricia's words, 1. We needed a break, Walter needed a break, to assess the situation that was taking place in Guyana. The other reason, Walter had worked with the movement in Tanzania. Initially Mugabe had requested that Walter stay and send for his family, but Rodney was clear, no, I cannot do that, I have to go back home first and tie up several things before I leave. This was what Rodney told his wife the morning before he was killed. 17. The content of Rodney's May 1980 meeting with Mugabe remains unclear, but among the topics would have been the struggle in Guyana, which was lagging and needed international support from friendly states. Rodney believes Rodney had traveled to Zimbabwe, in his words, with the hopes of getting some kind of assistance from Mugabe and from some of the African comrades. That did not happen, but the fact is he had been very disappointed, as far as assistance to the Guyana revolution. 18. However, Mugabe had made an offer of a temporary placement, or sanctuary for the family, until the situation in Guyana calmed down. Bakari Yabra reports that Rodney spent 10 days in Africa and then secretly returned to Guyana after a short stop in Tanzania. 19. However, this account disagrees with others suggesting he made stops in Hamburg on the way to and from Zimbabwe. Walter did begin his return through Dar es Salaam, a stay remembered by his friend from his DAR days, Walter Bgoya. On a muggy afternoon in December 2018 in his office in downtown DAR, where he still publishes and runs a bookshop, Bgoya spoke to me about Rodney's last visit. During Walter's stay, Bgoya explained, they spoke extensively on many topics. Foremost on Walter's mind at the time was how far he could take the struggle in Guyana, through peaceful means. Bgoya thinks Rodney returned through DAR to practically consider these questions, as well as to seek advice and source support. Bgoya was disturbed something was wrong. He sensed from these conversations that Walter, the movement, and the party were at serious risk. He feared that Walter was going to die and wrote to President Nyerere saying, "Unless you intervene, I think Burnham is going to have Walter Rodney assassinated." This was a meaningful effort, if a naive one. What would Nyerere really be prepared to do? At that time Guyana had good relations with Tanzania. The two countries operated exchanges from their respective national service programs, with Guyanese volunteers working in Ujamaa villages. 20. In fact, Walter's plans seemed to have been more advanced than he indicated to Bgoya. His stay was short in Tanzania, and he moved on quickly to Germany. His pressing desire was to get the struggle moving again by any means. Once in Hamburg, he was in touch once more with his friends and comrades, staying with Al Parks who, as we have seen, had been the best man at Walter and Patricia's wedding in London in 1965, before he moved to Hamburg. Walter was also in touch with Peter Locke, who, together with Rainer Tetzlaff, had been one of the co-hosts of the lecture course Rodney had taught in the spring and summer of 1978. Locke was a trusted comrade who followed events in Guyana closely and had contacts that could be useful. During Rodney's months in Hamburg in 1978, the two men had grown close, and they had many long conversations about politics and life. At that time, Locke recalls, "My subject was the militarization of the Third World and the arms industry, a fact that Rodney had remembered. The trip to Germany carried its own risks. Rodney was not traveling under his own name but using a false passport." Rodney explained to his friend that the struggle in Guyana was, in Locke's words, inevitably becoming violent. 21. After Germany, Rodney made his way back to Georgetown. His trip was already in the public domain, and Burnham's anger and humiliation were intense. Rodney had done it to him again. Paranoid and furious, the regime had been intensifying repression against the movement and the WPA since 1978. The party's leading activists were in the crosshairs of the PNC, and the WPA knew it. In 1979, the WPA had issued a warning. It wished to alert the Caribbean and world opinion to the fact that there is a real possibility of attempts at assassination. The party was well informed. Their statement quoted the PNC publication The New Nation, which they said carries staff-written letters under the caption, "Exterminate the rats from our society, our steel is sharper now." The threats were not idle rhetoric, but serious statements of intent. Burnham, as ever, led the charge, proclaiming, at a conference of the Young Socialist Movement on June 29, 1979, the urgent need to exterminate the enemies of the party. 22. Murders, arrests, and intimidation of WPA supporters and members were rapidly escalating, and the PNC and Burnham routinely issued direct threats to the party, describing the WPA as the worst possible alternative and instructing members to make their wills. 23. The police and state-funded militias had been issued with the recognition handbook Working People's Alliance, essentially a hit list to identify leading WPA militants. The booklet explained its intention. These notes are designed to provide a guide to the easy recognition of personnel of the Working People's Alliance and vehicles that are associated with the organization's activities. The information provided in the handbook was detailed and chilling, including photographs of prominent members of the WPA, biographical details, and passport numbers. These activities were not limited to Guyana. A 2016 Commission of Inquiry reported on documentation on the WPA by consular and diplomatic personnel abroad as well. 24. The murder. Following his return to Georgetown, Rodney's days were frenetic. He quickly moved to coordinate new actions while dodging the secret police and speaking to activists in secret. In the effort to get things moving again, he strained every muscle. The details of the evening of Friday, June 13, have long been pored over, in different accounts. At about 7:30 p.m. on Church Street, a major road in the center of Georgetown that runs past the Botanical Gardens to the Demerara River, Walter got into the passenger side of the Mazda car owned by his brother Donald. The two men then drove toward Broad Street, several blocks away. They parked the car at the southeast end of Russell Street. Donald got out of the car and walked to the house of Gregory Smith, an undercover agent of the state, with the aim of picking up a walkie-talkie. Smith opened the door and asked him where Walter was. "In the car," Donald replied. In response, Smith asked if he planned to test the equipment while walking or driving at the wheel. Donald replied that the decision would be Walter's to make. Smith showed him the device and asked him to do 2 tests in order to establish that they worked. The first of the tests was carried out on Princess Street near the city's cemetery, and the second near Camp Street behind the prison, to test whether the transmission between the walkie-talkies would be able to penetrate the metal-reinforced walls of the prison. Donald returned to Walter, who decided to test the equipment while driving, rather than walking. Donald started the car, drove some distance and then stopped on John Street. Smith sent the first transmission, which came through the device as a lit indicator. The 2 men were very pleased. The Mazda continued and crossed Durban Street, heading toward the prison. Donald then pulled the car up, cut the engine, raised the handbrake, and turned off the headlights. Abruptly, at about 8:30 p.m., an explosion ripped through the passenger's side of the vehicle, blowing a hole in the roof. Hurt by flying splinters, Donald could see that his brother was bleeding profusely and could not possibly survive. Donald recalled, "Suddenly, I heard a loud noise and at the same time I felt my body being twisted against the driver's door, which flew open. I realized then that there had been an explosion on Walter's side of the car and that he was seriously injured." 25 Donald staggered out of the vehicle and rushed toward the house of their comrade, O'Mowell, on Kroll Street 2 blocks away, to seek help. He climbed the stairs and breathlessly told 2 members of the WPA, Andy, Sandra Williams, and Karen D'Souza, what had happened. He was finally taken to the home of a medical doctor, Horace Tate, bleeding and injured, and accompanied by the WPA activist Kathy Wills. Abyssinian Cardo, a young comrade who was also staying on Kroll Street, recalled years later, "I came back in the evening, it might have been about 7 or 8, when I came to the front door, I saw fresh blood on it. I saw Donald. He was standing there. He had just come out of the toilet and he had his shirt off, and I said, 'Donald, what happened?' And he didn't answer me. He stared like in a shock, and I noticed there was some blood on the side of his face. I said, 'What happened?' And then he was sort of stunned, and then I came up to him and he just said, 'They killed Walter.' And I said, 'What?' And he said, 'Yes,' and I said, 'Where?' And he said, 'It happened around the corner.' I said, 'Around where?' And he said, 'Around John Street 26. About 10 minutes later, Andy, D'Souza, and Cardo made their way to the place of the explosion, only to see a crowd and security services personnel already assembled. D'Souza immediately saw that the top of the car had been blown off. She moved through the crowd, pushing past bystanders and a policeman. D'Souza recalls, "I moved closer and saw a smooth dark expanse of flesh. I saw that the body was on the floor, almost pasted on. The head was pressed up against the dashboard. I thought I recognized the back of the head, which was the part visible." She could tell that it was Rodney. 27. The night her husband was killed, Patricia and the couple's youngest daughter, Asha, were attending a fundraising event at her school, St. Agnes Primary School. It was here that Donald had picked up Walter for his last mission. Cardo, with Malcolm Rodriguez, a Jesuit priest active in the WPA, searched the city for Patricia, eventually finding her and Asha at the school. Malcolm broke the news to Patricia before they proceeded to pick up Shaka and Kananai, who were attending a farewell party. The same night, the police raided the family home. Patricia remembers how the armed plainclothes police ransacked their house and, on entering Shaka's room and seeing a poster of Che Guevara, commented, "Even the child has a picture of Che on the wall." 28. The authorities claimed that because the bomb had exploded in Rodney's face, it was impossible to identify the victim. On the evening of the murder, Rodney's mother's home was also searched by the authorities for arms and ammunition. Meanwhile, Walter's older brother, Edward, was taken in for questioning. He was unable to identify the body, unclear if it was Walter or Donald. Patricia was unable to see the remains of her husband before Monday because the government claimed it was urgent to first identify the victim. As hard as the government tried to cover up the news, by early Saturday, the BBC and Radio Suriname announced the death of Rodney. The local news said nothing. Within a few hours, the news spread across the Caribbean, to the United States, Canada, Great Britain, and Africa. Supporters quickly organized demonstrations against the government. 29. On the morning of June 14, the first autopsy was carried out and concluded, unremarkably, that Rodney had died from the explosion. Despite the media's lie that the victim's face was destroyed, positive identification was simple. Rodney was clearly recognizable. Father Malcolm Rodriguez, a close family friend, positively identified the body on behalf of Patricia Rodney. During the Commission of Inquiry on the death of Walter Rodney in 2016, he testified, "I walked around to the side and looked in, and Walter's face was perfect. The beard was too perfect also, not one of those scraggly beards he normally had. It looks as though somebody took a torch and went and singed it nicely. So, I looked at it and thought, what an extraordinary thing." 30. Quickly, the WPA wrote, printed, and distributed leaflets accusing the PNC regime of the murder. As students and WPA members protested in Georgetown in their thousands, the government quickly outlined their version of events. Rodney, the government announced, had been killed by the explosion of a bomb of his own crafting, which was intended to blow up the prison. Unable to access the local media, which was under Burnham's control, the WPA made use of its own international networks, which had long been cultivated by Rodney himself, to launch an international mobilization campaign. There was outrage among high-ranking radical Caribbean politicians, and the initially shock and anger was tangible. For example, George Weeks, leader of the Oilfields Workers Trade Union in Trinidad, who had been in direct contact with Rodney the previous year, threatened Guyana with a petrol embargo. Irritated by the international reaction to the murder, the regime nevertheless agreed to give overseas officials a 48-hour visa to attend the funeral. Maurice Bishop, the prime minister of the radical government in Grenada that had come to power in 1979, expressed his support for Rodney, as did Prime Minister Michael Manley in Jamaica. Only on June 17 was Patricia allowed to see her husband's body. Like Father Rodriguez, she immediately recognized him even if the experience was profoundly traumatizing. Patricia reports, "Father Rodriguez and I returned to the Newburgh funeral parlor, where some policemen were present. The funeral parlor was very depressing and not kept in a sanitary state. We all went in to see the body. It was a huge poorly working refrigerator with about 8 other bodies, some naked, some half naked. Walter's body was at the bottom of the pile. It was a dreadful experience." 31. A memorial service was held at the Brickham Cathedral on June 21. As WPA comrade and friend Clive Thomas recalled in the 2000s, "I can remember the funeral ceremony and the funeral service. I nearly broke down. It was quite a moving experience because it was an ecumenical service, and it was in a Catholic cathedral." 32 members of the Catholic Church in Guyana were close to the WPA and sympathetic to its objectives. Finally, on June 23, 10 days after the murder, Rodney's body was buried. When the body was returned to the family, it was transported on a carriage pulled by a horse, with a large crowd following. Walter's younger brother Hubert, then a student in law in Barbados, spoke, comparing the murder of his brother to the manner in which slave masters publicly tortured and mutilated rebel slave leaders in order to break the popular will for a general uprising. 33. Rodney's body was taken to Buxton, about 9 miles from the capital, behind an enormous banner with a picture of Rodney holding a microphone, and the words, "This act in itself will not delay their day of judgment." Bakari Yabra estimates that between 30 and 50,000 people participated in the procession. This was the largest demonstration seen in the country since 1948, when 5 workers, the Enmore martyrs, were killed by the police while fighting for better working and living conditions. It was a similarly pivotal event in the country's political struggles. Songs against the regime rang out as the march made its way slowly back to Georgetown. Bukhari Yabra writes, speeches were made, then, under sporadic showers, the procession resumed, to the sound of drums, and with a brisk step. Finally, at about 7 o'clock the coffin containing the remains of Rodney entered the alley of tall palm trees in the cemetery, Repentir. 34. Karen de Souza recalled that the funeral of Rodney showed an astonishing display of racial solidarity and defiance. The defiance, she argued, was due to the fact that attending the funeral meant one risked losing their work. The funeral procession was, in her words, the most massive display of racial solidarity in the recent history of Guyana, with over 30,000 in attendance. 35. The pain and suffering Patricia and the children experienced is hard to imagine. During the days immediately following the murder, the agony of loss would have been slightly blunted by the sheer pace of events, and then by arrangements for the funeral, the memorial service, the procession from Buxton, and endless discussions about what to do next. The real pain would have come after these events, when the loss was no longer shielded by friends. Many have experienced such loss, but Patricia and the children had something else to contend with. They had to share their grief with thousands of people, everywhere they went, who were also in mourning. Comrades, friends, and colleagues all made a claim to the man who was Patricia's husband, and Asha, Kananai, and Shaka's father. How could this not have felt like an intrusion? Shortly after Walter was assassinated, family friends George Lamming and Margaret Hope, who was the Assistant Information Officer for the Barbados Government Information Service, arrived in Georgetown, bringing airplane tickets for Bridgetown for Patricia and the 3 children. Patricia received an offer of refugee status from then Prime Minister Tom Adams, who led a government of the Barbados Labour Party. However, she refused a significant decision and an indication of Patricia's deeply held political convictions. Years later, she explained, "I refused because I could not envision any Caribbean person being designated a refugee. As a result, I was granted residence status, which allowed me to work. I have been a citizen of Barbados for many years." 36. Over the next 8 years, Barbados provided the family with safety, space, and an environment that was necessary to begin the long healing process. In many ways, it meant starting over. As Patricia explains, "It was important to both Walter and I that the children spend their formative years in the Caribbean. This gave them a real sense of their Caribbean identity and heritage. The family lived and progressed in Barbados, which is still considered home. I was able to use my professional skills working in Barbados, an opportunity that was denied to me in my homeland Guyana." In 1989, the family emigrated to Canada to begin a new chapter. "My 2 daughters and I were all working and studying. Asha completed her first degree at the University of Toronto, Kananai completed graduate studies at Emory University in Atlanta, and I completed a PhD at WAS, University of Toronto. In 1995, I moved to Atlanta, Georgia, to take up an academic position at Morehouse School of Medicine. Kananai and Asha joined me in Atlanta, while Shaka remained in Barbados and built a very successful custom framing company. Kananai and Asha are graduates of Morehouse School of Medicine and Georgia State Faculty of Law, respectively. 37. Refusing to be defined by the tragedy, Patricia forged her own career as she had done while she was married to Walter and brought up the children in the same spirit, proud of their legacy while building their own lives. The family continues to honor Rodney's legacy through the creation of the Walter Rodney Foundation. The campaign for justice for Rodney continues unabated and has been an endless battle for the family. Scandalously, his death certificate still states the cause of Walter Rodney's death as death by misadventure. Until recently, Donald was judged responsible for his brother's death, an insulting farce connected to the broader injustice. The Commission of Inquiry report in 2016 in Guyana concluded that Dr. Walter Anthony Rodney, 38 years old, had been assassinated by the state on June 13, 1980. What was clear at the time was now stated categorically: the Guyanese government at the highest levels, including the army and police, appointed a killer to murder Walter Rodney. However, the commission was prematurely shut down by President David A. Granger's administration. Arguing that enough time and money had been spent on the inquiry, they brought it to a close. Citing an intense program of public activities during the first half of 2016, they insisted that the report of the Commission cannot be extended beyond the December 15, 2015 38. After the report was completed, the government repeatedly scuppered efforts to adopt the findings of the inquiry report. The government, made up of a coalition led by the PNC, described the findings as dubious and questionable. 39. In an important development in the ongoing battle for justice by the Rodney family, on April 13, 2021, a court of appeal set aside Donald's 1982 conviction. In the grotesque Hall of Mirrors of PNC Guyana, Donald had been convicted for possession of explosives and sentenced. The explicit message was that the Rodneys, both Walter and his brother, were responsible for the misadventure on June 13. Donald had to live with this outrage for more than 40 years. The decision to set aside the conviction was a result of years of campaigning and activism. 40. It is important to state that the PNC, as the perpetrating regime, has never acknowledged the assassination of Walter. In March 2015, for example, the PNC leader at the time, David Granger, said that the party should not accept blame for Rodney's death. 41. In spite of the relentless pace of Rodney's writing and organizing at the time he was killed, he remained remarkably decent, thoughtful, and reflective. The Atlanta-based scholar-activist Jesse Benjamin describes some of this loss. Rodney's transnationalism was off-putting to nationalist party leaders, as were his withering but essential critiques of comprador petty bourgeois elites and neocolonialism, and he knew that his groundings would be deeper in Guyana than anywhere because it was his home society. He produced his definitive, A History of the Guyanese Working People, and the subsequent 2 volumes intended to follow it were done or nearly completely when they were stolen from his house in the police raid following his murder. He produced the beginnings of an ambitious children's book series which was to cover the true historical stories of all the major groups in the country, to undermine the divide and conquer legacies that separated Guyanese communities. And his speeches to the Guyanese people, including People's Power, No Dictator, are another set of documents altogether, some of his least known and most important, though his comrades have maintained a steady literature and engagement with this and all the literature in Decline, and more than a few other venues. 42. Meanwhile, Rodney's assassin went free. Shortly after the murder, Gregory Smith fled to Suriname, then to Trinidad. Receiving the official papers he needed to travel, he finally settled in Cayenne in French Guiana, an overseas department of France. In a 1987 interview, Smith revealed no details of interest. Walter's death, he claimed, was an accident, a misadventure, while obliquely referring to WPA involvement. In June 1980, the first response of the Guyana police, army, and government was to deny that Smith existed at all. 43 Half-hearted efforts were made by the Guyanese authorities to extradite Smith to Guyana in the early 1990s, but the French authorities refused the request. Smith died in 2002 in the French colony. There are many obscenities in this story: murder committed with impunity, justice unanswered, and still rampant poverty and inequality, the cause of Rodney's lifelong crusade. But perhaps the most audacious of these crimes and obscenities is the manner of Burnham's own death and commemoration. The dictator died on August 6, 1985, while in hospital in Georgetown. Cuban doctors had flown in to try and treat his cancer. He was then buried to much fanfare as the father of the nation. Soon afterward, his body was disinterred and transported for embalming in the Soviet Union, and then returned and reburied. This chieftain of the people, a butcher of his opponents, who Rodney had relentlessly exposed in his life, is commemorated in a mausoleum constructed in the city's botanical gardens for fallen presidents. By contrast, Rodney is buried in a modest grave surrounded by a mass of others that are sinking into the ground. Gravestones in the Le Repentir cemetery are broken and collapsed, bones of the dead protrude from the earth, and the bodies of dead animals are thrown onto what amounts to a city dump for the dead. In a world that remains unchanged, its poverty and misery constant, its wealth amassed and stolen, perhaps it is fitting that Rodney is buried among the poor. He spent his entire life with them, searching them out, talking to the impoverished of Trenchtown in 1968, and listening to the bauxite and plantation workers throughout the 1970s. In every case he argued, with great modesty and brilliance, for unity and action. Rodney does not belong in a mausoleum of the great and good. Indeed, he would have seen such a display as merely another means by which the present destroys the life and memory of the past. Chapter 13. The Enemies of the State. The politics of the Working People's Alliance was radically and dramatically different from that of mainstream socialist parties, both in Guyana and elsewhere. As one of its leading militants, Clive Thomas, recalled, "We were really, if you look at the mechanics of the party, a party that was 90% financed by the contributions of the activist group. You're talking about tens of dollars and twenties. You're not talking about any million-dollar effort." One other funding came from donations made by Guyana's diaspora and fellow militants around the world. The day-to-day politics of the organization, following the inspiration of Rodney specifically, but many others as well, was a focus on the rights of women, popular education, the battle against racial division, and working-class struggle and unity. The WPA advocated revolution, not reform, and its leaders saw the revolutionary road paved by the self-activity of the poor and working class themselves. No enlightened leader or soapbox speaker could substitute for the activism of the poor themselves. Though Rodney was a prominent member of the WPA, he was also influenced by many others in the organization, in particular Yuzi Quayana. In his final interview, Rodney described Quayana in glowing terms. "He is a tremendous example to those of us who are younger than he is, because if he could have moved through the various epochs of struggle, against first colonialism and then against one or other form of racist distortion in our history, and is still as young, as fresh as ever too." These affectionate terms closely resembled those he had used before to describe C.L.R. James. The party was led by a 15-member committee, which included Thomas, Quayana, Diana Matthews, Andy, Bonita Harris, Karen D'Souza, Vanda Radzig, Jocelyn Dow, Rupert Roopnarine, and Moses Bugvan. Each had their responsibilities and their specific areas of competence, yet, according Amzat Bakari Yabra, the WPA refused the typical approach of the Messiah specific to the political parties of Guyana. The party sought mass mobilization, politicization, and self-activity. As he writes, the multiracial alliance showed that the need among the people to seek out a prominent political leader who would solve problems for them was a weakness threatening democratic freedoms. 3. Few radical organizations of the left have placed such emphasis on political education and the founding of a new political culture. The WPA was not based on the specific allegiance to a particular Marxist state. The organization, like the early Bolshevik Party, had as its objective a different vision of politics, one that would not focus exclusively on elections but on developing a critical habit of thinking. Bakari Yabra summarizes the spirit in the WPA as like a laboratory of progressive ideas, aiming to transform society. 4. After Rodney's murder there was an outpouring of grief, not least from his mentor and comrade C.L.R. James, who had invited Rodney into a Marxist study group in London years before. Addressing a crowd in London on January 30, 1981, James is almost chastising of Rodney, expressing, perhaps, his own deep feelings of loss and upset for taking too many risks, for not realizing the extent of the regime's murderous intent. He contrasts Rodney's behavior, in carrying out the most dangerous work himself, with that of Vladimir Lenin, who at a moment of great danger during the revolutionary turmoil of 1917 disguised himself and went underground. Like a schoolmaster, he explained, "I am going to deal with what Walter did not know and what he should have known, and what you will have to know. If you do not pay the proper attention, you will pay the consequences for it." Walter did not study, he argued, the important task of taking power. James's pain is palpable in the speech in January 1981, which marks the loss of a remarkable son. Nevertheless, he is strict, clear on the lessons that must be drawn, insisting on a process of learning. It is a knowledge that there is somebody waiting to destroy you. But Walter did not do that. Instead, he took on all sorts of activities, on the conception that he had to show them that he was not asking anybody to do anything that he would not do himself. That is why Walter found himself in a car with some gadget that turned out to be an explosive. He should never have been there. No political leader had any right to be there. Not only should he have never been there, the people around him should have seen to it that he was not in any such position. That was a fundamental mistake, and it was a political mistake. It was not a mistake in personal judgment. Point 5. CLR James was clear that the mistake had been a failure, one shared by the entire left in the Caribbean to grapple with the real challenges of taking power. Still, Rodney had also made the mistake of carrying out the dirty work of dangerous party activities. Presumably, someone else should have been charged with the collection of walkie-talkies on June 13, 1980. This may be true, and James's peculiar eulogy to Rodney is full of insight and revolutionary history. However, what he did not understand was that Walter was no more willing to delegate manual work to other comrades than to betray the movement. The meaning of his activism was direct involvement, whether it was sitting on an oil drum as he spoke to the poor in Kingston, or addressing striking workers and the landless poor in Guyana. To remove Rodney from that car on the night of June 13 would be to remove him from the revolutionary scene altogether. Put simply, Rodney would not have been Rodney. Rodney's very strength as a leader and activist was his willingness to do things himself. The same point was made by the Guyanese activist and scholar David Hines, who spoke about whether Rodney should have picked up the walkie-talkies himself. He delegated it to me. Then you're saying that my life is not worth as much as Rodney's life. That was not the Rodney way. Rodney was what the Rastafarians call a forwarder. When you were out there, he was there with you. 6. When it came to the question of seizing power, Rodney was clear on this point. But again, James misread the situation. Rodney had been aware of the enormous power of the mass movement in the extraordinary political movement of 1979, the Civil Rebellion. Yet there were weaknesses, some of which James knew of. As Burnham watched the working class getting together and taking part in demonstrations against the government, he threatened to disallow the funds that the labor leaders were receiving from the employers and by which they lived. Whereupon these fellows, faced with what was a difficult situation, drew back, and for the moment the working class was being led by leaders who were not at any time very revolutionary, though they were on the way to becoming so. In any case, they faced the breakup of their organizations. The temper of the working class went down. That was number one, they were not ready. But they were not really ready in Guyana when Walter was there to lead them. It can come with sudden speed, but you must wait for it. This much is true. There were serious challenges, and by late 1979 the enormous flow of the mass movement had ebbed. Rodney was acutely aware of this, and according to his comrade Rupnarain, in 1980 he was impatient to get it going again, to return to the giddy heights of struggle. Yet, as James explained, there can be no serious question of taking up power if the state, and its army and police, are not taken into account. He recognized that Burnham meant mischief and that he was prepared to use all power, the armed power of the state, to destroy the opposition. Rodney knew that and he tried to organize against it. And he organized wrong. A key problem in the face of overwhelming state power is how to arm oneself against it. In fact, the arms for a revolution are there, the police and the army have them. What you have to do is win over a section of the army, and you have arms. And you could also take away arms from the government. A revolution is not made with arms, but a revolution is made by the revolutionary spirit of the great mass of the population. And you have to wait for that. Point 7. These were enormous challenges. In James's formulation, to face them required wetting the mass movement, as the true engine of a revolution, with a close and careful attention to seizing power in the face of overwhelming state power. When Burnham had used the phrase "prepare your wills" and had ordered his followers to exterminate the enemies of the party, he had done so not only as an oratorical device but as a concrete statement of action. Thus, what James was urging was correct, but to a large extent it also reflected the very thing the WPA had been trying to do. Rodney was aware of the essential work of winning over members of Burnham's security services, the army, and the police. Indeed, it was a weakness that he was trying to address in 1980. Rodney was also aware of something that James was not: there were already important divisions in the military, that armed body of men that helped keep Burnham in power. Opposition had spread in the late 1970s. Colonel Ulrich Pilgrim, for example, a leading figure in the military charged with running the Guyana Defense Force, had voiced his own misgivings to military cadets in 1979. There are a number of powerful forces working against the professional skills of the military. When society goes into a state of confusion and disorder, the military then becomes the hope of salvation. The same year, 23 officers in the army decided they could no longer work under a PNC government, and they resigned resignations which were refused. The expansion of the regime's military and paramilitary forces bears emphasis. From 1974, military forces underwent significant expansion with the creation of the Guyana National Service, followed in 1976 with the establishment of a national militia, which existed for over 20 years. Other armed groups were also formed, including the Young Socialist Movement and the Women's Revolutionary Socialist Movement. In addition, there was a tenfold expansion in the size of the armed forces between 1964, when the British relinquished security control to the Guyanese government, and 1977. In this period, military personnel expanded from 2,135 to 27,751, and spending rose to $48.72 million by 1976.9. Rodney knew that the key to revolutionary transformation was the mass movement, and also that it would reach a point at which the question of the seizure of power would be posed. Rodney saw the armed struggle as an element in this revolutionary conundrum. This is no secret. As Roopnarain explains, WE were accumulating equipment of various kinds, and a certain amount of that was coming from the military. In this respect, James was completely wrong. There was a fully conscious effort, in Roopnarain's words, to put ourselves in a state of readiness to make an assault on the state. Readying the masses for an insurrectionary assault on the state was precisely what the WPA was trying to do. Yet the task of amassing weapons was distributed unevenly and not, according to testimony in the 2016 Commission of Inquiry report, an initiative of the General Party. Some cells were acquiring weapons, while others were not. 11. However, even the limited acquisition of arms was for self-defense, as then executive member of the WPA Takama Ogunsi explained to the Commission. We felt that the WPA would have to acquire some amount of arms for self-defense purposes, and we took steps to do that, not only against the state machine. You see, in Guyana, we faced the House of Israel, we faced PNC private people with weapons, far more, and our weapons were so minimal, it was more of a psychological boosting for our comrades so that they could perform knowing that they are not totally exposed. Importantly, as the Commission's report states, neither Walter nor the WPA were committed to a policy of violence, even though some individuals in a limited number of cells in the WPA were arming themselves. 12. Though a singular and remarkable man, as James described him, Rodney also combined elements of the revolutionary left's eclectic influences. As we have seen, in his 1978 Hamburg lectures, Rodney celebrates the power of working-class wildcat strikes and occupation in Tanzania as a force for transformation. However, echoing arguments made by Frantz Fanon, he says, here is a quality to the armed struggle that is really absent from other forms of struggle, in that this armed struggle must develop the aspect of social consciousness. Fanon celebrated the armed struggle and, in his last book, The Wretched of the Earth, appeared to argue that only a liberation movement that takes up arms can achieve the proper freedom required by liberation. Indeed, Fanon saw this as the real struggle. His influence on Rodney was clear. In both of their writing, there was a blurring of perspective, reflecting both a celebration of mass struggle as the primary engine of social change, and a role for armed struggle. Rodney, for his part, sought to wed the two aspects of liberation, the mass movement and the armed struggle, which would achieve the crucial mutation in consciousness necessary for revolutionary change. In Fanon's words, it was on good authority that Rodney embraced a turn to armed struggle. He did so on the basis of revolutionary theory and history, and his experience of the dramatic turn of events in the stalled struggle in Guyana. There was an exciting eclecticism in Rodney's approach. He innovated, thought rigorously on key questions of the movement and organization, and depended always on his own reading and study rather than hand-me-down shibboleths from Marxist grandmasters. Yet the armed struggle in Algeria was not the real struggle guaranteeing liberation. Rather, it had become a substitute to a mass movement in the cities and towns. These were different projects, and the Front de Libération Nationale's celebration of the armed confrontation with the French had serious consequences to post-independence Algeria, crucially taking power away from the street, the factories, and the people. 13. When Rodney looked at revolutionary action taking place around the world in 1980, he saw a range of experiences and lessons. A new radical government had come to power in Grenada in 1979, and though it had been challenged by repeated coup attempts, it had managed to instigate some progressive reforms. Nevertheless, this was not the model of change Rodney envisaged for Guyana. In Mozambique, a new Marxist-Leninist state had been declared after a long battle against the Portuguese. The ruling party of the Mozambique Liberation Front, Frelimo, led by Samora Machel, was largely directing change from above, with popular involvement when possible, but normally through state-ordered programs and policies. Cuba too remained a source of inspiration in the Caribbean, an avowedly anti-capitalist country. It had managed to hold the United States at bay while making progress on the country's underdevelopment. The mass of largely state-led projects around the world offered the WPA a model and inspiration. At the same time, such models could not be embraced uncritically. Rodney, better than any of his contemporaries, knew that militant national liberation frequently decayed into political chaos that served a bureaucratic petty bourgeois. Rodney had witnessed this directly in Tanzania and seen the crushing embrace of this class in Guyana, and elsewhere in the region. Wherever Rodney turned, he was confronted with the cynicism of global power, even among apparent allies. Moreover, Forbes Burnham knew how to play the international game, in which he tried to insert himself as a radical. Nevertheless, there was always somewhere else to pin one's hope, and in 1980, Zimbabwe was that hope. But what did the WPA get from this mass of radical governments? Clive Thomas is scathing: the Cubans never isolated Burnham. And they were a big part of the scene because the Russians were not very active in Guyana matters. Fidel did not break ranks in any serious way with Burnham. Turning to Grenada, a few hundred miles from Georgetown, the WPA similarly received nothing. Even Bishop in Grenada, Thomas explains, never sanctioned any support for the WPA once he was in power. Despite a few statements and sympathetic gestures, the neighboring country's New Jewel movement yielded little, at a time when the WPA desperately needed equipment and finances. The list goes on. There might have been radical words from Robert Mugabe in Salisbury during Rodney's audience with him in 1980, but the Zimbabwe African National Union itself soon started to decay, bringing about the kind of radical movement in the 1990s that Rodney and his comrades were fighting in Guyana in the 1970s. Some claim that Mugabe, too, offered Rodney little except a post in Zimbabwe. Rupnarain describes the aftermath of the visit. At the time he came back, I remember him coming to see me, and it occurred to me that I had never seen Walter more depressed. He had gone to Zimbabwe with the hopes of getting some kind of assistance from Mugabe and from some of the African comrades. That did not happen. 14. However, Runarian's words need to be contrasted with Patricia's recollection of Walter's return to Georgetown. In her recollection there was no sense of depression. As she explains, when Walter returned from Zimbabwe, he may have been disappointed but not depressed. He and I spoke about a lot of things that fateful Friday morning, and I was not speaking to a depressed person. 15. The Marxists and Socialists in Guyana itself were, largely speaking, an irritant to Rodney, fakers who mouthed socialism while dividing the working class, and worse, in the case of Burnham, who broke strikes and carried out targeted assassinations. But even the People's Progressive Party, the apparently radical electoral party that had emerged in the 1940s to such great fanfare and hope, was a disappointment. There is no better characterization of the party's leader, Chetty Jugun, than in C.L.R. James's acerbic prose from 1981. Jugun had insisted that he was a Marxist, entirely connected, and the man of Moscow. Jugun was revolutionary in London, he was terrific in Cuba, he was wonderful in Moscow. I must say, in the air he was, but the moment his place reached Guyana, that disappeared. Rodney and the WPA were sandwiched between the dictatorial socialism of Burnham and the socialist pronouncements of the PPP, even though he knew the socialist charade, having seen it firsthand in Tanzania. James put it like this: Tihi Cooperative Socialist Society, as Burnham has christened the country, and 80% of the economy of Guyana were in the hands of Burnham. All it means is that, instead of being exploited by the foreign bureaucrat, the Guyanese are now exploited by the local bureaucrat, which in many cases is worse than the foreigner. 80% of the economy is in one hand. And on the other side, there is Jugun, who speaks about Marxism, as he has done for 15 or 20 years, making periodic visits to Cuba and to Moscow. 16. This was a farce and a dangerous one. In this sea of socialisms, the WPA, with Rodney as its leading thinker, was attempting to craft a genuine socialism led by the working class from the bottom up. Nevertheless, the magnetic pull of regional socialist states, especially Cuba, was enormous. Rodney's approach, as in all aspects of his life, was to be critical. He knew what these societies were like from the inside, how they felt, what sort of real voice the poor had, and how the struggles of the working class were frequently suppressed. Yet the Northern Caribbean island cast an important glow on all radical and socialist forces in the region. Cuba asserted to Rodney and everyone else that an island with a people of African descent could, even in the direct line of fire of the United States, build an alternative society based on certain progressive principles. Speaking on behalf of the WPA on August 30, 1979, Rodney expressed delight at Cuba hosting the 6th Conference of Heads of State or Government of the Non-Aligned Countries in Havana from September 3 to 9, 1979. The presence at this conference of the new radical governments of Grenada and Nicaragua coming to power in 1979 and 1980, respectively, demonstrated a singular capacity of radical states to emerge in a region dominated by the almighty power of the United States. Bakary Yabra puts Rodney's praise of the Cuba experience in 1979 in a compelling way, noting that one of the successes of the Cuban Revolution was to declare war on racism, capitalism, and imperialism united in the same structure of oppression. Rodney invited Caribbean politicians and intellectuals to study the whole of the Cuban system rather than to be satisfied with analyzing or borrowing isolated parts, generally transmitted by Westerners. 17. Rodney's murder less than a year later, the invasion of Grenada in 1982, and the US-sponsored attacks on Nicaragua by Contra rebels in the same year seemed to demonstrate not radical possibilities but the persistent power of the United States and its regional backers. The WPA was the greatest of the Caribbean radical projects and, largely under Rodney, emphasized mass struggles and working-class self-activity. In this respect, the organization stood in the inspiring tradition of the early Bolsheviks in Russia under Lenin's leadership. The history of the WPA in the 1970s is unique and largely unrecognized, and it still has much to teach us. However, the multiple paths it pursued towards socialism, guerrilla struggle, coup, progressive military action were not distinct roads to the same goal but ultimately completely inimical goals altogether. Mass action, strikes, and working-class self-organization. The beating heart of Rodney's activism could not be married with popular, though essentially elite-led, change through armed struggle. Rodney knew this and grappled with it, but it was a knot that he was not completely able to untie. Organizing and learning from workers. As all revolutionaries must, Rodney learned from practice. It was his experience in working-class politics from the mid-1970s that laid bare his focus on militant self-activity. Much of this development took place amid the day-to-day struggles of the WPA, and Rodney's work with rank-and-file union members who were frequently battling their own entrenched and corrupt officials as well as the organization of working people. The OWP and the WPA came together and challenged the leadership of the Guyana Mine Workers Union, GMWU, at the time, the most powerful trade union representing Guyana's mine workers. The battles were conducted in strikes, in court, and on the street. Through the 1970s, the working class, who had been shepherded to a large extent into the government's hands, started to break away from the ruling party. As former mine worker Odi Dakwamina writes, THOWP and WPA's confrontation with the union's leadership had brought them directly into confrontation with the PNC and the whole government machinery. 18 The old politics of ethnic divide and rule was beginning to break down. With the foundation of the OWP and WPA in 1974, as well as the break between the African Society for Cultural Relations with Independent Africa, ASCRIA, and the PNC, the old politics had begun to fracture. This was not simply a shift from pro-government accommodation to confrontation, but a radical break of ethnic politics toward a revolutionary perspective of change. The nationalization of the private Demerara Bauxite Company, DEMBA, on July 15, 1971, renamed the Guyana Bauxite Company, GUYBAU, pushed militant working-class action across party lines and into a direct challenge of the ruling party. Immediately, the stakes became higher, and every strike a direct skirmish with the economic heart of the state. The OWP emerged to deal with the mass disgruntlement of workers who felt betrayed by their union, the GMWU. However, unlike every previous initiative, the OWP took on the union leadership directly. Kwamina explained, the workers, unlike the PNC's leadership, understood who their real leaders were, and refused any compromises. 19 new branches of the OWP were set up, which often paved the way for the WPA to grow in working-class areas, in Linden and elsewhere. Kwamina describes the focus of the WPA from 1974. At the outset, the WPA concentrated its efforts on educating the workers and other members of the community. 20 In this work, it was naturally a larger threat than the OWP, which tended to limit itself to workplace issues and questions of trade union leadership. The WPA enlarged the field of vision, audaciously including the entire horizon of society, politics, and life. For an organization that had just been formed, though from rich and fertile terrain, it was a remarkable undertaking. Writing in the late 1980s, Kwamina, in an otherwise sober and cool-headed study, manages to distill the impact of the WPA on the PNC with considerable concision. In time, the WPA would pose the first real political challenge to what was traditionally regarded by many as the PNC's private property. The fact that the organizing efforts were all-embracing, industry and community alike, raised the level of politicization and consciousness. The fact, also, that the industry became the target and battleground for both the WPA and the PNC, gave the party the much-needed opportunity to unleash the whole state machinery against the enemies of the state. 21. This is exactly what happened. The whole state machinery was hurled at the WPA, and irreplaceable comrades fell. However, it was the success of the WPA's industry and community organizing, its rapid politicization of Indian and African workers, that led to the hurricane of repression after 1978. The challenge was not just from state repression but also from within the workers' trade unions themselves. As we have seen, the bauxite workers in Linden took strike action in July 1979, part of a struggle that had started in 1977 for a minimum wage for all workers, to which the government had agreed with the Guyana Trades Union Congress, TUC, but had not implemented. While the bauxite workers were on strike, 4 other unions came out, including the Clerical Commercial and Industrial Workers Union, CCWU. They also demanded that the government honor its commitment to the TUC. They fought with a deadline and ultimatum for the government to implement its agreement, which expired on August 14. On the same day as the expiration of the deadline, sugar workers struck in solidarity with the bauxite workers. Never, in the country's history, had there been such unity. A largely Indian group of workers had come out in solidarity with strikers from the African-dominated bauxite industry. There were astounding waves of working-class action, each one overlapping the other in a rising tide of militancy. The WPA was rushing to keep up, and Rodney was in a frenzy of almost permanent speaking and organizing as he crisscrossed the country. Yet as the strike developed, so did the regime's efforts to undermine it. Strike leaders in workplaces were targeted and threatened by managers and the police. The PNC tried to get workers in the CCWU to leave the union and join Burnham's front organization, the Guyana Labor Union. The president of the CCWU, Gordon Todd, was arrested and interrogated by the Guyana Defense Force on August 17. In the end, the CCWU was told that if the strike was not suspended, then the check-off system would be ended, the system in which union dues were deducted from wages by employers. This challenge to the union bureaucracy's very ability to survive spurred them to call off the strike. 60 workers were immediately sacked, and the WPA launched a call for donations to support the dismissed strikers and their families. Strikes began to collapse, and after a month, the bauxite strike was also called off by the union leaders. In Berbice, an important base of bauxite workers expressed disgust at their leaders' orders for members to return to work, heckling and shouting angrily at their representatives. A shoddy compromise was made to implement a merit increase within 4 weeks. Ultimately, the rank-and-file bodies, the OWP with the support of the WPA, proved too weak to maintain the pressure. The wave of militant strike action crumbled. James and Rodney were right that there needed to be a defense against this hurricane. Both thinkers knew that it could come from a radicalizing army, willing to break with the regime and join the mass social resistance under the direction of the working class and poor themselves. Rodney was clear that there could not be a radical, armed solution over the head of, and in the name of, the mass struggle. It is important to add that Rodney's approach to the working class, while seeing them as a key, indeed central, part of the struggle for a new society, was also highly nuanced. He recognized that the nature of the working class in Guyana and across the Caribbean, small and concentrated in farming and mining work, required the mobilization of other elements who were not central to production. African American studies scholar Horace Campbell, in his widely read 1985 study on the Rastafarians, makes this point, writing, "Underdevelopment had rendered more than 40% of the population unemployed. Cosmetic measures could not deal with this fundamental problem of failure to fully mobilize the productive capacity of the working people." 22. Today, the WPA is a fallen giant. Although there is no space here to chart the party's degeneration, a few words are in order. Shockingly, the organization joined the PNC-led APNU, a Partnership for African Unity, government when the coalition won elections in 2015. For a party that had fought valiantly against the PNC dictatorship in the 1970s and had suffered a terrible toll, the decision to combine forces was baffling in the extreme. Yet the WPA was able to provide important left cover for the PNC's efforts to win power in the elections. Although no longer a militant socialist organization, its leading members still managed to play a particularly sordid role. Rupert Roopnarine, a comrade of Rodney's in the 1970s, was appointed Minister of Education of Guyana in the coalition government in 2015 and was then promoted to the Ministry of the Presidency in 2017. He served directly under the PNC President David A. Granger. Granger, it should be noted, had been a commander of the Guyana Defense Force in 1979, working intimately with Burnham and the entire brutal apparatus of the party state before, during, and after Rodney's assassination. If Ronarian's ambitions for political office were not depressing enough, he refused to testify before the Commission of Inquiry into Rodney's assassination, and then refused to accept the Coy report. Another luminary of the WPA, Clive Thomas, also joined the 2015 PNC-led government as a presidential advisor on sustainable development. Commentators, former comrades, and newspapers gasped in shock at the rush to high office by two long-standing militants of Guyana's working people. 23. A singular and remarkable man. Patricia Rodney, for one, warns us not to trust histories of great men, and not to ignore the vital context that draws out greatness. Her husband had the same hostility to the great man version of history, and every word he wrote was a challenge to it. It was Patricia and the children who were in the eye of the storm, and suffered for it even as they were shored up, following Walter's June 1980 murder, by a mass of solidarity, the arms of friends and comrades drawn tightly around them. On December 10, 1980, James Turner, then an associate professor at the Africana Studies and Research Center at Cornell University, wrote to Mr. Ricky Singh, editor of Caribbean Contact in Bridgetown, Barbados, where Patricia, Asha, Kananai, and Shaka were now residents. He wrote, "The enclosed money order is sent to you with the hope that you will be able to assure us that Dr. Walter Rodney's widow, Pat, and their children will receive it. This money was raised at a meeting organized by our academic program and represents the contribution of many people. However, Minister Louis Farrakhan of the Nation of Islam contributed 1/3 of the sum. Please convey to Pat our deepest concern for her and the welfare of the children. Please convey our fond regards to her and the children." 24. Solidarity and support in the form of financial help was vital. The family had arrived in Barbados with limited resources and had to survive, ripped away from the support of not only Walter but also that of friends and family in Guyana. The remarkable feat of the last 40 years has been the astonishing efforts of Patricia and the children to maintain the campaign for justice while sustaining Rodney's work through the Walter Rodney Foundation, based in Atlanta. One element of this work was the Rodney family's decision to donate the Walter Rodney papers to the Atlanta University Center's Robert W. Woodruff Library, where they comprise an astonishing resource on Rodney's work and life. What we see in the archive and what I have tried to capture in this book is Rodney's exhaustive historical work and scholarship. In each box and folder is evidence of an entirely unsectarian approach to his work and life. His writing is ruthlessly critical and free of left prejudices, and he never accepted second-hand opinions. While reading everything himself, his praise and careful study of Trotsky's work are exemplary in this respect. A new volume, published in 2018 from Rodney's Notes on the Russian Revolution, demonstrates his approach. In the book, Rodney works out concepts and positions for himself, an attitude toward learning on which he insisted in his teaching and popular education. 25. Writing in 1981, Horace Campbell drew similar conclusions, noting that Rodney had left a legacy of hard work and a commitment to critical inquiry. 26. Perhaps the most accurate tribute to Walter Rodney of the many that were written after his murder came from the extraordinary pen of Wola Soyinka. He had never met Rodney but knew his work and respected him enormously. In 1974, he had hoped to see him in Tanzania at the Pan-African Congress, an event that he brilliantly lampooned in The Man Who Was Absent, his tribute to Rodney. And so, Walter Rodney remained in Tanzania, but did not appear at the Congress. Needless to say, Walter Rodney was someone with whom many of those present had hoped, as a matter of course, to make contact. Yet the progressive government of Tanzania had succumbed to the blackmail of reactionary Caribbean governments to keep out this radical scholar from such a gathering. 27. As we have seen, Rodney was in fact well aware of what the Congress had become and had condemned it before it began. Following his militant lead, others, including C.L.R. James, had decided that they too could not attend, refusing to give the Congress the blessing of their presence. Soyinka goes on, the Congress of course failed before it even started. It ended up as yet another play of opportunistic interests, opening with a 3-hour recorded speech by Ahmed C. Chowdhury rehashing old, private quarrels, to which the gathering eventually reacted as if to a revelation. Indeed, the Sixth Pan-African Congress was a wretched affair full of officially sanctioned Pan-African organizations and parties, many already in power but now facing their own oppositions, frequently radical and socialist ones. Soyinka tells us that the event was a takeover, a victory for governments in Guinea, in Tanzania, and in the Caribbean, and those of you who know the history of the Pan-African movements will agree with me indeed that this is the seal of doom on a forum, while, he writes, movements were simply snuffed out through protocol. Better than many who actually knew Rodney directly, Soyinka could immediately see what he was, pointing out the aspects of his writing and politics which were almost entirely unique. While he had not managed to meet Rodney in Dar, he wrote, "I had read Heua. In an intellectual world rendered increasingly turgid by ideological mouthers and phrasemongers, Walter Rodney stood out for lucidity, relevance, for a preference for actuality, its analysis and prescription over and above slavish cant. He proceeded from attested facts to analysis, not, like many others, commencing with worn and untested frameworks usually made up of someone else's summary, thesis, or even a bare out-of-context quotation onto which existing facts are then stretched, pruned, tortured and distorted to obtain a purely theoretical semi-fit. Walter Rodney was not of the latter kind. Rodney pulled this approach to his literary work into his political action. His approach to Guyana was not as a terrain on which to impose pre-existing models and formulas, or in which to stretch facts, as Soyinka writes, in a theoretical semi-fit. Rodney's attitude to activism was based on a profoundly grounded and analyzed context, and it was within this context that he worked as a revolutionary, formulating and reformulating radical propositions against the severe and blustery headwinds of real life. As Soyinka observed, he was clearly one of the most solidly ideologically situated intellectuals ever to look colonialism and its contemporary black opportunism and exploitation in the eye, and where necessary, spit in it. 28. A year or so before he was murdered, Rodney spoke about the mortal perils historically faced by those struggling for liberation. Addressing a group of Guyanese supporters about the country's history of slavery, he explained, "Few individuals want willingly to invite their own death. Yet many will be found who are prepared to fight fearlessly for their rights even if their lives are threatened. The human spirit has a remarkable capacity to rise above oppression, and only the fools who now misrule Guyana can imagine that our population alone lacks such capacity." During the famous 1763 slave rebellion in Berbice, there were numerous examples of the undying courage of our foreparents. The Dutch slave masters captured a Cabber, one of the leaders of the rebellion, and he simply laughed scornfully when they tormented him. Soon after, a Cabber and 8 other freedom fighters were put to death by roasting over a slow fire. Even their enemies were impressed by the fact that a Cabber's men were firm to the end and did not flinch. 29. Rodney was one of these men. He did not invite death, but he laughed in the face of his tormentors, refusing to flinch when faced with their threats and brutality. A return to his life and work is vital if we wish to understand a world that must be transformed today. Chapter 14. Walter Rodney's Legacy Today. In a powerful 2021 short film, Two Distant Strangers, by Traven Free and Martin Desmond Rowe, a black graphic artist gets caught in a time loop that always ends with his murder by a white police officer. Behind this dramatic device resides a fundamental and troubling truth. The bulk of our struggles, our campaigns for justice, and our exertions to change society are on constant replay. While they do not comprise exactly the same events, they share many of the same features of similar struggles in the past. The anti-racist struggles today epitomized in the Black Lives Matter movement that broke out after the murder of George Floyd on May 25, 2020 look to a recovery of history, of previous struggles for black liberation, and of the Black Power movement of the 1960s and 1970s. At the core of this movement is an urge to understand the history of slavery, the resistance to colonial occupation in Africa, and the efforts of people to understand the complex richness of the continent's pre-colonial history. For a generation today who are fighting on many battlefronts, against deep and seemingly immovable misogyny, racism, and ethnic divide and rule, there is once more the need to return to the work, writing, and activism of the past. This is where Rodney's legacy lies. His struggles, his forensic research and work, and his revolutionary activism took place in a time that bears many of the same challenges and demands as our own. Rodney's writings, as I hope this book has shown, remain vital to understanding our world, and the pressing need to revolutionize it. If Rodney had lived, he would not have been surprised by the unending destructive capacity of global capitalism and its ability, about which he had written in terms of the colonial destruction of African ecosystems in the 18th and 19th centuries to destroy the very source of human life, the earth itself. Rodney understood that the avaricious, insatiable hunger for profit in capitalism generates the devastation we see today, and that the economic system cannot be reformed. This last fact is at the core of Rodney's revolutionary practice. He was both a historian with a ferocious capacity to read, synthesize, and learn, and an activist who sought to understand and revolutionize our contemporary conundrum. The celebrated writer and activist Angela Davis identifies the heart of Rodney's contribution along these lines. Writing in 2018, she explains, "We need such brilliant examples of what it means to be a resolute intellectual who recognizes that the ultimate significance of knowledge is its capacity to transform our social worlds." 1. Rodney's political work and writing were constantly in a process of dialectical development. His understanding of the world was not written on biblical tablets but evolved on the basis of research and informed by political action. When evidence demanded it, his conclusions could and had to be revised. Indeed, dogmatism or sectarianism was antithetical to Rodney's approach to Marxism. Rodney critically engaged with Marxism, while understanding that revolutionary theory needed to be historically grounded and adapted to concrete experience. In this regard, Davis summarized his approach as reflecting both a sober, well-reasoned historical investigation, shaped by Marxist categories and critiques, and a deep sense of the historical conjuncture defined by global revolutionary upheavals too. In How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, Rodney undertook to challenge capitalism's assumptions about what was normal. Davis explains, in refuting the argument that Africa's subordination to Europe emanates from a natural propensity towards stagnation, Rodney also repudiates the ideological assumption that external intervention alone would be capable of provoking progress on the continent. Imperialism and colonialism, the emissaries of early European capitalism, created structural obstacles to economic and political progress on the continent. This was one of Rodney's main arguments in his 1972 classic Point 3. The effort to forge unity in the struggle of the oppressed was at the center of Rodney's work. If there was any hope of revolutionary transformation, he consistently argued, then this was predicated on the unity of working people. Indeed, capitalism's survival depends on its ability to drive communities and people apart, the poor against the poor, black against white, Indian against African workers, man against woman. Although Rodney did not employ the feminist vocabulary that is now in common usage, he was acutely aware of gender issues in his writing and activism. Davis writes how in 1972 Rodney addresses the role of gender, and he is careful to point out that under colonialism, African women's social, religious, constitutional, and political privileges and rights disappeared while the economic exploitation continued and was often intensified. He emphasizes that the impact of colonialism on labor in Africa redefined men's work as modern while constituting women's work as traditional or backward. Davis also explains that when HEUA was published, black activism, in the United States in particular, was heavily impregnated with cultural nationalist ideas of female inferiority. The book, she argues, was a vital instrument to activists seeking to challenge these essentialist notions of gender within black radical movements of that era, for the book continues to resonate in these ways today. Rodney was also an organized revolutionary. Movements were vital, the indispensable steam pushing the piston heads of change, but they were not sufficient. History had taught him that great social movements, whether for justice, anti-racism, equal rights, or freedom from colonialism, would rise and fall. A principal concern of his was that these movements might not be able to sustain and develop into a deeper and more profound struggle for global transformation and revolution. Under capitalism, all life and injustice seemed to repeat on an unending cycle. Rodney understood this feature of capitalism. Racism, ethnic violence, environmental destruction, and sexism were the natural outgrowths of a system that needed to divide working people in order to survive. In any serious project of radical transformation, capitalism had to be overthrown. This Rodney taught us. Capitalism is the force that underpins the complex and intersecting inequalities that generate the struggles we see today. The struggle against this system was central to Rodney's life and practice. At the same time, he recognized that this does not mean we should sublimate or minimize racism, for example, as a simple consequence of capitalism. Once more, Davis illuminates this fundamental point with a question: how can we encourage radical critiques of capitalism as integral to struggles against racism, as we also advance the recognition that we cannot envision the dismantling of capitalism as long as the structures of racism remains intact? 5. Rodney understood how vital it was to pull together a variety of social movements, groups, and campaigns. As we have seen, in Guyana in the 1970s, Rodney became the leading member of an astonishing anti-capitalist organization, the Working People's Alliance. The gathering steam of protest and social movements had to be combined, focused, and channeled in a democratic, socialist organization. If we want a world free of the scourge of sexism, racism, and environmental destruction, Rodney reminds us today, it is to an anti-capitalist and socialist revolution that we must add our labors. But something else he said was of equal importance. According to Rodney, the radical power of social movements can only be fully realized if we capture its force before it disperses and the loop of history is allowed, once more, to repeat, each time reoccurring with more destructive energy. The vessel that can capture this energy is an organization, one committed to the unity of the poor and working people. The WPA, for a brief time, was an attempt to forge such an organization, and Rodney was its most brilliant organizer and thinker. Revolutionary struggle and organization, in Rodney's hands, can be seen as an effort to break humanity from its destructive and seemingly unending cycle. History was the tool he used to help us see the repetitive and ruinous pattern of global capitalism, the millions of lives it had destroyed, and the devastation it had wrought upon the earth, in its brief 5 centuries of existence. Today, more than ever, we need to improve the manner in which we capture the immense, animating power of social movements. We confront a vast and organized apparatus of states, and an international ruling class, who use global clubs and institutions to fix the rules in a deadly game of capitalist accumulation and profit. Rodney was murdered when he was 38 years old. However, a life cannot be measured by the number of years we live, and his contribution to activism, history, anti-racism, and socialism is equal, in any proper system of accounting, to many lifetimes. Rodney's work was a constant effort to sharpen the arrowhead of our popular struggles with learning, history, and organization. His was a clarion call to end the loop that our lives and struggles seem doomed to repeat in an ever-deepening crisis of destruction, unless, as Rodney wrote in 1972, we can finally unite our intersecting struggles to destroy capitalism. As Rodney put it, that is the element of conscious activity that signifies the ability to make history by grappling with the heritage of objective material conditions and social relations. 6. This does not mean, as Rodney would have told us, that all efforts for reform are futile. One of the significant achievements of the Walter Rodney Foundation, and the family's relentless campaigning, was the Commission of Inquiry that published its findings in 2016 in Guyana. At the end of an arduous period of investigation into the circumstances surrounding Rodney's murder, the report made a series of recommendations. Many of these were fundamental, baseline suggestions about how Guyana could reform its legal and policing procedures. For instance, they called for ensuring a well-trained and highly professional police force that would be loyal to the country and not to ethnicity and party affiliation. The report recommended that there should not be an 8-year delay, as there was in Rodney's case, before there is a coroner's inquest into a death in unnatural circumstances or in any circumstances indispensable for maintaining trust and confidence in a country's justice system. The report stated that the police force should be tasked with responsibility to investigate serious crimes like murder and strive to do so with thoroughness and urgency. When the Commission of Inquiry had requested to see files and records related to the Walter Rodney case, they were told they were not available, that they could not be found. The Commission thus recommended thoroughness, efficiency, and security in record keeping. The report also spoke of elections and how these are conducted in the country, recommending that they should be properly monitored, and that every effort should be made to maintain ethnic harmony. Every government has a continuing responsibility to work in close consultation with national associations and diverse interest groups to design and implement a program to strengthen a sense of national unity. 7. These recommendations are a necessary part of the reform of Guyana's society. However, when it comes to the deeper structural changes that will undermine how our global economy and society is run, it is to revolutionary change that we must turn. To this end, we must learn from, develop, and deepen Rodney's legacy. The Black Lives Matter movement and the ideas around it are reframing politics, as did the political movements of the period that Rodney lived through. Correspondingly, the connected political, ecological, and ideological crises of today call forth Rodney's work and revolutionary activism. Our times are radical, and we need to radicalize with them in theory and practice. Walter Rodney remains a revolutionary for our time. About the author. Leo Zeilig is a writer, researcher, and activist. He has written extensively on African politics and history, including books on working-class struggle and the development of revolutionary movements, and biographies on some of Africa's most important political thinkers and activists. Leo is an editor of the Review of African Political Economy, the radical African Studies journal founded by activists and scholars in 1974, and an honorary research associate at the Society, Work, and Development Institute, SWAP, at the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, South Africa. Leo's critically acclaimed novel Eddie the Kid was published by Zero Books in 2013. It was praised in The Guardian. This passionate, sad, and well-told book offers a compelling portrait of a flawed young radical. Eddie the Kid won the 2014 Creative Work Prize at the University of the Western Cape in South Africa. In 2017, Leo's second novel, An Ounce of Practice, was published by Hope Road. Praised in The Conversation as a brilliant work of literary imagination that takes the reader to new realities in an engaging, moving read, hilariously humorous at times. Leo has recently published The World Turned Upside Down with the Nigerian publisher Books Farmhouse and Publishers.